Another day, another 2 Chinese League of Legends series coming your way here on LPL English. It is another day of the group stage of Split 1 in 2026. We're going to start things off with LNG taking on LGD in Group Nirvana, and then after that, it's over to Group Ascend with Invictus Gaming against Top Esports. Welcome, everybody, once again to the LPL English broadcast. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Jay Beto here for the second straight day. A little fill-in here for Bloxer, who's having some internet issues. Hopefully that all gets resolved eventually. But Jay Beto, it's great to have you here. Great to be able to cast together for the first time, and we've got a great series ahead of us here in LNG against LGD.
Yeah, I'm excited. I've been casting only Group Ascend games so far, so this will be my first game outside of there. It is a fill-in, so it wasn't scheduled, but I'm excited to see how we go. Something that I want to talk about immediately, Grapes, is... Sorry, heard myself double there. Is that these bottom teams are... Maybe you could make an argument that they could be in Group Perseverance if you were going to rate that Group Ascend number 1, Group Perseverance 2nd, etc. And the fact that if you get top 8 in playoffs, which is not that far away, right? This is not a long split. Then you will make it into Group Ascend for Split 2, which obviously then gives you access to a lot of better quality matches, access to potential MSI and good seeding for that. So these are all important matches. It's only a double round robin, so only play every team twice.
And based off of what we've seen from these two teams, both in the Demacia Cup and also in their first series that they've each played in this group specifically, we're pretty excited about what they could potentially do in a theoretical playoff format. And Jay Beto, I know you've been casting a lot of Group Ascend, but you're not truly a member of LPL English until you get into the nitty-gritty of Group Nirvana. So happy to have you here for this one as you take a look at these group standings. Obviously, we'll be getting into Top Esports versus IG a little bit later, but here in Group Nirvana, you see LGD and LNG currently tied at 1-0, and I think this was expected based off of what our conceptions of these rosters were going into the start of the year.
I mean, there's more teams in Group Ascend, so even though it feels like there's been a lot of Group Ascend matches, that is because there is just more teams. There will be more matches to be played, but BLG have had 4 series. These two teams here have only played 1 series each, right? LNG against OMG, I believe it was, and LGD against Ultra Prime. So it's going to be really good to see a team pull forward into first. And we were talking before the show got started that you can make an argument for both of these teams. LNG on paper look great, bringing over some of the Korean imports, 1XN, so there are some great stories there, but in LGD, Hung and YCX have been linking up pretty well in their games, so I think that either team could theoretically take this game, and cementing yourself as that first seed this early on would be quite nice.
Of course, these teams are going to meet twice. This is the first of 2 meetings in this group stage, but getting off on the right foot, certainly going to be a very important task. Let's start off by going through the rosters, beginning with LNG Esports. This is, of course, a very, very different roster from what we saw from them in 2025. They bring in a Korean duo in Croco and Bulldog in that mid-jungle role. Sheer over from FPX, and then 1XN and Missing have been a very quality bot lane that we've had our eyes on all of the Demacia Cup, and then here for the start of the Split 1 as well.
Yeah, I mean, Croco and Bulldog, especially Bulldog, didn't have a great year last year. Croco better than Bulldog. Obviously, DNF had a very disappointing year, one of the worst in the LCK for a while, but have been positive for the LPL. Obviously, it's really hard to perform at all in a team like that. Like, you could probably put someone like Chovy in their Knight in a team like DNF, and it doesn't really gel. It doesn't get any more wins. Sometimes you just have to blow the team up, and that's what they did. But Bulldog and Croco coming over as a pair to the LPL has been quite a treat. And I mean, Missing, I always think back to his heights with JDG in 2023. Obviously, that was a while ago now. We're getting older. That was, 3 years ago this year? Yeah. That's a bit scary, but yeah, hopefully this team can find heights, because the players definitely can individually, but if the team can't gel, there's going to be issues.
When this roster was announced, I think a lot of people were excited. LNG, historically a very high-quality team, and I think a big reason why people are happy that they made some changes going into this season is 1XN, who has been a big, young, budding star in the LPL for a number of years. Was last season on Thunder Talk, where that roster had a ton of inconsistencies throughout the season, but the one consistency was 1XN, and he has had a great start to 2026, but so have a lot of other bot laners here. If you take a look at his stats compared to some of the league averages, you're seeing kind of the damage numbers and things like that. A very powerful role is the AD carry position, which is why it's even more important to have a high-quality bot laner, and we think that 1XN really can be that here in the LPL.
There are a ton of great AD carries. I mean, we were talking last night about, Hope, Elk, there's also Gala. If 1XN can match up to that level, this team could find heights in Group Ascend that we've been talking about. That will be really nice to see.
Absolutely. So 1XN, definitely a player that we have our eyes on here for this series and for the rest of Split 1. But let's take a look at who he's going to be facing off against here in LGD Gaming. This is a team now that has kept a couple of their players consistent from Split, from 2025, I should say, over into 2026. But the big change is Hung over from OMG, Tongyuan over from RNG. These were two teams that got eliminated in Split 2, did not play in the summer, but now have joined up here on LGD and have been a big part of why this team made it all the way to the Demacia Cup semifinals.
This matchup feels a little bit like a redemption story for both of these teams, at least players individually. Croco and Bulldog that we just spoke about coming over from the LCK, having not a great year, and then some of the players left over from RNG that, obviously doesn't exist anymore, but that got eliminated in Split 3. Coming now into this LGD team that have looked not bad. The Demacia performance wasn't amazing, but it wasn't too bad. I think that Hung and YCX have found some good synergy together. And again, we can talk about 1xn about the bot lane prowess, but if Xiaoya can show up as well on, something like a Yunara that we're seeing, or maybe a Kai'Sa that we've seen a few times take over games, that could look really good too.
Yeah, LGD was a team in 2025 that had a ton of rookies in their starting lineup. And so as we go into 2026, players like Sasa and YCX have gone from rookies into sophomores. They're building on that levels of experience that they were able to have in their last season of the LPL. And somebody like YCX, I think, had some shining moments, but also looked very bad in some points in 2025. But so far this year, when he's been paired alongside a new jungler in Hung, who, remember, LGD last year, a lot of inconsistencies in the jungle position. Sometimes it was Climber, then it was Nio, then it was back to Climber. Feels like these two specifically have found some sort of synergy.
Oh, Christmas map, I miss you. I hope they bring it back every year. I loved it, I do. But synergy is super important. It was really important last year with the amount of objective fighting, but the way that the game is kind of going now with a lot of onus on the AD carry, there's a lot of damage in the game because the game is so accelerated. Everyone's getting gold faster, so therefore you die quicker because at 15 to 20 minutes you've gotten 2 items if you've gotten some kills in there, blasting through the items. And team synergy is more important than ever in this season because of that, and also because of the role quests, right? Like being able to use Herald in mid, or for tier 2 towers, for plates that are later. Like, there's a lot of things that involve team play in this season, so building up some synergy for both these rosters would be nice.
Yeah, I mean, Hung was definitely a player I was not super impressed by on OMG, but so far in his new home in LGD, he has looked pretty good. And so has his opponent, Kroko, which is our featured matchup here in the jungle. I think despite some of the expectations that these guys had going into last year, these guys, they've looked pretty good on their new teams. Maybe it's just this new change in pace, this new environment that has gotten both of these guys looking pretty good, and their stats definitely matching that so far this season.
Pretty similar record, which is nice to see.
Yeah,
for
this
both
includes
of these teams
the
so
Cup,
far.
by the way.
Yeah, which, again, I know some people have different opinions. Take it with the grain of salt that you would prefer to, but and the kill participation is always super important for jungle, so to see both of these players pretty high up. And I love the mention here again. This is my favorite part. Can he push his team into Group Ascend? I feel like that for both of these teams could potentially make a run in playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, both these guys feel very good about the body of work that they have built so far. And now it is just having to continue to have that grow into the play-in stage, into the potential playoff stage, where, of course, then you could get higher and higher levels of competition. I know LNG specifically is a team that they think, with the roster that they constructed, can contend for a title at the top of the LPL. Just because of how their season went in 2025, they have to start on a little bit of a back foot being down here in Group Nirvana, but even more motivation for them to climb all the way up to the top. I think we're getting ready for our walkouts and our players getting out onto the stage. Again, the first of 2 matchups that these two teams are going to be playing up against each other. Both made pretty quick work of their first opponents of the 2026 season, Jay Beto. And so that is why we're excited to see these two teams faced off. Potentially the favorites out of Group Nirvana going at it.
And then I think tomorrow is an OMG series, and then after that is OMG LGD. So again, at the beginning first week, we didn't have a ton of these Group Nirvana matches, but they're really coming in fast now. Obviously, just looking at Group Nirvana, there's less teams, so there'll be less matches overall, but we're very quickly going to cement which teams in this division are the better ones. How do they rank up against Group Perseverance, against maybe the bottom of Group Ascend? That's still going to take some time. That'll be in playoffs when we start to hear about that. I think you were telling me just before, all of Group Perseverance go to playoffs. Is that correct?
So there's a play-in stage before the playoff stage. So
Sorry, play-in,
if you're top
yes.
2 in Nirvana or bottom 2 in Ascend, you get placed into this middle group with the other 4 teams in Perseverance. They play in some sort of double elimination bracket, and they will join the 4 teams out of that group, will then join the top 4 teams in Ascend to make it into the real playoff bracket, which of course will determine our first 2 representatives to first stand. So that is going to be the story to watch here. Whenever you see Group Nirvana, you got to think top 2 to advance. And right now, these are the 2 teams at the top of the standings.
And there is an argument to be made that some of these teams, especially these 2 top ones, that could contest with Group Perseverance. And you're telling me before as well that for our split 2, it's going to be, we've lost 2 teams. It's 8 in Group Ascend, 6 in Group Nirvana. So taking in 2 more teams into Group Ascend would be really nice. Seeing how they slot up against each other, I have to say, I'm a big fan of the 2026 walkout animation. I think the LPL production, like the official one, is cooked. The opening video was good. And because of my lighting, you get to see all the colors on my face. So really good. Yeah,
this is how you know that we're not like, looking at a second monitor or tabbed out. We're fully locked in. And the lighting definitely can display that here as we get our walkouts and prepare ourselves for this Group Nirvana matchup. Again, if you want to stay tuned for our second series of the day, that will be Invictus Gaming going up against Top Esports. A lot of fun storylines in that department as well. But now we get to see our teams shake hands. Hopefully none of those fiascos that we might have seen earlier on in the season. And looks like we're getting ready for those picks and bans.
Yeah, speaking of picks and bans, the Jace is still something that has incredibly high priority globally. I think it's 100% series presence. I haven't updated my stats from last night, but it had, at the time of last night when I had casted, 30 bans, 1 game with a win. Nico until last night has gone lossless, but obviously last night it did lose. And then Jin globally as well. I saw a stat on Twitter. Don't know if it's updated, but as of this morning for me, so 12 hours ago, Jin is winless globally in Tier 1. Some of our players have been going that, and it hasn't really looked super good. So I expect Nico, Jace bans. Is there going to be some Malphite prio? We want something aggressive for our junglers that is going to allow the jungle and the support to link up. So anything like that looks really good. And yeah, maybe no Jin. We'll see. Maybe the first win is right here.
I know obviously we're in that fearless format. Once we just figure out how the first selection ends up going, we'll see how that ends up playing a role in this matchup. But I don't know about you, Jay Beto. I feel like a lot of the games we've been seeing, despite the new season, drafts are looking a little bit too similar to what we have had in 2025. I was enjoying the exciting new jungler picks in Demacia Cup, seeing the Malphite jungles and the Jace jungles, but I feel like we've gotten a little bit more back to the norm now that these teams are playing for real in a sense.
I think you got to give it some time. I think if there's something that gets really buffed, like the Jace, like the Malphite, we're going to see it. But for the most part, what happens is when changes are made not directly to champions kits, and there wasn't really a ton of kit changes in the patch because there were so many other changes, players and teams will just go to what they know. We've practiced this for 6 months last year. Why would we make changes? These are our team comps. If the champions didn't get nerfed, they're probably still good, right? As the year progresses, as the internationals happen, first stand, we get to MSI, and obviously more patches happen, I think that we will see some shifting. Maybe, I know a lot of people were talking about maybe seeing things like Fiora in the top lane, some kind of split push lane like that. The Jax AP build I think is super interesting. The Dusk and Dawn AP, the full AP Jax, has looked, pretty cool. But yeah, I think it might take a little bit longer. You run the risk of getting it wrong if you do send something super aggressive on the different draft idea and you get it wrong. Then yeah, you really run the risk of dropping matches. And even if you think back to what was it, last year? No, the year before, 2024, when the Vayne TF thing was going on in top lane, and I think Zeus from T1 was just running it all game, every game. But we're in the draft. Everything so far has been banned. Malphite's still available. That could be an option for first pick. Looks like LGD have first pick and LNG have chosen blue side.
LNG.
Oh, no, we've got normal.
Yeah, looks like we're going to have first pick on the blue side. Not always something that happens here. But yes, it looks like LNG did decide to pick first, and then the second selection for LGD, they end up choosing to be on red side. So maybe some extra access into the Dragon Pit is a priority here. But looks like we're getting some early top lane pickups here. Sheer locking in the Rumble. Sasa thinking about Nembessa, although I will mention that his signature pocket pick Udyr was not banned away in the first ban phase, and maybe we want to see him go towards that. But no, there's the Mbessa. Can also be flexed to the jungle if Hung wants to pick it up.
Surprised the Rumble's been let through. Seen a lot of Rumble bans, but in its matches, it hasn't found a ton of success. I think, again, last night when I looked, it was 33% win rate with a couple of games. It hasn't found the success, and maybe you could attribute that to, you know, worse teams are playing it, it's being let through, and they're not performing on it the best, but both teams locking in their top end jungle really early. The Ambessa, the Jarvan, the Rumble, the Xin Zhao, a lot of team fighting potential. The Ryze is a nice answer here, and I mean, Cassiopeia, Talia, options into the Ryze. Could go with the Anivia. It does outrange the Ryze, but I'm not sure if I'm sold on the Anivia hype. I've seen it a few times. It doesn't, you know, if you've got a Poppy, maybe that looks really good, or champions that really get destroyed by the wall, but Cinder doesn't really care. Rumble's still going to hit you with the Equalizer. It's locked in anyway, so might be something that's comfortable, getting played in scrims a bit from Tang Yuan, but I mean, we're just doing vertical drafting right now. Top, jungle, mid.
Yeah, the bot lanes will be the focus here in our second phase. A lot of terrain set up here for LGD. Can be a benefit, but also, you know, thinking about what could happen if you misposition those walls with a Rumble on the other team. Could result in some pretty sticky situations for you if you are mispositioning. I know that the Anivia is something that has been played to the Ryze a number of times, specifically from players like Hongq. Tang Yuan, definitely a big control mage player. Don't know exactly if he's had that competitive experience on it yet, but certainly something that has been a little bit of flavor of the month here in this new season as we take a look at support bans being taken away in this second phase.
Should be LGD with the support counter pick, and I am interested by the Ryze. There's the new item, the Actualizer item, that works perfectly on Ryze. You could maybe go it on Anivia. You do go a lot of mana, but really Ryze's item, and it's looked really good in the games that it's won on. It's not just like oh, we pick it, it roams, it gets a kill. No, it really takes over in those games. But full focus on the support bans here, like you mentioned. Still Bard, Karma up. Nico was banned beforehand, so Braum, Rakan, still a bunch of engaged supports as well, Rel, Leona, so not even as if you could target it enough to really stamp out everything. LGD here with their 4 pick. I mean, Aphelios has been something that teams have gone towards. You could go the Kai'Sa or this Yunara that has found a lot of success so far in the opening matches, the opening week, and now we're into week 2 of the LPL. Ooh, I don't think we've seen this yet, actually. Okay, it is just going to be the Karma.
Could still be a Caitlyn here for Xiaoya, but this Karma here for YCX gives just a little bit of extra early game pressure down there in the bottom lane against whatever LNG have to offer. But giving support counter pick to Missing certainly can be a little bit of a dangerous position, as Missing does have a wider champion pool compared to maybe some other supports here in the league. 1xN is going to have his first chance at AD carry. Pick those up. Obviously not going to be able to get the Varus or the Misfortune. The Yunara certainly has been popular, but instead going to be the Corki to add a little bit of extra AoE.
Yeah, very close range comp though from LNG. They've got a ton of range with Xin Zhao. He has a lot of gap close, but Rumble, Ryze, Corki, very close range against an Anivia Karma. This is a thing that I do like. This allows you to shut down the Anivia, shut down the Karma. Very strong into those picks. The Nami's fine. I would prefer Bard if Missing is comfortable, but once that Enchanter to pair with both the Corki and the Xin Zhao, I am still worried about range. If you want to go Caitlyn, it's a very strong lane, the Caitlyn Karma. Okay, you can't really dive effectively with your Ambessa and with your Jarvan, but if you play a front to back, there's no tanks on LNG side, so yes, Xin Zhao buys a ton of time with his ult, but if you find anyone else, they're dead.
You can either fully index into the range that this Anivia is going to provide with the Karma, with the Caitlyn, like they did here, but it does mean now, as you mentioned, those engaged threats could be a little bit more put aside, at least for a full-on 5v5 composition. So, battle lines have been set before the first game of this best-of-5 series. Team fighting for LNG, certainly the name of the game. I think LGD definitely want to focus bot lane, get Xiaoya ahead. That seems to be the focus of what they've drafted for themselves in game 1.
I think it should be push bot because of the Caitlyn Karma for LGD. Most likely push for mid, maybe not in the earlier game, but it will be later on when Nivea just destroys the waves very quickly. And then push in top for LNG. So if Hung wants to get active early with this Jarvan, it needs to be through bot or mid. going on to a rumble, forcing a 2v2 doesn't really look that good this game for me. So trying to take out the Nami, the Corki, the Rise. You're not going to be able to keep Corki in the Cataclysm, obviously, but Nami, a very prime target for ganks once Hung hits level 6. And Rise does have that roaming potential in mid, but if they can shut down the Rise too, the range is just so much for LGD.
Two teams that want to contend for the top of Group Nirvana, looking to stay undefeated in Group Nirvana. And let's make sure we're all aware, despite it being the lower group, these are two teams that believe that they can contend not only within the group, but also in the LPL. LNG with a brand new roster, LGD making just some slight tweaks here and there, but both of them looking very strong so far in 2026 and in that competitive season. A best of 3 to determine who's going to move to the top of this group early on. First of 2 meetings between LNG and LGD starts right now. As you can see, we're in Suzhou, the home arena here for LNG.
Unlucky. I thought I was waiting for some Gyos, but unfortunately, none to see so far. It is really nice. I do really like it. I was saying the other day, if I was in a ranked game even, or on stage like this, and I took off my headphones, because, you know, the players have white noise in them, which I can't imagine being a pro player and having that, but take out the white noise for a bit and listen to the, you know, let's do it, you guys can do it. That would really, I don't know, maybe I'm flashing really early for a solo kill. The crowd would just hype me up, man.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard stories of, like, in competitive environments, you might not hear the crowd, but you feel the crowd in terms of the rumbling of those noise waves, like hitting your seat through the stage. I mean, that's kind of the beauty of having these in-person competitions, especially here for LNG, being in their home arena, right? Being in a position where, or in a city where all the fans want to support your team specifically. Perhaps that gives them a little bit of an extra advantage here. Not in the bottom lane, though, as Xiaoyan and YCX in this Caitlyn lane do hit level 2 first, although that is to be expected.
Yeah, very pushing bot lane. This is something that used to be played a lot. I think 2022, I'm thinking back to that Worlds where push was super important. It was like a Graves invade meta with Caitlyn, Varus, Karma being priored a lot. That's when the Heim started coming in to force push, to guarantee the push. Would love to see that come back at some point, but I don't think that's going to happen. We don't have any more barrels around, especially not in the LPL. But what can LGD do with this bot push? It is actually Bulldog in the mid lane finding the early wave clear against Tangyuan, so needs a bit more mana. Maybe ult will guarantee that mid push, and Sheer fine in the top lane as well. But if Hung can make access through this bot push, whether that's even roaming to mid with his support, with his ADC, getting this early dragon prior that have still remained incredibly important throughout like the beginning of 2026 so far. Every team is stacking. Drake's Hung could look to force a flash here.
Yeah, is positioned very well. Nice use of that wall to make sure Bulldog gets hit by that stun and it's forced to flash away.
Yeah, great. I mean, now level 6, Rise can't get out. He can ult, but you can cancel that super easily. Croco maybe tries to get something back, but pretty impossible against any of your wall. That's aggressive. Tangyuan, yeah, misses it, goes wide, but I like the idea.
And Croco jumps in without having that Wind Becomes Lightning, but they're just going to burst down the Jarvan. Hung goes in, and that is first blood going the way of LNG. But now on the backside of things, YCX is going to make it a trade, as it is just both junglers going down off of a play in the mid lane.
We're definitely in Group Nirvana, I can say that. It's fun, a lot more fighting.
We've been waiting for you.
Yeah, Hung doesn't win the 2v2. Just the Xin Zhao stronger. The reason that Xin Zhao is so strong in all-ins is because he has very little gank potential and no setup CC. Obviously, the Jarvan's full kit is his EQ combo knock-up, getting the pen shred there, or the protection shred there. Because he doesn't have that, Croco wins out on the 1v1, but missing, I think, tried to flash heal. Just was too late, so Croco falls down, but now both supports hovering in mid. Again, YCX will get push on the Karma up against the Nami, and a crucial part of this as well, Croco got the first blood. So we take back a look at this gank. Very nice flash from Bulldog. Maybe he even dies if that doesn't hit, but Croco just walks in. Hung doesn't have the combo. Flash, yeah, that was... Oh, back alive.
Back to live, yeah. Bulldog, again, doesn't have that flash. Going to be in trouble again, but Tongyuan also getting targeted as Hung. It's going to go under the turret. One more auto will do it, but both him and Tongyuan will fall as a result. Croco gets one kill, Bulldog gets the other, and it's a 2-for-1 for LNG as just a very aggressive over-indexation here on the red side.
Again, both mid laners have no flash. So both junglers expend their flash to try to continue stepping forward for their team. I was really worried that Hung was not going to be able to get that kill. I thought maybe Bulldog was too tanky and had closed enough distance with the early boots. Another thing from the new season is these boots first in mid. Even before the tier has been purchased, Bulldog wants these boots. Yes, it's a matchup thing. Sure, against an Anivia, you want the anti-slow, you want the movement speed to dodge out on those stuns. That's super important for the matchup. But Equalizer in top, Salsa should be fine just to push out of the wave. But mid laners completing their boots first means that they're able to get those free upgrade. And I really think that's super strong. We'll take a look back here at our second play. So again, you can see how hard this matchup is right now in the early game. Nice EQ from Hung. But both junglers expend their flash here. I don't know what Hung... Yeah, I don't know what Hung was doing there. But he got the kill. It's a 1-for-1 at the end of the day. And then Croco takes down this bird, as there was no egg from the previous play. Croco and bot now, no flash. Would be hard to close the gap.
Croco now level 6 though, as he's gotten pretty far ahead in this jungle matchup just due to him being at the right place at the right time. Remember, it's been Hung who actually has begun both of these plays. But Croco sees it. I mean, been pretty telegraphed overall from LGD that they want to focus the mid lane. And he's made good work of it. He's been able to pick up a decent chunk of gold and advantage. And Sheer up in the top lane has been able to as well. And all that has resulted in about 1K in the hands of LNG to start this game off, albeit a lot left to play. The bot lane, though, Xiaoya and YCX have not gotten off to that big CS gap that maybe we were hoping for, Jay Beto, due to the Xiaoya locking in as Caitlyn.
Yeah, a lot of that is because of the support roaming into top. Yeah, Caitlyn does outrange Corki, but bot lane's so support dependent. That's why the Karma is so good. And I'm very happy that we're seeing Karma back in bot. I think the last time we saw Karma outside of like last year and the Karma coming back was the Karma top meta. That was disgusting. I'm glad we're not in something like that anymore. But it does mean that the team fighting from the support of YCX is less. That's kind of the L in that you take. You're stronger in lane. You're stronger in these like early skirmishes with the Karma specifically. The Karma is just stronger than Nami right now. But later on, you don't have any CC. You have no setup. You have no engage. You have very little peel. You have a little bit of poke, sure, but Hung will find 1xN here. He's really far forward with no wards.
Does set both of his summoner spells, but he's going to have to get away from both the Cataclysm and the EQ. It looks like he's able to dodge away from both and just use that barrier to survive. Nice. Hung has been very aggressive, but he's not found the plays that he's been looking for so far.
Yeah, Hung has that level 6, and like I said earlier, does have the advantage in ganks up against the Zinza, who struggles to close the gap in the early game and doesn't have any CC to set up for, but will fall off for the later the game goes this Jarvan. Starting up the Drake now, has that ult, and with a bot prio that had been generated with this mid prio as well, as you can see Tongyuan first on the roam. Dragon will be secured basically for free. It's one dragon now, but LNG have the gold lead. Barrier.
Alright, just to make sure you don't take too much damage, stay in lane a little bit longer. As the dragon was picked up here by LGD and Hung. So that is the reward that they get for that gank in the bot lane. Not a kill, not a flash even, but they do get ahead in that neutral objective category.
You know what's been baiting me a lot? It's off now, so I'm not lying. Xiaoya used the adaptive force pot. He was glowing red for that. I'd assumed that LGD were going to play it a bit more aggressive, but with barrier used now, no heal on YCX, they can't really effectively close the gap. 1xN still has his adaptive force pot, so if they were to all in now, maybe after first items, the Corki would be favored. Nice little grubs trade after the dragon had been taken by LGD, so this will just be the grubs for dragon trade that we're super accustomed to from last year. I will say, We can't see it right now, but at least as of last night, when the quests all get completed, we will see who got all the grubs, who got all the heralds. Obviously, we know who got it this game. It's Croco. I just saw him take all 3, but I'm glad that they've updated the HUD at least a little bit.
No, you know, sometimes you forget, though. You're 30 minutes into a game, back and forth, you're like, oh, who has the grubs? I don't know. Did the grubs even get taken this game? But, you know.
Do the grubs exist anymore? I've forgotten. I didn't see them.
Yeah, 20 minutes, something like that. New season. No, that's the Otacon. Something. But yeah, that's, you know, we're building, we're evolving every day, just like the LPL global broadcast. We are here as well on LPL English, obviously. So we're gonna continue to keep an eye up and see how this HUD continues to adjust as we go along as well. That grub take, though, J-Bet, I will say, basically a given based off of how much of an advantage this top side of the map has been put in so far, just specifically in those soul laners. They've been doing great.
The tank boots rumble. Against the double 80 top side does make sense, but against an Anivia, it doesn't really help you a ton. Maybe you could have gone the movement speed boots, pardon me, as well, but Sasa might be dead here.
Public execution forward. Sasa goes an early Hex Drinker, and he's being aggressive because he knows Hung's in the area as well. The Equalizer not going to find a whole lot. Sheer flashes away, but that means he can be trapped in the Equalizer with Hung, waiting to overheat potentially, but the Q2 alongside the Dragon Strike is going to tie the kill score up at 3.
It's a tough call to make. I think Sheer, with hindsight, sitting in my comfy chair, not stressed on stage, should commit to the kill. 1-for-1 with Equalizer. That Equalizer was not well placed at all. And unfortunately, falls down, used flash as well, which means that Hung has another target now to potentially go for with that Cataclysm when it comes back up. Hung has been... Well, hold on, another one.
Gonna go for another play
TP
here.
and bot as well.
Goes in onto the Jarvan. YCX is in some trouble as well, but Tongyuan TP's in, and LGD want to make this a bit of a fight. Bulldog is in the area with the Realm Warp, but will not fully commit to the play, as Xiaoya has been completely zoned out of his tower and is going to try to get his way back into the mid lane, but he's going to run straight into Croco's arms, who lands a 3-talent strike on top of him, and then Blast comes right on out. Now pops the Crescent Guard to try to prevent any extra damage from being dealt, but Hung's going to go in as well, and Croco will flash away to survive.
He had the Realm Warp set up so the Croco was going to flash into it to get him further out, but the flash ended up just being enough anyway. He wasn't in time for the Realm Warp, but yeah, a bit of an overstep there from Croco. Has to use Alt and Flash to get away, as I think he tried to use the bomb plant to get through mid, but the wave had just been killed by the tower, so didn't want to stick around. Went the unsafe way through the jungle where LGD was hungrily waiting for him. Ends up having to Alt and Flash away. First items now, Grapes, getting completed. We've got, you know, Trinity Force Collector, pretty strong. The double rower, the double Sundered Sky, but there is I don't remember this item's name. Why can't I remember this? Is it Echoes of Helia, the new support item? Not new as in the icon, but the effect is pretty new.
If I can remember correctly, it's effectively what Athene's used to be, where you build up charges, you do a little extra healing here, or extra shielding with the Karma. Very valuable item here. A lot of the support items getting revamped, reworked. So that's what YCX gonna be going for here.
Yeah, I'm liking the not redemption rush first item. It's good to see our supports starting 2 different items. The redemption did get kind of handicapped, and you will still be seeing redemption, but not ever first. It's more of a luxury 3rd, 4th item, or maybe more 3rd item, and that's, in my opinion, what it should be. It's a really good niche item when you need some burst healing, but Croco visiting again in mid. There is a ward, so
we'll see if the Echoes can help YCX here, as he's now at half HP, now chunked even lower. The final rocket only takes him down to 200, and now here comes the rest of LGD. Hung goes forward, and Tongyuan does a ton of damage with that Glacial Storm. Cataclysm does not kill Croco, and 1xN is 1 auto away from killing 2 members of LGD, but will not be able to find either of them. All in all, a lot of ultimates traded, a lot of summoners, but no blood officially shed.
A really nice micro play from this Zinzao. Stacks up the Q, the 3rd order on the ward, and then Croco goes in. Really nice attempt, but unfortunately it doesn't end up... Oh, here we go. Echoes of Helia, yes. So, pre-mitigation damage you do to champions, and then healing or shielding them actually heals them. So it gives Karma some healing. After she does some damage, the next time she heals an ally, it will heal them. I've also been seeing this build, I don't know if this is just like a TikTok build or something, but where you go the diadem item as well, which heals people that you've shielded in combat. No tier start for YCX, so that would take infinitely longer to stack up now. When Becomes Lightning does find Xiaoya, but Croco would have to go into 3 people to try for that. Look at this roam from Bulldog. He's behind. They've forced out all pressure. Caitlyn Karma without River Prior, really tough.
So aggressively, valking forward and chunking YCX to half. LNG had mid push and used that tempo to get their way towards this dragon. They want to even up this count at 1.
What can we do here? Hung doesn't have ult available, and Croco does with that flash. Hard for Caitlyn Karma to walk in. This is the problem when you don't have an engaged support. You've got the range, but you simply cannot walk in to the short range of LNG. The poke is nice, but you have to give up the dragon. It is only 1 for LNG, as LGD already had secured that first one, so maybe Hung looking to go for a Rift Herald, but Croco's just running straight up.
Yeah, not afraid at all to be going for Hung right now. Even though he was half full HP compared to maybe 60 or 70%, but instead, it will be LNG not only getting that second dragon, but also claiming the Rift Herald, which she are able to run it down here as well. So overall, very nice control of these neutral objectives so far for LNG. They're able to get that and maintain their goal lead of about 1,000 so far in this first game. LGD on the other side, it's been a little bit messy with them so far, but still opportunities for them to come back in this.
They've found some pullback. They've evened the kills up after that start for LNG. I think it was 2-1 or 3-2 at a time. So LGD evening that up. But Bulldog having this big lead in mid, it's an important game for both these Korean imports. Both the ones with the lead. Yes, 1xN on the Corki with, you know, I think a plate and a little bit of CS. So nothing that Caitlyn can't overcome. And even with this build right now, because you're going tier, the Caitlyn is favored. You've got Collector, which is a stronger first item spike, and the BF Sword, which is much stronger than like a tier. But if Bulldog can make some really nice side lane play or some rotations with his ult, pair up with Croco and Missing, find some aggression forward, that would be really nice for LNG. Hung back down in bot. Is there a dive angle here?
Well, they're going to try on the Bulldog, who does have his flash, but hey, 80-second cooldown versus 300-second cooldown. You will take that if you are LGD, under the condition that they go for a play after that. Speaking of a play in response, it's going to be Croco popping that Rift Herald and going for the tier 1 turret in the mid lane. Can at least get them that plate, maybe make it a little bit easier to burst down once they get another couple of opportunities in that mid lane.
Oh no! Oh, I was getting ready to talk about Hung, maybe caught, but should be able to bomb plan his way out. I was getting ready to talk about how I don't necessarily think that was the best Herald usage. I'm a really big fan of saving it for a tier 2 if you can, because of the extra plate, and even saving it for the dragon because of the plates, right? That they stick around after 14 minutes now, and they're on tier 2s. But the first tower does go down. We've got first tower bounty back as well, so that gold lead for this mid-jungle duo continuing to build upgrades.
This gold just continue to pile on, specifically to the mid-jungle. This Korean duo in Croco and Bulldog. Never played together on a team until now, obviously, but both having experience in the LCK the year prior. But Croco also having some experience here in the LPL as we get another fight up in the top side. Public Execution onto Sheer to chunk him down to half HP. Does have his equalizer back up, but not going to have to use it. But yeah, Croco on anyone's legend 2 years ago, back in 2024. Before, of course, they went on their meteoric rise to the top of the LPL, but he was alongside players like Shanks, Hope, and Kael. So maybe that experience coming over here to this team that has similar aspirations of making that big leap. Maybe he'll have that opportunity here.
And again, we're not that far away, right? The regular season, I believe, ends February 6th. There's a video on the LPL YouTube. Rafa's got a really nice format explainer. There's a short there that I watched. Would recommend going and watching that. Shout out Rafa. But I think that's the date. And after that, you know, like you said, the play-ins, little kind of be eliminated or, you know, make it to this playoff stage where top 8, which is if you make it to the playoffs, you get into Group Ascend. There's only a double round robin, so you play against these teams twice. There's not a ton of matches because there's only 4 teams in your group. And then it's the kind of do or die situation, right? There's only so many stage games that these players are going to have to get through, that they have to practice with. You've only got a certain amount of time to build up that synergy before you're eliminated until Split 2 potentially, which is something that I would personally not... I would like to see both these teams in the playoffs. That would be really cool. Specifically, LNG, I think that this is a really nice team. I was a fan of Croco and Bulldog in the LCK. More Croco so than Bulldog, but I think Missing has had some really high highs as well. And being eliminated before you've even really started, 2-3 weeks and that's it, does feel pretty bad.
So far, they're looking like they're going to try to avoid that, at least at this point. Looking good in this game as well. And remember, LNG beat teams like Weibo and JDG in the Demacia Cup, albeit, Demacia Cup, you always have to add that asterisk. But with the expectation that they had, the roster that they have, and also some of the results that they had, a lot to be excited about, not only in Nirvana, but beyond for LNG. See if LGD can put a stop to it here around this dragon, which has just spawned. 1xN getting very powerful. You can see those rockets chunking down members of the opposition. As now mid lane push will be controlled once again by your blue representatives. You see as well Bulldog making his way down as Croco will engage with that audacious charge and force Tangyuan back to base.
Nice little plate gold here from Sasa. The dragon has spawned. Public execution.
Yeah, on the Bulldog. Chunk to half HP, but now Sasa is going to be taking some of that tower aggro. Most notably at this point, though, is that Bulldog does not have a teleport, and Sasa does have his if they want to go for a play, but instead it looks like LGD have abandoned the bottom side of the map. They're going to allow for Croco to get their second dragon of the game and set up that advantage for LNG along with this bottom lane tier 1 turret. Another instance here, Jay Beto, of LNG getting a lot without LGD getting much in response.
Yeah, this is a really nice play from LNG. If LGD were all grouped up topside, make that dive happen, get a kill, plus the tower, maybe some plates on that tier 2, because again, pushing those tier 2s, not killing the whole thing is worth more this season. That'll be an even trade. They don't get the kill. They only just now get the tower, so that makes it feel a little better. But they lost the tower and bot lane and the Drake with no kills happening. Caitlyn Karma is something you play for the priority. You need to be set up in the river early with your range, with this Anivia, and if you need to snap with a trap later, public execution with the trap there, or Cataclysm with the stun from Tangyuan. But when they're not together like this, the LNG roster loves their side lanes, right? The Rumble, the Rise, Croco, no fear.
Potential positioning area here for Xiaoya, but he's able to use the 90 caliber net to escape. Bubble lands onto Tangyuan. Means that LNG now have to go on the retreat. Teleport from Sasa means that all 5 members of LGD committed to this play, and LNG burned nothing except for a tidal wave and a heal from Missing. All in the meanwhile, waves are being cleared here for LNG. Bulldogs getting plates up in the top lane. Another instance of LNG winning out on the trade.
If that was on purpose for the TP from Sasa, that was a genius macro play. They say, okay, we don't have an answer for this bot lane play right now. We want to try to get something out of LGD. This TP would be really nice. Let's pretend to overforce, be ready to leave. They get the TP, they use the tidal wave to heal, the bubble is nice, and they leave. They get the TP out of Sasa. Now Sasa has to go top lane from fear of maybe a Baron play happening. When this dragon comes back up, Sasa won't have TP if they can chunk this Ambessa early. Sasa will have to either go in at 1 HP or let's say half, waste a flash maybe, or even just base and not be around for the fight at all. So I really like that play from LNG.
Bit of a slower game than perhaps you might be used to if you're just tuning into the LPL, but methodical is the name of the game at this point for LNG. They've got a nice scaling composition. Corki at 2 items. You got Bulldog on the rise with 2 items as well. And of course, their 5v5 will continue to be strong. Or they could just, of course, stick Bulldog in a side lane and have that pressure be there as well. LGD, though, time potentially is ticking for them. They're not scaling in the same capacity, at least at this point. Xiaoya and this Caitlyn never really got that advantage that we were looking for from them. And so now the question is, how do they find a way back into this game, specifically with the mid-jungle being such a disadvantage in the gold department at this point?
I mean, I was promised some, trenches fighting to the death here, Grapes. We had 5 kills in 5 minutes. and then
Yeah.
1 in 20 after that.
There's two styles of Group Nirvana games. One where there's 10 kills in 5 minutes, and one where there's 10 kills in maybe like 50 minutes. I think we're getting option B right now. That could be a concern, where we're seeing LNG build advantages, but not seeing them find fights that they're confident enough to take. Will that become an issue against higher level teams? Maybe. But right now, it looks like they're continuing to maintain their advantage. Xayah and 1xN trading in the mid lane, but that's all it's going to be. Just a couple auto attacks back and forth. We're just waiting for that one big fight to eventually break this game open.
I have to say, for the skill level of the LPL and Nirvana in general, having a macro-focused game is a really good thing, especially when the gold is being focused onto crucial members of the team. You look at the gold for LNG and you think, why is it under 2,000 gold? Okay, well, YCX has a gold lead. It's Karma who got first blood. Nami is not getting an injection of gold to even that up. That is staying the same the entire game until one of them gets a last hit by KSing someone, right? So that's 400 of the gold lead. And the other one is a little bit of CS from Sasa after that, gank in top earlier and an assist and then maybe some plates, right? Again, 400 gold lead in a matchup like this, they both have 2 items, means nothing. The goal is all situated in the middle of the game. 1.1k up for Croco, 1.6k up for Bulldog. That's quite important. If Bulldog is able to finish his 3rd item here, which is he's just finished now, this actualizer item that I think is really, really strong. LNG are actually significantly stronger than LGD, even if the number isn't super high. It's sole point here if LNG get it, and again, LGD have no prio. They're kind of walking around blindfolded.
And they don't have that engaged support. YCX plays a lot of Rel in his time. Things like the Leona, the Nautilus. Not this time. He's out of Karma. He's going to be forced onto Hung, one of the newer members of this LGD team, to force the initiative, make plays, unless it's Sasa who teleports right in the mid lane, but also into 3 members of LNG. Meanwhile, Kronko's fighting a 1v3 and winning at that with the Crescent Guard being popped. Tidal Wave hits onto Tongyeon, he's forced to flash away, and now is getting burned alive by the Equalizer. A free kill given over to LNG as they will claim control of the mid lane and make their way down towards their 3rd dragon.
Another dash in here from 1xN, sorry.
Oh, takes a ton of damage as well from Sheer. He flashes in and lands the Electro Harpoon to seal the deal on the LGD 80 carry. Hung in some trouble as well, and the public execution does not connect onto 1xN either. So, another kill, another tier 2, and hey, they eventually got that dragon as well. That's the fight that LNG were looking for as the gold lead balloons to 3.5k.
Yeah, that was a massive explosion, Grapes. Feel like LS should be happy with that fight. He's a big proprietor of this Xin Zhao with Enchanter. And, I mean, you can really see why. Croco, targeted by 3 people here, goes in onto YCX, getting buffed up by missing, uses the Crescent Guard, which is such a strong jungle item, turns on a Tongyeon, winning the 1v3 here with a little bit of support from missing. If you want to count that as a 2v3, fine. But then Bulldog, Sheer with the Equalizer rotate in, and there's just nothing else that LGD can do. Really nice aggression from 1xN. We've seen this from him all game so far, but it finally pays off. Sheer flashes forward. And LGD, their comp is so reliant on A, making plays with this pick-style comp, finding an Mbessa and a Cataclysm onto someone, and having priority in the river. Setting up Caitlyn traps, poking people down with the range. LNG just keep running at LGD, and they just win in this close-range battle.
Yeah, and this is where the jungle matchup's going to become even more difficult. At this point, Hung, not much, I should say, than a glorified support. Meanwhile, Croco, with missing by his side, with 3 full items, bit of a stat stick on LGD's composition, and he's going forward onto Xayah! A one-shot of the enemy 80 carry, and it might be another kill onto YCX as well. Public execution from Sasa is not going to be enough to try to save his life, as the rest of LNG are going to collapse upon him. The Equalizer slowing him down, and Sheer will pick up another kill. It is a 3-0 in favor of LNG, and they're not done just yet. Realm Warp underneath the tier 3 turret to lock down Hung and take the Jarvan down. Only Tongyeon remains, as it is a 5v1 on the map for LNG, as they can look for the mid lane turret, they could look for the Baron. The whole world is their oyster at this point.
It really feels though LNG were waiting for 3 items on Rise. That's the trigger pull. Okay, they were on Soul Point, or getting to Soul Point, sorry. But as soon as Bulldog got this actualizer item, 1XN got his 3 items too. Every time LGD walk in, LNG say, you're not allowed to be here. We fight you and we win. And they do. Croco is driving this team forward, playing with missing all the time. Baron will go over and picture in picture. Look at that. WER flash to get into the team. And everyone follows Croco. There is so much damage coming out of Rise, coming out of Corki. Croco is the one leading the charge. And there's nothing LGD can do in this game.
What a performance here by Croco on the Xin Zhao. An addition that people maybe were hesitant to fully support for a team that had high aspirations like LNG. But so far, he has had a great return to the LPL stage. Looking to win his 3rd straight game of the regular season. LNG are now up 7,000 gold, have that Baron, are going to have an opportunity to claim the Ocean Soul in just 100 seconds time. And time is running out right now for LGD.
I mean, LGD as an organization in 2023 got to Worlds with Scout, I believe. And that was a while ago. Haven't been back since. Bulldog has to flash away, but Croco, oh my god.
And now Croco, he just has such a big opportunity to go once again on to Xiaoya. Same result here in the mid lane. Tongyuan flashes away from that Realm Warp, but only sends in missing, but that's another big member down for LGD as they have lost 8 kills in a row to the might of LNG.
Yeah, we're back to, what is it, situation 1. Choice A in the multiple choice question for how many kills are we going to get in Group Nirvana. This has been another, like 10 or so in under 10 minutes. LNG waiting, biding their time until they felt the scaling had come in. And it's on these 3 items from Bulldog and 1XN that they just keep going forward. They take the Soul fight, or the Soul Point fight, they get the Baron, and no fear at all here.
And sheer style in on Tongyuan as well. Gets away from Hung, flag and drag, stays safe, and now rejoins his team to take this bottom lane inhibitor. The Baron buff's available for another minute or so, but LNG don't want to push for the end. Instead, they will go for the higher percentage play down towards the Ocean Soul, unless Hung has something to say about it. He pops the equalizer onto Croco, but look at the equalizer onto the back end here from Sheer, burning apart LGD and sending them straight back to their fountain.
Okay, it was a slow start, but I think LNG looked great. They scale, they played the macro well, and now every player is conservative but aggressive. 1XN is constantly Wing forward. Croco not afraid to just stand in the Cataclysm, press ult, and fight Hung. But they don't have a play. The equalizer was great. It did a lot of damage. It slowed everybody on LNG. And someone on the team said, no, we wait. Let's get Soul. Let's play for next Baron. I mean, the silver lining here for LGD is they do get an Elder fight. Maybe in 5.5 minutes if that happens. But I don't really think you're going that long. Maybe if LGD can get an Elder flip, that would be nice. A Baron flip could be nice too. But LNG seem very interested in just fighting you to the death at this point. So I'll like to take a look back at the items in a second when I can see them. But we've got 10,000 gold lead. Yeah, 4 items on Bulldog, 4 items on 1XN. And listen, if it hasn't even finished 2.
He's going to get caught out by the public execution of Sasa, but not going to be taken down just yet. A lot of resources to try to just kill the enemy support. And look at the havoc that Sheer and Bulldog are wreaking on the back end of the team fight. It's the egg pop. Bulldog gets the final blow. And now Xiaoya is getting hit up and taken down as a double kill in for the Korean Rise. And that should do it. Only YCX remains. And he will watch his base crumble with LNG claiming game 1.
All that for just me, says Missing. And LNG will walk in easy fashion and clean up this game, Grapes.
LNG bided their time. They scaled up and they capitalized. Game 1 will go to them. It was, a little bit more of an extended fight than we were thinking at the start of this one, Jay Beto. But they looked pretty good once they finally got that ball rolling.
I really love the LNG slow playstyle. It does really remind me of more of a Korean style. Wait, scale, macro. We're going to get these objectives. We're going to try to deny cross maps, get our own cross maps. And then when we feel like we're stronger than you, we're just going to run you down. There's nothing you can do anymore. LGD push out of the game. And my concern is not that LGD lost this game. My concern is that they had bot push the entire game. This is how Caitlyn Karma works. And you really need to be... The next step from that is get that bot prio / mid prio when Caitlyn goes mid and transition that into being in river first for Drakes. And that never happened. LGD were never at an objective first. They got the first dragon. It was the only objective they touched for the rest of the game. I hope that this isn't a trend we see in this series of LGD picking something and not playing to its strengths appropriately, because when you're taking these all-in team fights, especially small skirmishes like they were, Ryze, Corki, Xin Zhao, Rumble, champions that really love that.
Yeah, and it just seemed like LGD were either over-forcing or not forcing hard enough, depending on the time of game, right? It was Hung on the Jarvan. We were excited about what he was able to do throughout the early part of the season, but did not have the best reads in terms of finding plays onto Bulldog in the mid lane. And Krako, player who we were talking about before this game, as being somebody who was always very proactive, always able to get out on the map, didn't have to be, because he just waited for Hung to be in these bad positions, punished him, got off to that early lead, and that was the snowball that began to roll and roll and roll until it was eventually just one of the strongest Xin Zhaos you will see on Summoner's Rift, taking over this game and winning it for LNG.
Yeah, that was very, very strong. That was a very, very strong Xin Zhao performance, and partly due to the way that LNG were responding to what he was doing. You know, whenever Xin Zhao was going in, LNG were following up. Wherever Kroko went, Missing was there. 1xN was Wing in as well. Bulldog was sending Realm Warp under tier 3 inhibitor turret. But it was only like, what, a 1k lead at a time? It went under 1k. I think I saw 700 gold lead at a time. And there were small leads, sure, for Bulldog and for Kroko. But again, I don't love what we saw out of the bot lane from LGD. Xiaoya and YCX, like, generating prio is one thing, but your team doesn't have an engaged support. You've got very little engage as a whole. You know, Hung going in and sacrificing himself, or Sasa doing the same thing. This was one of the issues, I guess, I kind of, we were talking about in draft, where, okay, they've committed to the range, but now you've got not as much team fighting. You don't have a dive. It doesn't really work with this Ambessa that well. And if you aren't setting up in the river, getting these dragon stacks, you know, then taking team fights later on against this LNG team is going to be almost impossible.
And it was impossible as once we got to a certain point. Bulldog able to turn that lead that he got from some of those ganks in the mid lane into a very, very strong Ryze performance. And then we saw, of course, just a masterclass, I should say, from Krako on the Xin Zhao. Had a little bit of help from Missing, obviously, getting shielded up, healed up here on the Nami, but that Xin Zhao was fearless, was able to do a ton of stuff across the map, and forced all these fights where he's potentially in positions where he wouldn't normally be able to be in, but just that's how strong that this champion was in this game and against this competition.
Yeah, this was kind of what felt like the real turning point here. Kroko winning a 1 versus 3, and one of those members is a Jarvan, who can fight in that Crescent Guard and maybe do enough. It's the very fast snaps from LNG as a whole. This is another one where 1xN is just dashing forward. This team is super aggressive, but when needed, they're conservative with their aggression. They don't make mistakes, or they haven't in this series so far. This is supposed to be the match where LNG test themselves against everyone else in Group Nirvana. You know, they played against OMG, Ultra Prime. You know, it's a bit whatever when it comes to LNG. I think that they're a really great team. But this is the team that's supposed to contest them and is really supposed to put them through the works and show us, okay, how good is Group Nirvana? How good really is LNG? And I'm being a massive Game 1 Andy here, but this game looked controlled from front to back from LNG. It looked like they knew what they were doing. They had a plan, and they executed perfectly. Yeah,
they've never really needed to put themselves in an uncomfortable position. Perhaps stronger teams will be able to do that to them, but so far, this cool, calm, and collected gameplay has been working out for LNG. Allows for their carries, their strong carry players, I should say, in 1xN, maybe even you can consider Sheer in that category, to get to the point in the game where they are their strongest. And that is something that perhaps was plaguing 1xN during his time on Thunder Talk last year. They just wanted to, they were just waiting and hoping for them to get to the team fights. They were never able to get into a good position for that, especially towards the back end of that year. But now 1xN truly has been unlocked, and I think it's with a large part because of the help that Croco and Bulldog have been able to provide.
I think that it should probably be a Croco MVP for me, for my vote. That's what it would be. He's everywhere, pushing the team forward. And not to say that, players like Bulldog or 1xN even had like bad series. I know we wanted to talk a lot about 1xN, but it's hard when someone like Croco puts on that solid of a display. When he comes into the head-to-head featured matchup that we were talking about earlier and kind of dumpsters on Hung. Okay, it was a team effort too, but that 1v3 was not. That is a potential spot where Croco is caught. Okay, missing supports him a little bit, but enchanters are just a little bit of buffs, right? At the end there, it's still a Karma with a Jarvan and an Anivia. That should be a decent amount of damage to chew through maybe this Xin Zhao, but not only wins the MVP. Good. 3.
If I'm not mistaken.
That means every game, right? He's won.
Yeah, I see a 3 down
every
there.
game.
They've only played 3 games this season, so that is just a testament to what Croco has been able to do. Of course, we highlighted this jungle matchup specifically, and so far Croco has been winning out on that. So congrats to him and his team LNG, but there's still more work to be done, as it's, of course, a best of 3. We're going to swap the sides around, swap the first selections around, whatever that may be, see if LGD have an opportunity to respond in game number 2. But before we head over to a short break, we have to give a big thank you to all of you watching here on LPL English. And if you would like to support us here on LPL English, you can consider becoming a Coffee member, as Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, with the vast majority of your contributions going directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it also pays on-air talent and us content creators. So you can subscribe to the Coffee. It is linked in the chat right now to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. Once again, big thank you to all of us here on the LPL English, to you guys, especially you guys on Coffee. Check the link out in the chat, and while you do that, we'll head to this short break before we get to game 2. Back here with game number 2 of our Group Nirvana showdown between LNG Esports and LGD Gaming. It is LNG to get the first mark here in this best of 3. They won in 30 or so minutes, 33 or so minutes, but it was definitely a bit of a one-sided battle at that. We'll see if LGD has a response here in game number 2. Grapes and Jay Beto here with the call, and LGD need something, just a little spark here, Jay Beto, because it was not looking great in that first game for them.
Yeah, I don't even necessarily hate their draft there. I just think, maybe just go team fighting. You know, if LNG want to do that, that would be a really nice answer back. To say, okay, we see what you did. We're going to do it better. And, you know, Wukong, Talia, Vi, Ari, those are really nice selections there. There is still the potential to try to take some of these priors that have been getting banned. Probably not the Jace, maybe the Nico, but getting a Varus would be nice. Or, you know, an Orianna is really nice too. These are a lot of champions that can really dictate the game, dictate these fights, would be something that's really nice. But LNG looking pretty hot right now. They're looking red hot. And in that game, there was nothing LGD could really do past a certain point. That's a worry, you know, if you feel, oh, okay, LNG aren't really doing anything, and then snap, it's over. That's how that game kind of felt.
It felt like, you know, just never were in a position after that first gank in the mid lane. And we talked a lot about Hung and YCX and their ability so far to roam around the map, make plays together. Didn't really happen in that last game. And I think another part of that is Tangyuan in the mid lane. He was on Anivia. That's not a champion that can roam around. But when we were talking to Bloxer, who, of course, was doing a lot of prep for this series before the internet got him, we're talking about how, you know, it's not just Hung and YCX, but Tangyuan also gets involved in these plays. That's why some of his most played champions are things like the Ryze and the Talia that have semi-globals, can get across the map. That has been what we have been impressed by him with throughout his kind of re-emergence here in the Demacia Cup after having a bit of a disappointing season on RNG last year. Hoping to see a little bit of a better showing from Tangyuan this time around, and maybe a change in the champion pool and the champion play style could help him out with that.
I'd love for LGD to, with their first select now, take first pick and go something that allows that playstyle, you know, whether it is that Talia to roam around and have impact on the map, whether it's a Vi for a potential Talia or Ari pairing, whether it's a Nocturne or an Orianna, or, you know, to pair that together. It could be a Wukong as well that's looked pretty strong now that both Zinzao and Jarvan are down. I think that LGD had both red side and counter pick last game, and we know teams have been picking blue side, so there is strength to that. And for a long time, first pick has been stronger, unless you're really good at counter picking. But we're in draft now. Looks like LGD again have opted to take the red side and second pick.
So it looks like LGD, now that they've lost the game, have opted to pick second, and that is going to be a bit of an interesting choice. It seems like both sides are kind of happy being in these specific positions as LNG decides to take the blue side of the map. So we're going to be very similarly oriented. We're seeing very similar bans across the board, at least so far. That Varus, of course, not going to be playable for Xiaoya, as is that LeBlanc for Tangyuan. But being that we're in Fearless, going to see some different champions. An early Pantheon was one of Krako's most played in 2025.
And for LGD, they're banning away these two incredibly strong mid laners, the Azir and the Orianna. I understand they're strong. You don't really want to play against them, but there is a Vi. Again, you could go Vi Talia here, Vi Ari. That is something that I wanted to see. The Aphelios is okay. I think it's got a really high output, but I'm unconvinced in some games at the prio of this ADC over something like a Yunara. I think Yunara, in my eyes, irks it out, and having neither of these champions prioritized in the last draft surprises me that the Aphelios is a first pick. It will still be the Vi, so essentially here saying we're happy with the Talia or the Ari. I could see LNG also taking one of them. It's a good pairing with Pantheon. So having two mids up, they want to take away this Vi.
Yeah, similar identities here for the Vi and for the Pantheon in the jungle position. Lock down one specific target, allow for follow-up CC, follow-up damage from your mid laner, or maybe even some other players as well.
Oh.
That's why we see things like the Taliyah go alongside it. Is we're going to get a very big switch-up in the bottom lane here. 1xN and Missing going for the Ziggs-Leona combo, presumably. Now, this is not only going to be 1xN's first Ziggs game of the season, this is Missing's first game on a melee champion this season as well. So, big changes here, and perhaps it's LNG playing with their food a little bit, knowing that they have that 1-0 lead.
This at least feels like something that LNG have prepared. They were ready for. There's the RA pairs with the fire. That was nothing too spectacular, but it's the speed that this was locked away that surprises me the most. Seems like LNG, as soon as they saw this Aphelios, because Ziggs is not necessarily good into Vi. That's more of like a Zyra Khan type angle, which is something that I'm surprised we haven't seen priority with the Essence Reaver Spellblade, the Zyra. But the Ziggs Leona was like, yep, this is what we're going. We're going this dive comp. Again, Ziggs is a dive champion. I know that sounds strange, but because he's an artillery mage with long distance abilities, he functions in a dive comp really well. The Leona goes in, the Pantheon goes in on top, the Ziggs ult lands on everyone's head to participate in the dive. A Taliyah would be great if it doesn't get banned away, but it probably should be. And then after that, I mean, it could be Ziggs mid, it could be a Kai'Sa from bot, or even an MF would be quite nice to further facilitate that range damage follow-up.
Yeah, I mean, the Akali definitely is something that can match that dive playstyle that Krakow has already gone for. Wonder if the Taliyah will be banned away by LGD now, as it looks like LNG is focusing bans towards YCX, who again does more prefer some of those Warden champions. Things like the Thresh, the Braum has been something that he's played pretty frequently throughout his career so far. No Nautilus going to be available against the Leona as well, so taking away things that could be good into this Leona pairing. So waiting for a support, and then most likely a top laner here for LGD.
Leaving ADC counterpick. It does make sense. Sorry, top lane counterpick. I am so blind. I don't know. I think my mic was covering the Aphelios for a second there.
Thing back in the day, so you know. Don't count yourself
Maybe if
out.
the Shy comes back, he'll have to bring it out this year. I think he was one who played Kalista top. Top lane counterpick. That makes a lot more sense. So this should be Aurora top. I would be really surprised if they're playing double mage carries. Oh, they are.
Yeah.
Wow.
Interesting. So,
all right.
Kind of a pseudo dive champ here in the Aurora for Bulldog, and then a full-on all-in comp, or up in the top lane for Sheer on the Renekton. Going to be matched up against Sasa on the Jax. See if he goes for that AP build, although maybe AD is more preferable in this situation. But regardless, a fun composition for LGD. I think they got a little bit more of what they wanted. Xiaoya on the Aphelios definitely provides a good late-game damage backup plan, and then this mid-jungle Hung and Tangyuan gonna want to get active across the map.
This is a better look, in my opinion, from LGD, at least in terms of how the series is playing out. Again, I didn't dislike the draft from last game. They just didn't play to its strengths. I think that giving Hung and Tangyuan something to play off together is really nice. Late game insurance from Xiaoya is great. I was talking to you, I can't remember if it was live or not, about this new Jax build.
Yeah,
we
talked about it.
Is it Dusk and Dawn? Dusk and Dawn full AP Jax that's been going around. That's would be really nice to see. It's a lot of wave clear, a lot of burst damage. You're not as tanky, but you still are able to go the Zhonya's. I'm not fully sure on the build. It might be like a Riftmaker angle for the Jax. That does make sense to me. But I like this LGD draft. We're going to be team fighting. Let's team fight.
A lot of stuff on the table here for LNG. LGD as well. Need to bounce back after a bit of a tough game showing last time around. Again, battle for first place in Group Nirvana is on the line here. Will LNG be able to prevail? Again, a lot of people had them as the favorites in this group here in their home arena. Or will it be LGD taking us to a decisive game number 3? About to find out as we head on to the Rift for game number 2.
Oh. I can hear them. They're quiet, but I can hear them. There are some. Maybe the crowd mic's not turned up super loud tonight. But nonetheless, we are here, Grapes, on our second, potentially final game of the night, as LNG did win that game fairly convincingly, but it was off the back of very aggressive start and some pretty aggressive trading in the bot and mid lane right now. So both teams still coming out hot. as they did in that first game. We did have like a 20-minute interim period in that second game where nothing really happened. It was a lot of macro plays, and even then a lot of just farming, ping-ponging waves back to each other. One thing I will say for LGD, last game they lacked engage. They do not lack it this game. They have a Rel. They have an Ari to follow up and even start some off. They have Hung, who's maybe going to flush this wall, or are you just going to punch it? Okay, if he could get these Krugs, this is a little risky.
Well, Krako's only going to be level 2 as well. The only thing is he has the red buff here. And Hung, I think, was hoping that Krako was going to start towards the top side of the map, so ends up just wasting some time here after taking his first buff of the game. Now making his way back towards his own set of camps on the bottom side. Top lane, not too much in terms of pushing power for Sheer just yet. And speaking of push, that's what 1xN is doing down in the bottom lane here on the Ziggs.
Yeah, Hung takes a gamble. Unfortunately, doesn't pay off, as I'm sure a lot of our LPL chatters will know. That doesn't, you know, they don't always pay off. And Hung will be later on the clear. It doesn't really lose anything outside of time and maybe access to the top scuttle, but he does have information that Kroko started bot side, which is important. It means that Sasa will be prepared for it, and it means that Hung, while has not as fast access to the scuttle, will know immediately to run down to the bot side and go for that scuttle instead.
I was kind of confused as to what Hung was doing. He sat in the bush for a little bit after, you know, seeing that the red buff was gone, and then kind of seemed like we almost visualized him going through some internal dialogue in his head, trying to figure out if he would win a fight at level 2 against Krako, who had the red buff, and then decided against it. Ends up not going for the Raptors even, not even, you know, just immediately going back. It was just a weird middle ground that results in him being very far behind on his clear right now.
So Kroko thinks that Hung is bot side right now because he hasn't seen the contest on the scuttle. Kroko is fully sure that Hung is bot side, so his bot lane is playing much safer because of it. But Hung's actually just incredibly late on his clear, hasn't been spotted on the wave, and will be able to reset, and it's going to be close. Hopefully, go for this Scuttle Crab. There's no vision to show. He did, but it should be back up. It's up back now, so he will have this smite up. Hung should be able to base after this, get, you know, what, double longsword or longsword, Ruby Crystal, the same as Kroko, and even though that awkward start happens, Kroko will only now on the wards, he question mark pinged Hung. So they now know what happened. But
he was
up until then,
just like us.
Yeah.
That was a weird one, especially if you're Kroko and you didn't see all that we saw, and it's just somehow the jungler is just a little bit further behind from you than you're perhaps anticipating. Nobody could have, you know, when you're visualizing opposing jungle paths, you're not thinking, okay, he's going to do blue, then sit in my red buff pit for 15 seconds and then go back after doing nothing. That's not normally what goes into the calculus.
Yeah, the base is the same. Literally bought the exact same thing, including the same jungle starter, so it's completely fine. YCX has no mana, so that crash down was a little bit ambitious. Weren't going to be able to get anything off else after that, but I mean, if you're Kroko, if I'm Kroko there, I'm definitely going back after this game, no matter what happens, and just saying, guys, can we just check what Hung did? Not only is it funny, but it is actually an important scouting tool. If Hung does do that, and Kroko starts topside, that is a really good, you know, that's a really good play that Hung makes. It only looks silly because Kroko, he gambled the 50-50, Kroko started bot side. This is a really nice sit here.
Yeah, he's going to just immediately be able to land that empowered spear onto Hung.
He punched in.
A chunk of damage back, though, and with the pressure that Bulldog has in the mid lane, will make sure that Kroko will not be in danger, and it is actually Levi to steal away those Raptors, or at least secure his own Raptors, I should say, as he makes his way back towards the top side of the map.
Well, we've wasted time on Kroko now because he sat in that bush, so the clear is basically dead even. It's not easy to secure away from Pantheon, who has Q smite up. So, well played by Hung to secure that big raptor, the big chicken. Hope it tasted nice. But yeah, Kroko wasted some time on his own, so we're basically back to even in clearing. Hung taking another base here. Dragon is up. It's just supports around here right now. Maybe Hung, with this base from Tongyuan, can come out and do this Drake. It would be nice to get another similar start to game 1. In terms of positives for LGD, they got that first Dragon in game 1. Starting it off for game 2 would be quite nice.
It has
Is this
spawned.
Roa Ari?
Yeah, we've seen this, I think, on and off over this last season. I think a lot of us here on the desk, I think Cubby, not the biggest fan of this. You feel like if you're Ari, you got to be doing a lot. You got to be doing damage. You got to be one-shotting people.
Yeah.
It's a weird middle ground. I think we've seen a lot of Aris in the LPL go for. I know Nymera's streaming the games right now. I'm curious to see what he thinks as well. But yeah, unusual to say the least.
He's a big Dark Seal enjoyer, which means damage. I don't know. Hung back here again. I would have to say I agree with Cubby. I'm not really convinced by it. We'll have to see. There is a lot of damage. It's not AP Jax, which I am a little disappointed by. So if it's Roa Ari, tank Jax, the damage onus for most of this game. Okay, Ari will get damage later. Like, that's just how the Roa build works. But the damage is on Xiaoya. Xiaoya needs to perform, you know, if it's maybe a collector start, or I've seen some Stormrazor could be nice too. Maybe it's a Yuntao start if Xiaoya gets enough gold, but there isn't a ton of actual damage coming out of LGD.
Another game, another slow start here for LNG, which I think it still makes sense, albeit maybe not as much scaling as game number 1 had, but 1xN is certainly going to provide a lot of damage, and then of course those team fights are going to hit eventually. It's interesting to see a team kind of adopt a very set playstyle, at least in terms of how their games so far have gone. They want to scale, they want to be the team fighting team, and so far that has worked here for them in this season. Guess we're gonna have to just continue to wait and see how that will continue to fare, as the competition will get tougher and tougher as you progress throughout the season of LPL.
Nice. Oh, nice base cancel. Sasa ults, but no mana. That means that's the end of that. So Sheer not only cancels the base, Sasa's going to lose this wave. I mean, he does have TP, so should be able to get back for it. He does stay. Okay. Not too bad. Cancels the base, stays. This gives pride to Croco. He's able to start up these grubs. Sheer will keep Sasa in lane here, so the Croco is fully aware. He is completely okay to continue doing these grubs. Ooh, miss from YCX. Just a grub for dragon trade. This is... Oh, actually, never mind.
Here comes the Grand Starfall onto Hung. Across the river goes Croco and Bulldog coordinating on this play. And they're going to be able to chunk out the enemy jungler. One more auto does not proc the passive, but the weirding does, and Bulldog will pick up first blood. Two-man Solar Flare,
wow.
And there's the Mega Inferno Bomb as well. LNG looking to try to burst it down LGD, but Xiaoya with the red and white guns able to get a kill back, and is still able to pump out a bunch of damage before Bulldog eventually shuts him down. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of LNG, and now the teleport has come forward, as it's going to be Sasa looking to rejoin the fight, with Bulldog without a flash. Will get stunned up at a counter-strike and taken down. A shutdown goes the way of Sasa, and we're evened up at 2 in game 2.
It's a great TP from Sasa to save that play, but LNG look scary. The fast decision from Croco to ult onto the Dragon Pit, pushing out Hung. Croco gets the Dragon as well because he has Smite, there's no jungler involved. Missing with a really nice ult onto 2 people, and Croco goes back up after securing 1 grub and gets the other 2. Just, if we ignore the Sasa great roam, which I'm not going to ignore, but if we ignore it for a second, that was a full net positive for LNG where they win across the board. Sasa saves it, so this is barely on vision with a ward in the pit that's hidden. Really nice stun buffer, Bluetooth stun. Bulldog chases out Hung with the roam from 1xN, so that it pinches Hung, but in the top side, look, missing, forcing away Xiaoya. Croco gets the dragon, double stun. There's that Ziggs dive aspect I was talking about. And yes, Croco dies, some gold over to Xiaoya, but this core of LNG that continues to fight is so strong. It's only saved by the fact that this TP is not on vision. If they saw this earlier, before the Zenith Blade goes in, Bulldog might not die. He only knows here, no flash. Really nice shutdown.
And so, Sasa able to save things a little bit, but LNG still feeling good, especially off of getting that dragon. It is, once again, Croco and Bulldog there to coordinate on that play. You see the ultimate come on the other side, and you're like, wait, what is Croco even going for? And then you see where it's headed. It's towards the dragon before Bulldog's even fully there. So it is Croco from across the mid lane, the one to get there first to play. And Bulldog is still there to make sure they're able to follow up on that and create a pretty good set of circumstances here for LNG. They're up 1.2 thousand gold at the 11-minute mark, and they're looking in a very similar position, Jay Beto, to how they were in game number 1.
And pretty much all of it's on Bulldog, who's completed this Hextech Rocket Belt. Nice try with that ult. And then you can see the combo from the Ziggs Leona, a bit of a standard that we saw when Ziggs gets picked up last year. But Rocket Belt Aurora, I haven't seen... Oh, Croco, nice roam.
Another beautiful Grand Starfall. Seeing Xiaoya chunked, goes straight in and gets that kill onto the Aphelios. But here comes the rest of LGD. Hung and Tongyuan on this Viari combo. Certainly have damage in their own right, but the Blast Cone going to send them away and make sure that LGD are out safely.
So that's on a control ward. They, like, LGD know that LNG cannot see them in that brush, but they're aware that there's a possibility. They might have seen them walking in from the wards in the mid brush, but very good awareness from LNG. The combo onto Xiaoya, who didn't go cleanse. Oh, sorry, he does have cleanse. I don't know why he didn't cleanse. The slow at least, but enough damage with the Super Mega... No, that's the other one. What is it? Mega Inferno Bomb. I always get those two ults mixed up for some reason. Mega Inferno Bomb onto Xiaoya, and then the Grand Starfill. Another TP in. This time it's only from YCX to allow his mid laner to push out. But yeah, Roa Ari now completed 1 stack. Dark Seal, so, you know, Nymera will be happy about that at least, but no stacks. There's, again, really no damage from this, like, mage assassin Ari champion, and it will be the Yuntal for Xiaoya that hasn't been completed yet, so LGD will still really suffer in damage if Sasa isn't there.
Yeah, you think Viari finally maybe are going to use the first issuance of this cease and desist, but not even going to use it onto Missing just yet. Another Vault Breaker comes through. 2-man Solar Flare going to buy some time, but a lot of crowd control going to go down onto this Leona. Tanky, but not tanky enough, as this should eventually be. No, Hung, just press the ultimate, brother. What are we doing?
Yeah, that's not great. I will say Missing has the Mikhails, which is an insane first item, but does make sense this game. I'm actually loving the support diversity in items after Redemption's got removed from the game, basically. Hasn't, but it got reworked stats to the point that it's not going to get picked first anymore. We've seen 4 different support items so far. I mean, unless YCX also goes Mikhails first this game. We've seen, what was it, the Echoes of Helia and the Imperial Mandate last game. And then this game, it's Mikhails and maybe a Locket this game for YCX would make sense. Bandle Pipes is an option, but on Rel, I'm not quite sure. Really nice live from Missing. But Hung, you do just have to press ult there, man.
I mean, he used the Mikhails. Able to get value out of that, sure. There was another thing to crowd control that Hung could have wanted to use. It seemed like he was waiting, it's like saving it for this dragon fight potentially, which he's not even going to be able to use it for that because Croco is there first and able to claim it. So it kind of goes back to the point that I was trying to make before that play ended up starting. Hung and Tongyuan on Viari. This is right up their wheelhouse. What we've seen in the Demacia Cup, them going for plays together as a duo, being aggressive. But then we see Hung not using his ultimate at all in the first 15 minutes of the game, and Tongyuan going for Rod of Ages. So despite the champions that were picked and our expectations going in, it has not been matched so far in the first 15 minutes of this game.
I have to say, this always, for the most part, goes under the radar, especially on champions like Rel, Leona. But Missing has been all over YCX in this series. The Nami playing with Croco, initiating fights with him or following up on fights, buffing Croco and 1xN, and in this game, providing so much space with the ults, living in that engage. I mean, Missing is a player that has had really high highs. He's caught here, though. Nice flash.
Really nice flash to get away from the Magnus Storm, and now Tongyuan could be in some trouble, but the Empowered Blast Cone, he actually pops it onto the Pantheon to send Croco away. So, play on the bot lane
He has ult.
fails here for LNG, which means that LGD can start off the Rift Herald. Should be able to burst it down rather easily, and no smite in sight for LNG. Sheer pops a Dominus, but is going to get stunned up by the Counter-Strike, and the Rift Herald does get secured by LGD. But here comes the remaining fight. Xiaoya in tremendous trouble and gets taken down by 1xN instantly. Hung going to be in the Rift Herald to keep himself invulnerable for now. Landed Akapanda missing, and Tong Yuan with the final issuance of that ultimate will be able to get the kill onto the Leona. LNG will back away after only losing one, but now Sasa is going to be in some trouble before eventually popping the teleport to get away. The Rift Herald does belong here to LGD, but LNG get another kill on the board.
I did not know you could do that. That tech from Sasa was kind of crazy. Hold the Counter-Strike so that you don't take enough damage to die or get stunned out. Kind of crazy from Sasa, but sure, Hung gets the Herald. It's used immediately. That objective doesn't even count. Really? It's a bit of golden XP. Croco
finds Hung once again, but Sasa is in the right place at the right time. Flash will be traded by both junglers, and it will be Hung able to jump back in and give Sasa his second kill of the game.
I'm going to talk about that fight as if Croco didn't do that, because that wasn't great.
Yep.
He didn't need to flash. He probably could have flashed a save. Yeah, I'm gonna ignore that part. But it's another great dive from LNG. They play this so well. So sure, they miss, but watch Missing's ult. Look who the target is. So here comes the TP from Bulldog, the Grand Starfall Xiaoya. Pushed back by the ult. It looked like the ult dodged, but no, it didn't. What's happening is the ult is placed behind Xiaoya, so he has to walk into Missing to dodge it, and Missing has the Q stun. Instantly, they collapse onto Xiaoya. He dies so fast. And then the Herald... Okay, it did crash it. We didn't see that. I thought he ran away with it, but it did crash, so that's a fair objective. This was cool. Look, he's counter-striking, so he lives.
I did not know that was possible. I'm gonna...
Neither!
My E teleport combo. Mark that down, Jax players, if you want to look cool in front of your friends for next time you're in game.
Okay, Jax players, maybe don't watch this, no? Another Counter-Strike?
He's alright.
It's fine.
That was great. Hey, remember, Leona Q counts as an auto attack. So,
guys, press your E on Jax. It's pretty strong. 1xN.
Good ability. Missing's going to be in a bit of trouble, though, as LGD send all 5 members down here into the bottom side river. Will be alive for this next dragon, though, which is spawning in about 70 seconds. That would be LNG's sole point. Oh, ICX, though, suddenly feeling a little bit confident now in a 4v5, forcing Missing to pop that, or 1xN, I should say, to pop that status charge.
No flash. Did you have to use the heal and the ult? The ult will be back up. Croco nearly walks in too aggressive there. Some mistakes happening in this game. Croco overstepping. Missing's been caught twice now, but he doesn't live that second time. Looks like it was stolen away by Hung there. So, again, nice on the smite, steals away the 50-50s from Croco. If we do get in a situation, we didn't see this game wide. If we do get in a situation where LGD are flipping a Soul or a Baron, maybe you take positive odds for Hung?
Has he used it yet? Am I misremembering? I think he has at this point. The cease and desist. But perhaps not in a moment that has been memorable enough for me to recall at this point.
Hard ability to use.
Yeah, a lot of skill in terms of the VIR. So
again,
understandable.
The game's not done, Grapes, but this is another situation where, at face value, this is LGD not really playing a comp to its strengths. Okay, they're only down 1,000 gold, but it's a very similar story where LNG kind of walk forward. They've made some mistakes this game. LGD have more kills, but I haven't seen a Vi combo once this game. We're 20 minutes in.
Is that they could potentially fight around this dragon. Sasa does have his teleport back up, although Sheer does as well. But it's LNG with full control of the mid lane, and because of that, the bottom side river where this dragon currently does lie. Waiting to see if LGD want to face check right now. YCX getting chunked down a little bit by Bulldog. And LNG are comfortable to just sit here and not actually start the dragon, clear out another wave, and force LGD to make a mistake on their own.
Invisible is Bulldog fishing, but again, LGD no prior. They have engaged this time. Both top laners have TP.
Yeah, YCX going to go for that phase check, but doesn't end up using that crash down offensively. Teleports have been traded by Sasa and Sheer as all 5 members of both squads are now in the mid lane. Gonna be a reset here for YCX to allow for LGD to get back into a better position. Croco using that shield to buy a little bit of movement speed and forcing Tongyeon to pop the Spirit Rush and get away. Still has 2 procs of that ultimate, but it will be LNG to start off this Dragon. Try to give themselves soul point. Tongyeon dashes over the wall, does not land the charm. That means that LNG should be able to control this area.
Hung has his R button still. This is a great time to use it.
Will the target be? In goes Sheer, landing that stun onto Hung, but look at the collapse. Bulldog has been taken down by Xiaoya, who is red-white and already has a double kill in this team fight, forcing Sheer back, but he's on the wrong side of the rift, and Sasa will take him down. A decisive team fight for LGD, gets them 3 kills and the Dragon.
What an engage from YCX. As you said, Grapes, who's the target for LNG? It was Hung. They snap onto Hung. They know that that R button is so crucial, but they forgot about the other R button. YCX does so much. I'm going to have to hold my point here because Baron is being started. Croco is still around.
And Bulldog has teleport in 5 seconds time. Going to be difficult for the Pantheon to get into the pit, but maybe they can win a team fight afterwards. But that's not going to be the option that LNG go for. Teleport to the bot lane to reset a wave here for Bulldog. And actually, the Baron has been reset. LGD didn't think that LNG were going to go for we're going to allow them to take it. And so they end up backing off and allowing the Baron Nashor to live.
Take a look back here. So the engage is onto Hung, but it doesn't really link up. Hung's able to flash away. YCX. Flash R, crash out onto 3. Big Moonlight Vigil from Xiaoya unleashes with red-white so many chakrams. Great fight from LGD. Hung getting the flash out there is crucial. It means that LNG have to overstep too far, and that's what allows YCX to engage with this. It wasn't the Bandle Pipes, but it is the 4th support item this series so far. First item, the Zeke's Convergence that now gives ultimate ability haste. Really nice item on champions like Rel, like Rakan, who need that engage up often, and YCX takes his team to the first real gold lead that LGD have had.
Now Sasa with a lot of strength picked up, 2 full items, and I see an Amptum in that inventory, probably just a Zanya's, but
yeah,
you can see where that's going to continue to go. LGD finally in a good position. Can they continue to capitalize off of it? I think that fight really showed us what they have to do to win, though, Jay Beto. It is going to be big combos from YCX, and Xiaoya really popping off in some of these team fights. But Sasa also in a great position in this one.
It should just be the Zonyas for Sasa. Can't go the Dusk and Dawn item because A, I don't think it builds out of Amp Tome, but also, unfortunately, because he's already got Trinity Force, can't go another Spellblade. It might be, you know, something else, but no, the pretty standard option is the Zonyas. Horizon Focus, Jax, thoughts? You can proc the passive, right? Surely.
Yeah, I'm a pass. I think Zonyas is fine. I think Zonyas is fine.
I think LGD are going to pass too.
We still have the Baron up, remember, because LGD did not end up taking it. And so now it is going to be our red side. Actually with advantage around the river with vision control. Croco going to try to prevent that, but he's going to be met with a Vault Breaker to the face on the side of Hung. Will there be a continued follow-up? Don't think so at this point with LNG fully committed to that mid lane. Here comes Croco though. He uses the Empowered Blast Cone, goes for a big stun on the Hung, but he's going to get bursted down rather easily, and Xiaoya's back in with a Moonlight Vigil to take down 2 more. It is a double kill back in for the Aphelios, and now LGD can start up the Baron for good.
Again, the engage. Bulldog.
Oh, what a charm from max range. Tongyeon finds the target. Bulldog not going to be able to be taken down, but that'll be the nail in the coffin for this Baron fight. LGD going to secure it and maybe even look for more, as LNG were looking for a push in the mid lane instead. Patience is finally rewarded for LGD fans. They get their first major objective of the series.
Not even able to trade that tier 2 in mid. The engage again from LNG is onto Hung, and again it doesn't hit because Hung buffers with his own ult. Xiaoya is able to hit a massive Moonlight Vigil. With this time, it was red-blue. I think it was the Infernum ult, and he just tears LNG to pieces. We'll take a look back. So Croco sends it. I have to give LNG props. It is great that they send it on the empowered blast cone on the Hung, but he gets his ult off. Look. So he isn't able to be hit by either the ult, there, the Mega Inferno Bomb, or the ult from Leona. Xiaoya lands in with a nice double kill. At the beginning of the game, Xiaoya was the one getting caught. He has the cleanse. See how much damage that 1xN does. Imagine if that was Pantheon W as well. He's dead. But instead it's on the Hung every time, so in the last two, and we haven't been able to kill him because the damage hasn't been hitting.
And it didn't really matter for that fight, but Sasa teleport, Sheer did not. Ended up being a 5v4. Not the best opportunity here for Croco to go in onto that target under those specific circumstances. So, bit of a mistake here for our MVP jungler from last game, as LGD will be able to get this Dragon off the back of their Baron power play, and even up that count at 2 as well. Their next focus will be some of these structures in the mid and the bot lane. Seems to be where they are allocating their resources as of now. Sending Xiaoya alongside YCX down towards the bottom lane with Sasa and Tangyuan in mid.
The good news for LNG is while they are losing towers and LGD have a real gold lead for themselves, a really solid one too, it's only 2 Drakes to LGD. It's a while away from Sol. You've got a minute left of Baron. If you can hold on to your base, you will be in an okay spot to fight. The problem is that LGD have done a great job of pushing. We're up 6,000 gold after this Baron play. They were up 700 around about when they won that Dragon fight before. So LNG have really fumbled the ball in this game. It will be a back off from LGD, so that's all that they'll get. With only 30 seconds of Baron left, there's no way that they'll be able to get on this last wave that's spawning now as the last Baron wave that would really hit the tower. So they've gotten a massive goal lead for themselves. LNG have been presented with 2 decisions. Do we ult Hung to try to take out their primary engage? Although we haven't been landing on, and look at that build.
Yeah,
Zeke's Convergence, and the, I can't pronounce this item's name, but the one that gives you a bunch of healing and tenacity when you go below like 30% health.
Protoplasm Harness. Basically Moonbolt on steroids in an item. Very, very strong in terms of just staying alive. You already have the Sunder Sky to do a little bit of damage, so Hung has become an ultimate bot, but that's fine due to the way the rest of his team is playing right now.
Well, this Roa Ari as well, not too far away from actually doing really meaningful damage, has Crypt Bloom, 9 stacks of Darkseal now. We're going again. And
it's going to be on to Tangyuan, but he is tanky with that Rod of Ages in tow. Spirit Rush going to get him away from that extra damage of Bulldog. And that means they're going to get away from now until Croco finally flashes forward and shuts down the Ari. Moonlight Vigil only onto the Pantheon, so that is a big play for LNG, making sure that nothing more is taken after that Baron push.
And Croco did not go onto Xiaoya. He went onto Tangyuan, so that could have been maybe a miscommunication. Sasa has the empowered blast cone. He should be fine to get out of this. No, they're fighting
a little bit here, but then it's going to send Sheer right over as he had beautiful foresight to flash straight in to that blast cone. With the dominance going to stay alive, and Missing's going to help keep him there. It's going to be a big shutdown onto Sasa as Sheer picks up nearly a K. That is another 2 big kills here for LNG, and Croco's able to survive by popping that Aegis as well. They are right back into this game number 2.
And they've halved the gold lead nearly. After this tower, they basically have all the gold that LGD got was off that Baron, and LNG take half of it off with 1 fight and some shutdowns there. The engage, I'm not sure if the play was to split the damage, so Tangyuan gets stunned and Xiaoya takes the Mega Inferno Bomb to the face, but it looks like it's on Xiaoya. It's not. He's slowed, but Croco goes to the left, the Mega Inferno Bomb goes to the right, but now Aphelios no flash. Really nice chase from LNG. They can't engage at this low HP. It's really, the Graviton Moonlight Vigil for the slow is great, and it's beautiful that Sheer is able to flash in. Missing goes in with the Zenith Blade to help out Sheer get that big shutdown, which is a big part that's evened up the gold lead a little bit. It's only now, 2,000 gold left. LGD have stabilized it back up to 4,000 for their lead, but 2 dragons apiece, Grapes, and you've got Tangyuan 1k up, doesn't mean as much right now. Has the Rabadons. If Bulldog can complete this Rabadons, his own, maybe if 1xN can do the same, that will turn into basically a full one-shot onto Xiaoya, which would be absolutely ridiculous. 4 items at 30 minutes on a roll that gets 7 items, 6 plus boots. He's nearly... Now, I assume he's going to sell the tier. He might upgrade it, but who's in this bush?
Tangyuan looking for a flank. Spear rushes forward. The target is 1xN, but he is able to flash away. But 1xCX with a big Magnet Storm is going to slow down the retreat of LNG until Sasa comes in with the teleport. Not going to find a stun here with that counter strike, and now the counter attack here is in for LNG. They take down Hung. Sasa going forward, but once again not finding a stun until he jumps forward back on 1xN. But Sheer with the dominance is massive and is going to chunk YCX down again. Moonlight Vigil not going to burst anybody down as Sasa has gone golden, and he can be able to push away by the satchel charge. Missing, not able to get any more members low, and it will just be that 1 kill going over onto Hung.
One of the biggest parts of this is that Xiaoya now no longer has cleanse. Maybe LGD can burst this down without their jungler, but it's very risky to do so, so they will back off. But no cleanse for a while now. You can see how important this Aphelios is, Grapes, to the team comp. When he's one-shot, LGD can't do anything. In that fight, LNG find some great fight. They take out Hung. There's great damage onto the front line. They play a pick-style front-to-back comp, but Xiaoya is still unchecked in the back line. It's kill Aphelios or lose the game here.
Should have been a much better fight for LGD there. They don't get anybody, actually. They actually only lose their jungler. And now, it's going to be the flash just about to come back up here for Xiaoya. He also picks up a QSS, so a second cleanse in inventory. This Aphelios will be frightening unless LNG can lock him down. Dragon has been started up. It will be soul point for whoever's able to claim it, but Hung's going to go forward onto Krako. It is red and white guns for Xiaoya. The Aphelios will be a big problem, and so is Sasa as he lands the counter-strike, but YCX starting to get taken down, but there go the carries. There goes Bulldog. Hung already low, and Sasa's diving the back line. Guardian Angel has been popped for Krako. He's going to stay alive, but finally 1xN will get taken down. It's up to Sheer. Has the dominance, but Tangyuan and Xiaoya able to stand tall. They get the kill onto the Leona, and they're going to go into the mid lane with only Sheer left standing.
Xiaoya against the world. He buys the QSS in base. He doesn't even need to use it. LNG had a hold over this series, and they fumble it completely. They have a game plan that is right in their faces, and they can't execute on. LGD should bring this to a 1-1 and find their in this series.
Kill number 7 for Xiaoya as he dings level 16 right as the Nexus will fall. LGD survive, and they will take us to a decider.
Now this is more like it.
Oh yeah.
Because in that first game, LNG dominated. In this second one, they looked like they were poised to do the same thing. But LGD protect their backline, and Xiaoya picks up a very important, the easiest MVP vote of my entire life. But what a performance from Xiaoya.
I want to give Sasa some love as well on the Jax. He was doing a lot of the disrupting on the backline and making sure none of those dive threats were able to get onto the Aphelios there. But yes, Xiaoya definitely did a ton of damage. I'd expect him to top the charts there once we get towards our graphics in the post-game. But we thought going in after that first game, LNG could have been in a good position to just clean the series up, be the presumptive favorites to get out of Group Nirvana, and move on to bigger and brighter things. But LGD, I can say not so fast as they come in and even up our score at 1-1.
And remember, one of these two teams will end tonight as first seed for Group Nirvana. So this is very important. Again, you only get to play this matchup twice. If you win this one and win the next one, when it comes around, you will guarantee yourself first seed after the performances we've seen of these two teams versus the other two teams. Unless there's some really nice upsets, these should be your 2 top seeds for Group Nirvana. Coming head-to-head with a big clash like this, I think for LGD, this is a very important series, or very important game, I should say, for the conversation, for having them in the conversation in their play-ins run if they make it there. Because if they make it as second seed and game 2 look like game 1, we go next week and these teams play again, it looks very similar. It really feels like it's just LNG coming out of Group Nirvana, but in my opinion, even if it's just one game, it doesn't feel like that anymore. We know that LGD can find it. They just have to continue at the same height.
And the question is for LNG, how did that happen? I think, to be fair, maybe experimenting with some new stuff in terms of, composition. I don't think 1xN is going to always necessarily be on that Ziggs. It did some good work, but I don't know if it was good enough necessarily for them to kind of take control of that game. But we even saw, despite them maybe not looking as comfortable, we're able to win some of those big team fights towards the end of the game. And I think that is bright sides to look at here for LNG. But you definitely wanted to have this win. You definitely want to have the confidence of sweeping through this Group Nirvana. It felt like for them that was the expectation and what they were hoping to accomplish. But obviously not going to happen here, as it is LGD that end up evening up our series. And hey, yeah, another case for my MVP Sasa vote. He did the most damage in the entire game. Or actually, no, 1xN did a little bit more, but he did the most damage on his team.
Look at that LPL gold graph right there.
Yeah,
that's insane.
there it is.
That's only, 100 more damage that 1xN did for Sasa too. So you're right. Absolutely putting in work on the front line. Did a ton of space creation from Xiaoye. You could also make an argument for YCX. Put their team back in the game with that ult. I say LNG, their team fight in the early game micro and macro decisions look very strong. I would say vastly superior to LGD. But the ability to find an angle like YCX did and then to continue to win fights, okay, sure, on mistakes that LNG are making. I don't love the all-ins onto Hung, even if you one-shot him, and they didn't one-shot him in these fights, so you've used a significant amount of your tools to try to kill the jungler who you didn't kill and could still ult you, could still do something, requires more tools, but very nice gank here from Sasa. I think LGD finding these small angles in where LNG makes these tiny missteps. We go too far forward, Sasa TP's in. We overcommit for Hung, YCX goes in. We, again, commit to Hung and Xiaoye unleashes with the Moonlight Vigil. Is good for this series. LNG need to reevaluate their game plan that they came in with this game. And even though I still think it's a worry for LNG, this is the first fight, what an engage from YCX. But they didn't really find the Vi-Ahri synergy once this game. So it's still a concern for me going into game 3, but at least we can say they've got some pretty solid clutch factor.
Yeah, I mean, able to deliver in some of these big moments. I feel like YCX definitely more in his comfort zone here on this Rel pick versus perhaps the Karma that we saw in game number 1. So a lot of the bright sides that we saw from him in the Demacia Cup and also even when he was on LGD just last season. This was the moment where we thought maybe LNG were able to turn things around a little bit with Sheer on the Renekton going forward here, finding that nice play. But it was the fight after this that eventually decided things, and just really well played by some of these crucial members. I think, watch Sasa on this fight, kind of splitting it in two and allowing for Xiaoye to do a ton of damage untouched.
I'll have to refrain from ever talking about Horizon-focused Jax again, or I might get fired. I'll note that for next time. I've just, But, yeah, I think that for LGD, it's still a concern for me, but this not really playing the comps perfectly the way that you'd want them to be played. But I think that going forward here, if you're able to give some agency to Xiaoye, some late game carry potential, the Caitlyn Karma didn't look bad in lane, but we didn't really play around it. Sasa is kind of the linchpin, so maybe I'm leaning more towards your kind of MVP vote here. The linchpin that pulled it together. If the support, lane, and mid jungle are not going to provide us the space, let Sasa do it himself so that Xiaoye can free cast in these fights. Because it really was, if Xiaoye was dead, there wasn't enough damage to get through everybody. Sasa did do a massive part. All right, +1 for Grapes.
There's his first MVP of the season as well. Sasa, player that I was pretty excited about last year, had his bright moments, and he went through his rookie campaign in 2025. As LGD found varying levels of success throughout the year, he was relatively consistent and, hey, still has his pocket dude here. Potentially left available here for game number 3. And that is just what we are about to get to after this short break here on LPL English, the decider between LNG and LGD here in Group Nirvana. Our first series of the day on LPL English between LNG Esports and LGD has gone the distance. Game 3 about to come your way. Grapes and Jay Beto here for the call. It's been a fun one here in Group Nirvana. LNG got off to an early lead just like they did in Game 1, Jay Beto, but this time LGD were able to punch back in a big way.
They were able to find these really nice angles from YCX, Sasa, who did end up getting that MVP. It looked great. So, hoping to see some better performances from LGD as a whole, as opposed to Game 1. So, hopefully that they can look great, as they did towards the end of that game. But, I have to see, LNG, again, have had some dominance in the early game with their macro, with these team fights. So, if they can draft something similar, LGD might have a similar story to Game 1, but coming off of a win like that, you've got to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah. As for LNG, I want to see 1xN on an 80 carry this time. That's my hope. I feel like we hyped him up so much at the top of the show as being such a great 80 carry in an 80 carry dominated meta, and seeing him on Ziggs was just not what I was hoping for. There are definitely players in the LPL that I'd be happy to see play Ziggs. 1xN right now, not necessarily one of them. Would like to see him on something he could do a little bit more consistent damage on. As for the rest of his team, I don't know. The rest of the draft seemed okay to me. Just I feel like he's such a big part of what LNG have been able to do so far during their success. And so I'd love to see him on a Yunara, an Ezreal, Misfortune, one of these champions that has done so well so far.
I'm really surprised that these things have gone so far through in the draft. No Yunara at all. No Ezreal, no Kai'Sa really. So things, again, the affiliates look great. It has been kind of the pick of the tournament so far. Not carrying it, but it's really rising up. And I think that it's looked really good in games like the one we just saw, where the Aphelios can free hit when no one can close the gap onto the Aphelios. Historically, that has kind of been the case with this champion in general, but good to see Xiaoya put on a great performance. I'm surprised. There's still Talia, Orianna, Azir, Wukong. All of these champions are still available. Nocturne, if you want to go that too. There's a lot of still like very high priority champions up.
Yeah, it's good that the being in Fearless has allowed that to happen. So a lot to look forward to here as we get ready for game number 3. Reminder, if you want to stay tuned to Top Esports versus Invictus Gaming, you should make sure to stay tuned over here on LPL English. We'll be waiting to get yourself over to that one after the conclusion of this game. Again, we'll have some more Group Ascend action after Nirvana. Try to get through all of the groups here in the LPL in due time. A lot of action in a very short amount of time. Of course, this being the first season of the league, got to get everything done in pretty short fashion because we got First Stand coming up in just a little bit over a month.
I'm keen. I know not everyone is. I know how the conversation was last year about First Stand, but I'm super excited for First Stand. It's in Brazil this year, I think, which is a great crowd, so that'll be super fun. But we're still got to decide our representatives from the LPL. We've got 2 this year, which is really cool to see. So 2 LCK, 2 LPL. I think it's 1 from everyone else going in. So as it stands, it probably will be BLG guaranteed, like how they've looked. Again, they have to qualify, but they've looked so strong. But again, for these teams, it's about making it to Group Ascend, hopefully. We are opening. Got a bit of a difference here. LGD on first pick. So LNG are no longer the ones on first pick, but they are on blue side with a Gnar ban.
Very interesting. So it seems like LNG, this time after losing, opt to go towards second pick. LGD likes where they are staying on the red side of the map. So that is a very peculiar switch up in terms of how this series, I should say, has been going. It's been LNG with first pick in both games so far. Wondering if now that we're in Fearless, that becomes lower priority, higher priority. We will have to wait and see. As you mentioned, a lot of these highly prioritized champions still on the board, although the bans definitely are switching up rather significantly. Most notably, the Vars would be available for Xiaoya if they want to first pick it here.
So is this Orianna as well, the Orianna available. something that LGD could take, and looks like that is going to be the option. You can still pair the Nocturne as well with this, would be really nice. So it's going to be the Orianna locked in. No Azir. I mean, Syndra has been rising in priority. That would be a really nice answer here from Bulldog. You could also go the Akali that has been left unbanned. That's a tough lane, but you do get left in, you left to the side in the lane. Like you mentioned, the Virus been left up, so that will be taken. A lot of range already from both of these teams, the Orianna and this Virus.
Big pickup here. As it's interesting to see as we get deeper into Fearless. Some of the champions have been banned away all series long, going to start to emerge. And we also see Croco lock in the Wukong. You want to player the game on this in their last series against OMG. So, or it looks like, you know, Croco going to have a good opportunity here. But when there's Orianna, always Nocturne a possibility. So we're going to see that most likely locked in for Hung.
Misfortune here is an interesting answer into the into the Varus. We've been having a lot of Sivir, is what I was going to say, into the Varus, but a little bit of the MF too. You can kind of just stand there and hit with the ult. Jungle selection here for LGD. Wow, Mundo. Okay, so this is something that has been played a lot last year. It's been played a little bit this year. Normally the Malphite gets played into it as a counter. But the Wukong, I mean, these are both selections that I was talking about. The Akali or the Syndra into the Orianna. Syndra's easier in lane. Akali is more of a side lane counter. When you get to a side lane, a longer lane, you can really run down this Orianna. It will be the Akali. That's very aggressive.
Typically, we see that Mundo, as you mentioned, as a counter to the Malphite, but they banned away the Malphite. They feel confident enough in Hong being able to play this. I believe he had a game on that champion back in their last series as well. So some more comfort here in this decisive game at number 3. Getting to the second phase of bans, YCX going to get targeted here with that Poppy being taken away. And now we'll see what the rest of these picks and bans have in store. Still waiting for top laners, still waiting for supports.
Poppy ban is nice into the Akali and the Wukong. That does make sense. Alistar still available with Poppy ban. Could be an option for LNG. They do have selection here first after ban. So, okay, they're going to ban the Alistar themselves. Or it could be Rakan then as well. You know, no Alistar, no Poppy. Or a Braum. I could see a Braum angle too with the MF. The Orianna. Could go the Bard. It's quite nice. Oh, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, if Missing's feeling comfortable, it's a really good Bard game.
It's definitely up his wheelhouse. I know that Bard has been more and more popular recently, and the ability to leave this Varus on a bit of an island now. That 1xN most likely will be going somewhat of a poke build. Allow for Missing to make some big plays alongside Croco and Bulldog across the map. 1xN gonna lock in that Scion for Sheer up in the top side. Could always see Sasa whip out the Mundo. He is known for playing things like Udyr top lane. Maybe it's gonna allow for a little bit of flexibility, but the Yorick is also a big specialty of his. If this gets locked in, we have a very, very unique composition for LGD.
Yeah, unique. I like this better. There's not a lot of range. There was when Varus was selected. Varus still has a lot of range, but it's all brawlers, right? Wukong, Akali, Scion. I'm really a Zehen doubter. I think that there's a lot of games that it was picked into Marcia where it didn't look great. I think a big reason for that is the range. Zehen doesn't have great gap close outside of his ult. He really needs to hit lots of people all the time to get that passive stacked up. This is a game that can happen, so last pick here for LGD will be their support. I mean, it's just Braum, no? Braum looks good. Could go Bard still. All right, Missing. Feeling comfortable. The only reason I think Braum is better is because it has a better time into the Mundo breaking spell shield. I'm not going to talk about it until it's picked because we're hovering everything.
Ooh.
Lulu.
Okay, so could mean a couple things. Could mean that now that we see a Mundo and is a hen in the game, that 1xN is going to want to go towards perhaps an on-hit Varus to do a little bit of extra damage. I think that would make sense given the fact that the Scion was also picked up for Sheer in the top lane, just having a little bit more oomph down there in the bot lane position. And it also means that LNG suddenly become a little bit more short-ranged, and we'll see if that becomes a big problem against the might of a big wombo combo composition that LGD have set up.
It's a tough one. We haven't seen on-hit Varus at all this year, I believe. Maybe not even in Demacia. I don't know about the other regions, but in LPL, to my knowledge, it's only been Poke Varus, Lethality Varus. But I think you're right. Mundo, Zahen, it's very difficult to play Poke Varus this game. And normally that's okay if you've got Nazir, even an Orianna, something into this Mundo, but you don't. The other issue, I'm fairly sure Mundo's spell shield doesn't get broken by Polymorph. So Chains of Corruption, Wukong knockup. I'll have to check as we go into the game, but
I don't think so, yeah.
It's a tough win for LNG here. The Mundo pick is very difficult to deal with.
And it'll be a fun time here for Hung, who, again, we hyped up as being able to have some big moments. We have not necessarily seen that yet in this series. Croco has been the better jungler so far, albeit he made a couple of mistakes in game number 2 that allowed for LGD to get back in this one. But I feel like, you know, funnily enough, Moon is a champion you can really 1v9 the game on. And a great opportunity for Hung on his newfound team in LGD to allow for that to happen against the favorites here in Group Nirvana. LNG and LGD tied up at 1 apiece. We'll see who moves up to 2-0 in the group as we get ready for our 3rd game of our first series.
Yeah, it doesn't look like any Gyos tonight. We've just been updated by one of our lovely Super Troopers that 1xN did play on-hit Varus against OMG. So, actually there's a crit cloak in this build too. I have no idea what that's going to be. What is next item after? It was Rageblade, Bork Rageblade Terminus, pretty normal. And then a crit cloak. Not quite sure, maybe like a Fiend Hunter Bolt. Does that... I don't even know if that fits in at all. I don't know what the next item was going to be, but hopefully if it goes long this game, it is the Lethal Tempo with Ghost variant, so that is guaranteed on hit. 1xN, at least from just checking in 10 seconds, is the only person in the LPL that's played on hit Varus this season so far. And this is a game to do so against the Zahen, the Renata, the Mundo. The one caveat here is that he's weaker in lane, not as strong against the Orianna, and Renata ult does get more value because on hit, because the autos do more.
A little bit of a, you know, positives, pros and cons situation here for 1xN. Seems like this is the style he is more comfortable on regardless, as we see Croco pathing down towards the bottom lane alongside Hung, try to impact what could be a very volatile 2v2. Across the map, not too much to open this game, as really looking at, you know, who is going to be the one to step up in this decisive game number 3. Heavily trading in the top side of the map. Sasa has unlocked his passive and is going to be able to revive if Sheer does get him to 0 HP, which means that Sheer's not really able to hit back and will have to flash away from his W.
This trade, because Sasa doesn't get the kill, obviously, favors the Mundo because the stacks all wear off and just Sheer has the Doran shield. So Sasa will get a push out here, but after this, he's much weaker because he won't be able to stack up that in time. Even though he also has the Doran shield, the passive now being down means the fight doesn't go on for long enough. You see how tough this lane is early for Akali. Again, later on in the game, in a side lane, in a long lane, where Bulldog can really run Tong Yuan down, will look good. I will say, I've missed on-hit Varus. Wow, nice flash trade.
Tong Yuan had to get away from that Shuriken flip, otherwise could have been very dangerous. Bulldog had an opportunity for a kill there. Instead, going to maintain his health advantage, go back to base. He's got a 5 CS lead here, and this is big moment here for a mid laner like Tong Yuan. Bulldog going to try to get this push out before the teleport comes in, but he does not know that Hung is in the area. That's going to be the cannon already gone, and it might be even more as Bulldog is in trouble and doesn't have his flash. Hung is just chasing him down, pushing him to first blood on LGD's side.
goes where he pleases, and he sure will. Bulldog tries to conserve his energy by not hitting that cannon. Uses the flip to get further away. Maybe if Bulldog had gone over the wall, like into Raptor's pit, it would have been a bit more okay, but I think Bulldog just needs to stay there, sacrifice himself, use the energy to get that wave. It was so many minions that he lost. It was a cannon, 3 range creeps, I think, maybe 1 melee as well alongside that. So down more than 400 gold in 4 minutes off of no kills. I know that there was a kill, but Tangyuan, only the assist there, didn't get the last hit, up more than Hung is. Bulldog still trading pretty aggressively, but 2 members are sandwiching him.
Yeah, YCX popping the bail on himself just to try to speed himself up, forcing Bulldog back and going to be losing even more farm. Tangyuan be able to build a significant advantage here in the mid lane with the help of the rest of his team. This is exactly what we were hoping to see LGD do at the start of this series here, Jay Beto, and it's finally starting to happen.
Just the one caveat for the LNG team here is there is no real ball delivery system for Orianna, like Zehen maybe, but other than that, it's going to have to just be like an aerial denial kind of thing. So, Tangyuan is going to have to be on point with his ults, but this lane doesn't really get much easier for Bulldog until quite a while when you can threaten the all-in. And in such a short lane, especially when Hung and YCX are kind of camping mid here, Bulldog has no deal, no mana for Sasa. Will trade out pretty efficiently, but uses his ult and will get a push out, most likely for a base. Dragon now being started up by LNG, who have had objective dominance throughout most of these games.
We're going to add to that total here. Also getting some plates in the bottom lane as 1xN missing. Having a good time in the 2v2 so far. Shiny makes it rain and forces 1xN back a little bit. But Dragon was not able to be finished off because of the pressure that YCX and Xiaoyu were able to provide. So Hung able to join the party here, forcing Kroko to go for an aggressive push forward. See the damage that those cleavers are doing as well. So LGD forcing LNG to go away from those early objective plays like we have liked them to see.
And that Q already doing a lot of damage from Hung. Maybe Kroko could have stuck around in bot side, gone back to the Drake, but now up to the top scuttle. Hung continues to just lay in these cleavers onto the members of LNG. Nice ult from Sasa.
Forward on Tangyuan, does not have that flash, and a fully charged knockup will connect.
What?
All too easy here for LNG as their top side collapses onto the Ori.
He can't even do anything. He's just standing there. Maybe Shockwave would have done enough, but no flash on Orianna. They one-shot him, and he can't even move at all. That's the LNG that we've been seeing in the early games of this series so far. The synergy and the pace that this team has, the tempo that they set in their engages is just so quick.
Sometimes they like playing slow, but when they find a play that they like, they will pull the trigger quick. Sheer seeing that opportunity from, again, more than a screen away with the help of his teammates to find the play. That fully charged ultimate connecting. Tangyuan did not stand a chance. And that was one of the areas of the map, Jay Beto, that LGD had an advantage in and getting able, now they're able to, you know, kind of neutralize it.
Flash has just now come back up for Tangyuan too, so that was the flash trade from Bulldog and Tangyuan earlier in the game. That timer was so close. The reason that Tangyuan comes up earlier is he has Cosmic Insight, obviously. But, wow, insane speed, timing on the flash as well to know that that's a good time to go. If that flash comes out from Tangyuan here, Shockwave, Mundo has ult, Ghost coming up. Maybe that fight looks differently, but really fast and efficient punish on the Tangyuan. It'll only mean that the gold is basically even now. Lead in top, mid and jungle and support is completely whatever. Small lead now in mid. It's not as much as it was, and this lead continuing to build up off of just CS, one plate as well. 500 gold. When Varus gets this Bork, he can fight pretty effectively against Mundo throughout this early game.
All even in kills. basically even in gold, even in game score between our two teams, even in the standings atop Group Nirvana. Again, they'll play again later in this season, but for now, this will be a very big boost to both the momentum as well as just the pure on record for these teams to try to get themselves a spot in that play-in stage. Stage number 2 of your Split 1 playoffs in the LPL. Croco and Missing trying to clear out some vision, but Hung is being a bit of a nuisance, and so instead, it's going to be Croco looking to try to collapse on him. He doesn't want to pop the Cyclone because he still has the passive in his hand, and now the bullet time is going to come out and nearly chunk Missing down to 0 HP. Croco finally goes in. The wild growth going to knock Xiaoya up as well, and a beautiful play from the LNG bottom lane allow for Croco to pick up 2 kills.
That looked very sketchy for LMG. Hong was providing so much space. There's not a whole lot that a Wukong can do against the Dr. Mundo, but the Chains of Corruption lands onto YCX, and Croco just sends it with the flash over the wall. And now LNG will secure this Drake. Look at the lead that's exploded as well. 1,000 gold from 1xN. Does he have Bork in base? He will be close, but Croco can't really, even though he breaks the spell shield, he can't pick up the drop that Dr. Mundo does drop, but the TP makes the cancel of the bullet time a reality, and then the Chains of Corruption hits onto YCX, and even though the flash over the wall happens, it still tethers to Xiaoya over the wall, and we're back at live.
Yeah, Hung has no ultimate. Croco just able to kill him with a crushing blow. That's the full Triforce at 10 minutes here for your Wukong in game number 3, as Croco has fully come online in this game for LNG.
We didn't see the full of that, but that looked like a full-on solo kill. We'll have to see the assists, because I don't think anyone had a part of that but Croco. He's the only person with 100% kill participation. So we tune in there, and Mundo is very low. We see the end of it, but that might have just been a full solo kill.
That's how strong Croco has become here in this game. Ooh, Tangyuan does not connect on that shockwave. And going to be a free back here for Bulldog.
We take a look back here, picture in picture. So Mundo's half from tanking. It's not a full-on solo kill, but you're right. With this Triforce, Croco just does so much damage to Mundo at this stage, who only has Heartsteel with no stacks. So fairly useless in terms of item value, just health. And this Wukong at this part of the game doesn't really care about that. So now it's a 1.7k lead on 1xN and a 1,000 gold near from Croco. There's a pink ward here. Croco will clear it out, but I don't think it's going to stop Croco at all.
Yeah, they could try to run between the two turrets, allow for Hung to get a little bit of space, and that actually will be enough to prevent Croco from fully going in. He does not have his flash, but has the ultimate at his disposal. At the very least, he's denying a lot of CS for the LGD bot laner and allowing more plates to go 1xN's way. That's another 100 gold in the bank for the Varus, who's now expanded his lead to almost 2,000 at the 12-minute mark. Both him and Croco doing wonders here in this decisive game.
I think it was also 3 grubs. It was at least 2 that Croco was able to secure, because Hung, I don't think, got a single grub there when he was doing them himself, but means that when 1xN goes up against the turret, who's finished his Bork, has his quest completed too, working on the Rage Blade already, Ardent Sensor for Missing. This duo is incredibly strong right now. They're going to take this tower very quickly with the grubs they got. Bork's already finished. He has those attack speed boosts, the Ardent Sensor buffing him even more. Look at the build for Xiaoya. No boots. Does he have BT finish in base? That would make this a little better, but that would be a big jump. Croco
looking for Sasa. Cyclone initially popped. That second knockup going to do a lot as well. Sasa should have the Grim Deliverance to get over the wall and will escape. It will be this Rift Scuttler going over. A small victory here for this Wukong, who is continuing to press his lead.
Xia does use the ult, so that'll be down. Sasa ults himself over the wall. Maintains flash in his inventory, or in his summoner spell selection, I guess you could say. But yeah, this tower is not going to remain for very much longer. Still no BT finish for Xiaoya. LNG have maintained their dominant early games from this series. This one looks to be the strongest that we've seen Bulldog, the only member who doesn't have a lead, and in their first... Wow, that Q might have done a lot of damage, but Ghost used from YCX will have the heal available thanks to Spellbook. They've maintained this tower. I'm impressed that LGD have kept this standing. Croco's over the wall here. Can't see him on screen, but look at the map.
And now YCX looking aggressive as well. Whoa! Bulldog just sits in the middle of that shockwave. And this time it works out for Tonga. That's a solo kill for the Orianna. And LGD get a desperately needed kill to try to stem the bleeding.
I don't know if the flash just was literally perfectly up, but if not, he has flash up and he's dead. So he might have been able to flash out of that and decided not to, or didn't react fast enough. This Akali lane does get better, but Croco got the blue. Oh, that sucks.
2-level lead right now. And
that's
horrifying. Tower going down to the bot lane for 1xN and missing. They finally break it open, and so despite the solo kill, it is still going to be a pretty good situation overall. Now in the top lane, Sasa going to get revived with the full
Is he dead? He's just dead.
proc, but he might need a full Q.
Oh.
Sheer mistimes it just the slightest bit and allows for the Zehen to flash away.
That's a moment where Sasa is just spamming F as fast as he can on his keyboard. It does get off. Well, D, I think, actually, he might have D. Flash on D. But it does get off, and he's able to get away. Herald to spawn. LNG do not want to give this up. They're moving forward. Croco has that Cyclone available. Herald's already been taken, though. Missing will just be able to watch Hung walk away. Maybe get a ward over the wall to see his departure. And he will see that. But, yeah, this Akali lane does get better, I promise. It won't be for a long while now. Has the Hextech Gunblade, a returning item.
Yeah, it's great to see it back.
So, you know, Grapes, we're not seeing a lot of new champions, at least. I mean, the Akali priority has risen. But we are seeing a lot of these new items, returning items, buffed items, reworked items. So, at least there's that.
Yeah, I mean, LGD's composition looks unique to me. You got the Mundo, you got Zehen up in the top lane. Of course, champion didn't exist in Season 15, but do love that Akali is able to build a Gunblade again. Makes me feel like I'm young, spry, got some pep in my step, coming home from school, playing some leagues, building some Gunblades here. Let's take a look at this skirmish up in the top side. See how Sheer could have potentially played this better.
We don't really have to, I mean, have to look back at this, I guess. He's just spamming his flash key as fast as he can, and Sheer just times it wrong by like not even half a second. And the input comes in first for the flag. If he had connected with that full charge decimating smash, Sasa was probably dead. He was on a tower with no minions. So, very nice speed from Sasa, I guess. He's just spamming the input. So, if Sheer had timed that perfectly, it would have been really, really great. But look at the build from Sheer. Full armor, has the anti-heal as well, and going into more armor as well. I guess. There is a lot of magic damage from the Orianna, but it's going to be a while, so I understand. AD from Mundo, bullet time, now the BT's been finished, and the Triforce. I will say, I'm still getting tripped up by looking at these ADCs build sometimes to check their items, and then going, did this guy not go boots? And then realizing, oh, it's in the next slot.
Yeah. Don't, actually, that's to me, you know, taking a look at the HUD, finally getting it on maybe one side. You just have to look a little bit further to the left or the right, respectively. But yeah, once you get the quest, it's one of those things that you don't even notice it, but you see now, like 1xN didn't have to sell his Doran's Blade to get a controller. That's like the slight advantage that you're able to get, even in situations where you don't have all 7 item slots like completely filled up, right? Like getting the opportunity to build different components is definitely something that also AD carries will be able to be benefited by.
Yeah, for the most of the game, it does feel more like a quality of life change rather than you're just infinitely stronger, you know, getting a control ward. And now that he's finished Rageblade, it doesn't mean anything, but he'll be able to buy 2 more spots in a control ward rather than just 1 slot in the control ward. So haven't really seen enough games go long enough to get those full 6 legendary items plus boots in the extra slot because of how quickly the waves spawn, especially because they speed up. So there's just so much more gold, or faster gold at least, in the game. I'm sure we will get games in best of 5s where they do go super long, you know, 40-minute games where both AD carries, it's like Zeri Aphelios or something like that, where both AD carries are full build and everyone in the entire map just gets one shot, which is going to be fun. But for now, most of the games have been still within reason. Towers now being pushed down by LNG. Nice bullet time will mean there is no chance of getting this plate. Herald is still in Hung's pocket. Dragon is in a minute. Pardon me, it's Soul Point if LNG get this. Again, we're in another position like we were in Game 2. But Hung has the opportunity in the next minute to help this bot duo in mid, collect mid prio with that Herald.
Interesting to see Xiaoya use the bullet time to clear the wave. If they could just delay a couple of seconds, it should be up again by the time this dragon fight does occur. But if LNG decide to rip it on spawn, might be a cooldown that LGD do not have available for them, as the mid lane control will now become a big focus. As again, as you mentioned, Jbeto, Soul Point, Mountain Soul Point at that for LNG. If they're able to pick this one up, Xiaoya getting bursted down. Those Blight procs doing a ton as one more piercing arrow able to allow for 1xN to get a 2v2 in the mid lane. That is going to be Xiaoya down. Forget the bullet time. The whole champion is not going to be available for this dragon fight.
On hit Varus, you're as beautiful as the day I lost you. It is so nice to see a Varus clicking instead of just pressing Q. Bulldog.
Sasa forcing that perfect execution away. Sasa almost able to take that Akali down. Does have teleport.
Herald?
Want to go for a fight. The Rift Herald just popped to try to take this tower down.
Oh!
Nearly able to do so, but it will survive with the slightest amount of HP still available. LNG in the meanwhile still able to get that third dragon as Croc was able to do it himself. And it is a big advantage now going over to your blue side.
Again, another benefit of the on-hit Varus here. Oh, it was the flash burn early. There was no flash on MF on Xiaoya because it was burnt earlier by sheer really smart play from LNG. They know Xiaoya can't get away. They will pick up the tower eventually, so that's not too bad. There's pings on Baron. Maybe just for some vision setup, but with an on-hit Varus, 2 items in, you can go there. So yeah, look, Xiaoya has no flash available. He does have cleanse, but the ult wasn't even really needed. It's just the blight stacks. And Xiaoya gets taken down by the right clicks from 1xN. He really did just right click him to death.
I know our resident Varus on-hit player, Slayer, who is about to cast this next series between IG and Top Esports, was salivating watching that play in the mid lane. 1xN doing a great job here in this game number 3, allowing for LNG get up to a 1.6 thousand gold lead and continue to have priority in that mid lane. Baron spawned here. The thing is here, Jbeto, LGD's team fighting, if they can get all of their ultimates in the right place, is very strong.
Yeah.
So LNG have to continue to be aggressive, maybe even start some of these neutral objectives in uncomfortable positions if they want to maintain the advantage that they have.
Bandle pipes Mundo next, which will be a really nice spike for the Zahan, a little bit the MF, but the Mundo as well. If they can go late game, this Mundo might become very, very strong to the point where it's nearly unkillable. I mean, Sasa's still winning out on this 1v1, even despite having 1,000 extra health. With this passive stacked up, the amount of healing that comes, that is flash burnt, ult burnt for Xiaoya, neither used for 1xN. He has all his summoners and his flash available. It was just the wild growth from missing that was used.
Oh, Chain of Corruption gets Mikhail's by YCX, but that's enough for the mid lane tier 1 to finally go down, as LNG will have a lot more area to work with across the map. Let's take a look at how this started. Bullet time was used to clear the wave, and 1xN just says, nah,
he just
I'm
walks in?
gonna go hit you.
What? That is so much damage. So the wild growth wasn't even used on 1xN. I thought like, okay, Xiaoya was caught, somehow is in melee range. The wild growth was put on 1xN. He got knocked up. He had to flash away. No, 1xN up 2,000 gold. No ult, no flash. Just walks at Xiaoya and right clicks him to death. If 1xN had wanted to commit flash, ult, he might have killed him. But instead, fully conservative with his aggression, something that LNG found in game 1, stumbled out in game 2, and are now finding again in game 3. I feel like LGD feel like their backs are against the wall. Their only lead is Tangyuan. They're positioning around Baron. but they're down Soul Point. 1xN just clicking forward.
And YCX, again, doesn't have that Mikhail's because he used it earlier and has to flash away. Baron surely can become the topic of conversation sooner rather than later. I mean, LNG feel very much in control of this game, but they have to always be on the lookout for some of these big ultimates, right? The shockwave here, the bullet time. Even YCX can get involved, but LNG going to be fearless here. They're going to start this one up.
I mean, TP behind from Sasa. Ghost out of Hong, we're going.
There's the initial engage. Kroko does get over the wall, dodged away from the Renata ultimate. Shockwave only finds the front line, but missing is going to get assassinated by Sasa. And the target is now 1xN with the flash over the wall and is able to shut him down before the revive can come through. Bulldog is in a bad position and will get dropped. It's a 3-for-2 overall with Hung and Tong Yuan still at full HP and chasing Sheer down with the cleaver. Sion will be forced to use the blast cone to get away, and it will be LGD controlling the top side of the map.
Bit too ambitious that Baron was. The protections were shredded. Remember, that does happen now. But 1xN played that so well. I hope we get a replay of that so I can talk about how well 1xN played that. But LGD, even the gold lead up overall. So, I mean, if you're an LNG fan, avert your eyes from the engage. It is good, but they don't end up finding any kills. Unfortunately, 1xN kills missing, basically. But then look, 1xN kiting, flash over the wall, WQ. But unfortunately, Bulldog too far away from his team. If 1xN with passive up could land on 2 members here of LGD, he probably could kill everybody. He's so fed. He has 3 completed items at 25 minutes. That's just how fast the game has become with the new minion spawns. LNG back around Baron. The dragon is up. They're aware they don't have Prio in the river or any vision. So they're pulling LGD away from that dragon by threatening a Baron of their own.
We asked the question at the top of the show. 1xN coming over to LNG, putting up some great numbers. Is it him, or is the 80 carry position just a little bit too strong? I think the conclusion that we've come to here, Jay Beto, is that it's a little bit of both. This guy playing out of his mind here into this game and has big opportunity to close this series out, albeit without any summoner spells for the next couple of minutes. So fights around Baron might continue to be risky. LNG also have an opportunity to go for a soul, but I think at this point, Jay Beto, without your summoner spells on your crucial carry, you might be fine giving this one up and maybe waiting for the right moment instead.
Yeah, that is the positive about having these 3 Drakes, as now Xiaoya will be spotted on the dragon by a blue orb, but Xiaoya continues to do the dragon. ADC does have a lot of gold, like I've been talking about, but this guy's been clicking pretty well. Dragon now will be fully taken. Careful in the mid lane. Tong Yuan's
finds a Cyclone on the Tong Yuan and forces him to flash away, but a big hostile takeover forces 1xN to one-shot missing all by his lonesome. Oh, 1xN, he gets his 5th kill, but it's on his opposing support, and it means that LGD is able to get that dragon with a kill in their back pocket as well.
This is the problem with Renata against this on-hit Varus, is that if the hostile takeover hits Varus, who has no cleanse, he will just kill anyone who's next to him that isn't a tank. If Bulldog's there, he'll kill Bulldog. And we saw what happens to missing. It looks great, the engage, but Tong Yuan flashes the engage. He's not hit. He's away. And then the hostile takeover tears missing in half.
Insane.
Even through the wild growth.
Oh,
it's actually Bulldog that gets the kill.
Last hits it.
It's a team kill KS.
YCX gets credit eventually. The gold lead is even still, but now LGD feels like they've scaled up a little bit now. Take a look at Sasa. He's level 17. Tong Yuan, 2 levels ahead of his lane counterpart in Bulldog, who really never got off in this game.
Yeah.
LGD feeling good at this point, despite the gold lead being, despite being down Soul Point, because their 5v5s just might be a little bit better.
2,000 gold separates the 80 carries, and the same amount of gold separates our mid laners. However, actually, it's the same. 2 levels. 2-level lead in mid for Tong Yuan, 2-level lead in 80 carry for 1xN. the conversation of which player can carry this game harder. So far, it has been LGD who have pulled this game back to even and actually ahead now. There is still the constant threat of once you get the soul point, every Drake after is still threatening of the soul that LGD have to not slip up at all. If they make a mistake, Baron is up. Soul is around the corner for LNG. This game can very easily flip back on its head. Tongyuan still has no flash. If Croco, who didn't use his flash, goes in with Bulldog together, this Orianna should die.
Gonna have to be soon, though, as that flash cooldown with Cosmic Insight is coming up sooner rather than later. Both summoner spells now available on Xiaoya as well, who just picked up his 3rd item in the Infinity Edge. Gonna be able to do a little bit more damage here in these team fights apart from just the bullet time. But yeah, still a little bit less than what 1XN has to offer at this point. Baron still on the table, and no side really has full control in terms of vision over that pit. We see both of our top laners down in the bottom side. AD carries trading in mid. This is maybe not exactly what we expected after watching game 1, but exactly what we wanted to see between the two teams that are fighting for the top spot in Group Nirvana.
This is super exciting for Nirvana. I'm a fan of this LNG team, but as an analyst, I love that these teams are so close. It makes all the further games so much more exciting. Really big part here, 1XN picked up QSS. I was wondering what that Vamp Scepter item was going to be. He already has Bork, so more lifesteal. What's that? It's Mercurial Scepter. He's going full Mercurial Scepter here. So being able to QSS himself out of the Renata ult, maybe that could have been purchased a little bit earlier to save his team, but that should no longer be an issue. This means that LGD will need to find other ways of winning their fight outside of having a massive Renata ult on top of 1XN. He'll be able to cleanse himself out. There's the full item purchase now. And like you mentioned before, he still has Doran's Blade. He can pick up a control ward because he has that 6th item slot available.
Okay, that's those role quests coming to good use here, as 1XN has had the lead maybe shrink a little bit after some of these recent fights, but still absolutely critical for him to stay alive and dish out the maximum possible damage. He is really the only one that can burst through this front line that LGD has so has so brilliantly built up at this point. Hung and Sasa going to be very powerful around this next fight. Could be the Dragon, which spawns in 30 seconds. I think at this point here, Jay Beto, with both summoners available for 1XN, with them having the Scimitar, they feel more comfortable to try to fight this soul.
The thing is, though, Grapes, that the flash for the mid lane has come back up. Tongyuan has flash available because of Cosmic Insight, so if they want to send it onto him, it's going to need to be a 2-pronged attack where they get his flash and then continue going. LNG still do have priority over this river. They have vision control as well, and they're first here. So LGD would need to force their way back in.
Missing already down to half HP, as he is going to be very squishy on the back line for LNG. Sasa dashing forward, but Croco on a flank finds a Cyclone out of the back line, but a big hostile takeover nonetheless. Xiaoya gets deleted, and so does Sasa on the backside. Tongyuan and Hung are still alive, as Sasa with the revive is able to flash away, but he won't flash away from the might of 1XN. He gets the kill onto the Zahen, and still has Sheeran missing to try and take down this Dragon Soul.
It's like 1XN is just going forward.
Take him down. Tongyuan, now the only one left standing, missing, is nearly taken down, but Tongyuan will not be able to get him. Sheer will chase the Orianna away, and 1XN will do the job around the Dragon himself. Mountain Soul claimed for LNG.
I have missed this pick so much, and 1XN makes it look beautiful. His kiting away from Sasa, the wild growth on top, the QSS on the hostile takeover that has teared this team apart through this game. 1XN pops off in this game. We take a look back here. Croco nearly sneaks into this brush, but he's just spotted by the vision from Tongyuan. But he goes anyway. Look at 1XN. Instantly on the Hung, does so much damage. QSS's wild growth. He's clicking flash away here from the front line, but Sasa Again, finds this instant flash. 1xN continues to go off. In live, we've got the Baron picked up. 1xN starts at the Dragon. This is a bait. They want Hung to walk in. It's an instant turn off as soon as they kill this Mundo. Man, 1xN carried this whole fight on his shoulders.
And this is the player that so many of us were excited about last year on Thunder Talk, just waiting to see him get an opportunity to shine. And many of us think this could be that chance here on LNG with players like Sheer and Missing with this high-level experience on top teams. Remember, they played together back on JDG in 2024. You have Kroko here in Bulldog from Korea in the mid-jungle duo. They're having a pretty good game themselves, specifically Kroko finding these engages. And, of course, 1xN. Out of all of them, despite it all, has somewhat emerged as the superstar, as the player to play around here for LNG. This is much better than that Ziggs game, isn't it?
Yeah. Yep. And he's deathless in this game, right? He's going the Jack Show build now too. It might be the Wit's End. Oh, no, actually, Wit's End doesn't bear down a Giant's Cloak. It should be the Jack Show. That's normally what Varus, on-hit Varus goes at the end of the game. And he's already deathless. Now Jack Show getting purchased. He has Mountain Soul as well. If you weren't killing this guy before, how are you... Look at his shielding. How are you going to get past this guy when he has QSS for the Renata ult now? Nothing else can proc that. There is no range CC. There's actually no CC at all that can take down this QSS. So it's just being held for this hostile takeover. Look at how aggressive 1xN's playing. He has Flash up. He's got a support behind him. LGD backs against the wall once again in this series. Can they find a miracle? If they could one-shot 1xN, the fight would turn completely on its head.
That's a tall task, especially with all those buffs that he has on top of him, like you said. Not the best siege comp here for LNG, but they're going to get the job done in terms of these inner towers. Inhibitor towers still the ones left standing. They got 55 seconds, about a wave and a half left. Going to get this one and maybe one more. Potential final push here with this Baron buff. Sheer getting pulled in here with the handshake. Shockwave lands on a 1xN, needs to flash away. That's a big cooldown issued already as the hostile takeover also connects onto the Varus. Bulldog gonna have to be inside that shroud. Uses the shuriken flip to get away. A lot of resources burned by LGD, but nobody on the opposition falls.
That was about as good as you could have gotten there for LGD. Shockwave hits 1xN. He has to flash and he had to QSS the Renata ult. But it didn't result in anything. He's full health at the end of it because the shielding is just so much. Jack Show has been completed. He's actually... I forgot about this. He gets another item, so he's going a Randuin's, I would assume, which is even more tankiness here for 1xN. I guess he has no flash, so if you could Shockwave him and land on top of him with Hung, if he could Ghost and ult, but this is the problem with this LGD draft, right? They don't have a Bull delivery service, so it's just reliant on Tongyuan, like, no assistance hitting the Shockwave onto 1xN's head, who doesn't have flash now, sure, but he's kind of really tanky.
Yeah, I mean, might be tankier than some of the frontline players on LNG at this point, just in terms of, you know, the amount of sustainability he's able to get. Imagine Legend Bloodline in there, 1,000 gold shutdown, and having Missing pop shields and heals on top of him like it's nobody's business. 1xN, very powerful right now. You can see our top laners have unlocked level 20, so we're really at that late game stage, Jay Beto, but it feels like LNG have control. Gold Leaf's only 3,000. LGD, if they can win a fight around this Herald, around this Elder Dragon, I should say, definitely still have a chance, but as you mentioned, it starts by punishing this flashless Varus.
Side note here, I didn't know that this is the way that the game was coded, but you actually get all the way up to the cap. So you get level 18 and then get all the way to 19 and then don't tick over. And it's the same with level 20. I never knew that. I guess completely pointless piece of information, but the graphic tells us that you continue earning XP after that. Kind of interesting.
It's important when you click on the post-game graphic at the end and you get the...
True.
I think they track that. I don't know.
That's not fair, though, because top laners continue to get more, so they'll always have more XP now.
Yeah. It's okay.
We've got 30 seconds on this Elder Grapes.
Yeah, we're getting
minute
close
and a half
to that
on Dragon.
It might not even happen, though.
Oh.
As Xiaoya is way too far forward in the mid lane. You might have your flash, but do not have your life at this point. Kroko finding the critical play, and LNG will have a numbers advantage for the Elder Dragon fight.
That's huge. No TP for Sheer, and ult is down for Croco and missing. But how do you get in? If you take down Tongyuan, there is no damage left. Tongyuan needs to have the perfect fight here. As it, like you said, it's Xiaoya walking too far up. A great invis over the wall to catch this MF. The Elder Dragon has spawned. LGD, your chance is now, or you're losing this series.
Bulldogs on the flank. They need a steal, but Hung is getting stalled and
It's
slowed
gone.
by Sheer. He uses that unstoppable onslaught, and here comes the perfect execution. Sasa uses the ultimate just to get away, but the Elder Dragon has already been secured, and LGD are on the retreat. LNG aren't going to go too far forward. They know they have a Baron in 15, and that can be the tool that they utilize to finally put an end to this series.
Well, it's against Elder for LGD. They'll have to fight this Baron, or this is kind of a really sad ending to this series that was really exciting. You're down Soul, nice smite. Down Soul, Elder, and Baron. You're against Exodia, 3 grubs as well. There is no buff LNG do not have at their disposal to end this game. LGD, do you make a stand at Baron against Elder Drake? Do you try to wait out the buff's fight in front of your Nexus as it might fall in your face? It will be the full concede of the Baron. They have every buff in pocket, Grapes.
Soul, Baron, Elder, the trifecta of neutral objective buffs right now for LNG. They're going to have maybe 45 seconds in the base of LGD with these buffs intact. We'll see if they're able to pull the trigger quick enough, as LGD still has a decent amount of wave clear here with Xiaoya and Tongyuan. They have a lot of sustainability here with Hung. Can they make a final stand at the 41-minute mark of this Game 3?
The problem is there's no snap again. The reason they found their ins in Game 2 was off the back of Sasa and off of YCX, who in this game neither have a fast in to this game. Don't forget the 3 grubs alongside their buffs too. Not that it really matters, but it does add insult to injury. It means the towers go down even faster. LGD will stand alongside their Nexus, and as LNG move in and look to cement themselves as the first seed in Group Nirvana.
Slow lands onto Hung. He has to pop that ultimate early. They're going to lock down a Sheer, but he's very tanky. I think over 7,000 health at this point in the game, with that Soul Furnace continuing to tick. Here goes Croco. He lands a 3-man Cyclone, and that should do it. Their hostile takeover will not be enough. The carries will fall one by one, and LNG can finally breathe a sigh of relief. It took them a little bit longer than they expected, but they'll get the win all the same. A 2-1 over LGD to move towards the top of Group Nirvana.
And Game 2 was a great showing from LGD. It shows that they have the tools, the players, the skill to win games against the top of Group Nirvana. But for LNG here, that game was a mistake. Game 1 and Game 3 looked easy for them. They had a game plan, they executed. LGD did find bite back in this game more than Game 1. But Croco, with missing and 1xN in the back, looked unstoppable in this series.
1xN, just a masterpiece of a performance. I know you wanted him for MVP, or maybe at some point, but this time, I think he's going to deserve it. It's been Croco for all 3 wins so far for LNG this season. I think finally it might go over to someone else. Not to discredit what Croco was able to do on the Wukong, really setting up some of those plays that allowed for 1xN to get into a good position, but locking in that lethality or the on-hit Varus, like he's played a couple times so far this season, and it ends up paying off in a big way, as LNG will move to 2-0 here in the group and look really poised to try to take over. And hey, by the way, if you like the way that these two teams played, well, guess what? It's good news, because they're going to play again in about 12 days, so no time to waste. You're going to be right back into it soon.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, I agree. 1xN, the soul fight was all him. Croco goes in, yes, finds the engage, but he's dead. Not only does 1xN completely carry from the backline, but it was a 2v3 or 2v2 with Hung and 1xN starting up the dragon. Hung walks in and instantly kills him. secures the soul. It's risky, right? If it was Poke Varus, maybe you could just flip it with the Blight stacks, but with on-hit Varus against the Mundo, you need to take down that smite. So Tong Yuan was there, 2 on the Akali, pushes him out as well. A great series from 1xN, but that game was completely him. Croco missing, linked up very nicely. Bulldog, maybe need to revisit that matchup. Again, it does win later, but that lane looked really tough.
Yeah, definitely still growing pains for some of these players. Bulldog not having some of those shining moments on an Akali pick that we were pretty excited to see once it did get locked in that Game 3 draft. As for LGD, what a way to bounce back after what was a pretty disastrous first game. The fact that they created situations for themselves where they could have won this series goes to show the resilience that this team has had. Of course, 3 of the 5 players sticking together after 2025, and now bringing in Hung and Tong Yuan. Don't think either of them had particularly great performances today, but still a lot to look forward to for your former Demacia Cup semifinalists.
And for these teams, LGD have to go up against OMG on Friday, I believe. OMG play against Ultra Prime tomorrow night, I'm fairly sure. Yep. So LGD, after that showing, poised to cement themselves as a 2nd seed. I see them contesting LNG. This rematch is going to be incredibly fun. So if LGD can continue to look strong, find their groove again. These teams have not played enough games on stage. 1 game each. This is their 2nd series outside of, their 2nd series, and they're playing against each other. Worded that a bit strange. Playing against each other. So, yes, they've been scrimming. Yes, they played in Demacia Cup, but this is really their 2nd series on stage, which is important, right? I mean, take any team. I mean, I know that teams like Cloud9 were talking last year about, or Liquid, sorry, talking about last year that they did really well in scrims, bad on stage. This kind of stuff happens. So getting stage experience is super important. I'm very excited to see these guys play up again in, I think it's not next week, the week after. I'd have to check the schedule, but 55K.
Yeah. I know damage is not always what we use as a defining factor, but I think we know who our player of the game is going to be. It did not come easily. As you can see, the gold graph did tick up and down, maybe even slightly in terms of LGD's favor at around that 30-minute mark, but was not enough for them to close out the series. As 1xN on the Varus just doing a lot of the heavy lifting here in this one, and that's going to be probably, the story here for LNG. Obviously, Bulldog and Croco are a fun story to watch. Sheer has been solid so far, but when you look at who's going to really take this team to the next level, to me it feels like it's 1xN.
I mean, there are so many great AD carries in the LPL, so having someone step up that hasn't before reached that height and get there with players who have played against the best and have reached incredible heights like Missing. If 1xN can continue to have performances like this, and potentially, I see this team getting to at least the play-ins against Perseverance teams. If this team can get to playoffs and then Group Ascend, I'd love to see how 1xN does in this team against some of the best AD carries in the league. Elk, Hope, Gala, right? This was pretty unfortunate. I will say, probably needed QSS earlier because there were 2 fights back-to-back. That the only 2 fights that LGD really won this series, this game, were because the hostile takeover did hit 1xN. But this is the first time he had the QSS, took over the game.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the ability to just kite away from players like Sasa on the Zehen, who's supposed to be able to dive decently well, have a lot of mobility in that department, just did not matter because of the amount of damage that 1xN had. And you got to give credit to Croco as well. Finding this play on Xiaoya was absolutely huge. It gave them the Elder and eventually the Baron, and he found this big play to end it as well.
Yeah, nice try from LGD. At least in this final fight, they do, send it. But I'm hoping it's 1xN. I gotta get one right. I mean, the Croco one was a bit for sure, but I thought Xiaoya was gonna get it. You were correct. We gotta come on, some hype for the AD carry role. I'm also an ADC main. Need some ADC hype this series.
Still waiting for that player of the game. Looks like we're going to get it right now as we wrap up our first series of the day. Looks like it's going to be an interview, actually, that we're going to be pulling towards with some of these new additions to the LNG roster. So that's going to take us towards the conclusion of our first series of the day. And we are going to, I believe, send it over to a short break. Jay Beto, thank you so much again for filling in for us here on this series between LNG and LGD. But it's time for us to get some reinforcements. So we're going to pull out the Philly special, pass it on over to Slayer and Alk, who have the call for our next series between Top Esports and Invictus Gaming.
Oh, all right. Had to catch the pass there from Graves. Welcome back, everybody. LPL English. We're getting set here for our second series of the night, and we are moving on over to Group Ascent. So I hope everybody enjoyed their Group Nirvana appetizer, as I've famously called them many times. I'm, of course, most excited for tonight's broadcast because for the first time in 2026, I'm casting with this dashing man over here. Alk Battery stepping in as the second super sub, technically like the third one. You know what? I'm just happy we're here, and well, I would say I'm happy about Invictus Gaming versus Top Esports Alk, but I think I'm gonna I'm a little cautiously happy about this matchup as we get set for it.
If anything from yesterday's game is to take away from, I am very scared for both of these teams. This is going to get bloody. This is going to get a little weird at some points, and I'm expecting at least to have a bit of fun here tonight because IG and Top Esports already early into the season doesn't seem like they're going to be contending for top of the group. So this is really going to be a big decider for at least the large portion of the split as to who's going to be maybe in that 5th, 6th spot here.
Yeah, and if you feel like that seems a bit fast to already talk about, because these two teams are respectively going into their 4th and 5th series of the split so far. Yeah, IG will complete their first round robin through Group Ascend tonight, and February 6th, I believe, is once we start kicking out postseason. Correct. That's not very far away. So these conversations need to be had, and we will be having them. Let's get through the formalities, though. Of course, let's start introducing some rosters here, and we'll start with Invictus Gaming. One of the new look squads coming to Group Ascend. Soboro in the top lane, Wei still remaining in the jungle alongside Rookie to complete that mid-jungle duo. But then the bottom lane switches up. Photic stepping in as that AD carry, and then Jway, one of the most polarizing supports, rounds out this roster.
It's just, look, we're 5 series in, and for Invictus, the solo lanes need to step up. I mean, Rookie got counterpicked in that first game versus BLG and got completely clapped within the first 8 minutes of the game, just completely ruining his tempo with a delayed back. And Saboro has gotten a lot of jungle attention, getting solo queued a few times from various top laners here in the league. So I need to see these two lanes in particular really take the next level, whether that is Rookie just going back to some more of these control mages, or even Saboro just strictly being put on Sion and Gragas duty, because it's already starting to struggle with what's happening in some of the other lanes.
Without a doubt, Alk, and I think the fun sell that we could do here, the fun little spin on our matchup, yeah, it's the fight night, you know. Our undercard was maybe the solo lanes you just saw, because we saw some questionable things from Bulldog and I would say Sheer alongside the LGD solo lanes in that series, but now this is the big fight, right, is which of these sets of solo lanes can kind of find form, because we'll talk about them a bit later. Cream and 369 also, I think, in the doghouse a bit with some of their performances for Top Esports.
Rookie hasn't made an international in a couple years prior to this Worlds performance, but Cream, being on Top Esports, has gotten to take part in 2 to 3 years worth of MSIs and World Championships, and it's time now that he has to make the step up. I think he needs to provide a level of either stability, shot calling, or just genuine carry potential to a team that is lacking Jackie Love. Otherwise, this OMG project from the past has now just completely sputtered out. We no longer really see PP God or Shanji. Aki's out of the league as well, and we don't know what happened to Abel. He's kind of the last remaining piece of a very beloved team, and I don't think he's really delivered on that promise.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so either. I would be right in tote with you there, Dimitri. The clock is ticking for like the Cream conversations to kind of evolve, and then 369, maybe not like shot calling things, but on a roster like this for Top Esports needs to be a better veteran presence, at least in these game states, or maybe behind the scenes. We don't know all of that, but let's focus a bit back on IG, because you mentioned a bit on Rookie, and I really want to emphasize home how important he is to the dynamic of IG as we roll some of these clips. The point I want to make here with some of these fights isn't necessarily that Rookie's like the big guy getting a lot of these kills, but I feel like in all the fight wins we see from IG, he's just such like a stabilizing force, like moving these pieces into the right spot. This fight really stood up to me for JDG. There's another one we'll roll with him on the Talia, that big like Photic Varus Baron play. Yeah. Like I don't like the big headline Dimitri screams like, oh my god, you know, Photic gets these big combos, or we can set up Jway for these 5-man pop blossoms, but a lot of these fights don't work if you don't have that conductor that is Rookie, it feels like.
Rookie has had a lot of on games. He's had a lot of off games so far this season. I look back at his Ari in the very first game to open up the split. He looked incredible, and they barely were able to close that series out versus Weibo. I just need to see more out of him because it's true. If he gets to a mid game and they're even or ahead, I feel like Rookie and IG can be a strong team here in the league. It's just whether or not he actually makes a good play. Don't show me this. This was bad.
Sorry,
Like,
I had to throw it in. You know what? I know.
Yep. I was a really big fan. We spent the rest of that game just talking about him playing versus the Orianna.
Yep.
Yeah, I just want a good Rookie because we've spent so many years upping this guy as one of the best mid laners in the league.
Yeah, and yes, I will say everybody's getting put on Knight's highlight tape right now, but the point being is that Rookie, right now, I mean, mid lane outside of Knight is a really big conversation for this region because we already talked about how we're not really impressed with how Cream has been playing. I don't think Shanks has really evolved along as we've expected him to be, so who's kind of left as like a big bad mid to show up not only in LPL playoff series, big series, but also like internationals? It's got to be a guy like Rookie. So that's why we hold the bar so high for a player of his caliber. Like you heard Alk mention, not a lot of international appearances for this guy compared to where he used to be. Let's, though, shift our focus for a second here and introduce Top Esports' roster. We kind of talked a bit about them already, so I'm going to run through this one fairly quickly. It is still 369 on the top side. Nayo, the jungler, stepping in for Kanavi. Cream in the mid lane. And then the new look bottom lane, Jachi and Fongwei rounding out Top Esports.
TES, man, it's really hard to watch them this season. I know we're waiting for Jackie Love in Split 2, but it is just like pulling teeth with this team when we watch the solo lanes. Like, 369 and Cream need to have a level of veterancy, especially for what is supposedly supposed to be kind of Nayo's roster. He's making a big leap now coming in from LGD and from NIP last season. But if they solo lanes with the tenure that they've had on the lineup, with the experience, especially for a player like 369, you need to lead, especially a rookie bottom lane like this. So I need to see them perform, and in tandem, I need to see Chachi and Feng Yue have a good lane, because it has been few and far between here so far in the season.
Yeah, so we'll keep a lookout for that. But I think I kind of want to just roll into this one. One of the more painful areas for Top Esports, I really think, has been their team fighting. Mm-hmm. I don't know if we'll have we had some clips. You know what? We're gonna get examples to talk about all regardless once we get into this series. But
yeah.
The bottom lane issues, I think the team fighting's been off, and also it's kind of like there's also the conversation about Nayo, and it feels like he wants to lean into more of these carry junglers. I'm still waiting to see if they'll give him an opportunity to kind of try and drive the bus in some of these games, because it feels like he's kind of restricted on the duty he has to fill. Like we mentioned, Kanavi's old duty, which really felt like just really navigating early games and being like a tempo control jungler player like Jarvan, Pantheon, all those meta picks.
Sorry, I just watched Cream completely grief the on-stage appearance here. He's standing in the wrong spot. He's like, oh crap, I gotta go to the other side. Yeah, for Nayo, it's weird because he has the tendency. I really want to see him play things like the Kiana. I know Jace is probably never going to get through, so Kiana is fine in that instance, but when you have a player like Cream, who I think has a much more limited or a shaped champion pool that's going to put him on things like Akali, he doesn't really play a ton of Orianna to my liking anyway, but I think his Rise is fine enough, so if we need a mage, that's good. It's just, how can we fit that alongside other things here for Nayo?
Sorry, I got distracted by how similar your drip is to the drip the players are using on stage right now with the nice over jacket. Right. That's I got a little distracted. Hey, you know, we have a little bit of a second before we get into draft. I think I've been asking most of my partners on some of these broadcasts to grade the jerseys of the teams that we're seeing, because I graded all of them. I want to like compare notes. So I know it's hard to see because most of them are wearing the overtop coats, but like, how did you feel about the IG Top Esports jerseys? Because I have them on different sides.
Different paths. Yeah, I know you put the IG one, I think, as like a C or a B. You were like, it's fine. It has
C.
classic colors. Yep. I like it for. I think IG has always used the mountain as like a very unique piece of iconography in their jerseys, and now they have it here on this one. I think it's great. They're also one of the more classical, like, white and the light gray. Light gray, I think, is always beautiful. I go back to them winning the World Championships and having those gray, pale gray. It was beautiful. So I generally like the IG roster, or the IG drip. For Top Esports, I think it's growing on me. I was very adverse to them immediately when we saw them on Weibo, but as the season has gone on and as I see how it kind of hangs on the players, it doesn't look bad. It looks a lot better.
Okay, yeah. So it sounds... Yeah, I put them A tier. I really like the color switch up, right? I think that's like the lean away, kind of these like stark, strict lines that run across, and the fonts are very fun. For IG, man, I think they cook too much on the font for the actual Invictus Gaming, and like I don't know. That's where I'm at. Let's focus back in on our matchups though. Here we are in to draft for game 1. Alk, what are we looking to see here for a successful draft out of both these teams early on in, right? Because we kind of know what the bans are going to look like. Still Jace, Orianna, Malphite, like these are always been taken away.
So right now, it was IG who had option for side select, or going for a pick ban. It was TES who did choose blue. I'm wondering what exactly IG were looking for in terms of getting the first pick. If we're talking about bans, Rumble is still a staple, and I think one of Saboro's better champions, but because he has been so hard focused, and especially I think in contrast to a player like 369, it's going to be a bit dangerous to go for that one. So I don't think we're going to get Cassante, but you do have to worry about potential jungle champions coming out here, especially the flex of things like Mbessa for Invictus Gaming.
And speaking on those junglers, Wei is in such an interesting position as that Rumble does end up going over to Soboro. So we saw in Demacia Cup, right? The only reason I want to lean on some of that is he played a lot of carry junglers, really successful there. Haven't seen that same success. So I'm curious to see in a matchup way, we do feel like he is favored in the jungle compared to other Group Ascent junglers. What does he go towards? It's the Pantheon and Mbessa here for Top Esports, so a lot of dive threat, a lot of, map pressure that they're trying to bring out already with their Game 1 style.
Interesting. And not only do they now have a bit of an aggressive dive core for Top Esports, you're also getting rid of two really important champions for Wei's pool as we go further in this series. Again, with Fearless, those are two champions that I think Wei would really like to get his hands on as the series goes on. So effectively, this is now 3 champions out of Wei's pool that is no longer going to be available now with the Vi locked in. Vi has great setup alongside this Rumble, but can be a little squishy, and I think with what Top Esports are showing, depending on if we get like an Akali in mid lane, or we get more of that Rise that I was mentioning with Cream, I think it's going to be very dangerous for a Top Esports to pull off.
This is really funny. This is one of those scenarios where I feel like if you swap around the mid laners with the junglers, you like the pairings a bit more. I guess it's early season. Ooh, okay. I was like, I gotta stop falling for hovers. That's rule number 1 when you get back in. But luckily, didn't fall for that one. We're getting the Cream Ari, so already a little uneasy. This is definitely a champion that he has not performed up to the standard we expect of him on. He's been a lot more comfort leaning as of late, and this is not one of those.
And you trade the... I would personally like to play Top Esports side of the draft with the mid jungle, but it is reliant on Nayo having to be able to step forward, and that could always be interrupted with things like a Vault Breaker coming in from the Vi, or Rookie just placing down this Unraveler. So let's get into the second phase of draft here. Bans already starting to come through with Top Esports getting rid of the Nautilus. I do think that Rel and Alistar become instant premier picks here, especially because we don't know which AD carrier we're going to see. My mind is going to immediately go towards Yunar, but it seems like Yunar is starting to drop off a little bit in priority from what we saw from the last series.
Yeah, I do want to mention for Jachi has been the biggest Jhin merchant so far this season. So I think it is most played AD carry. Maybe the Varus is also up there because it feels like it is up there for every AD carry. He's one of the guys that goes towards Jhin. So I want to keep that champion out there, especially looking at kind of a long-range dive comp where you could argue putting a Jhin with a curtain call behind a Pantheon and a Mbessa and RE dive could work if you want that extra safety, and it's something that you're not going to expect to see from Photic.
Alistar, Nautilus, two champions we called out before, gone now. And with Bard, this does allow for you to go for some more enchanters. I know Fengyue and Shui haven't been the biggest support players to pick these two up, but you already have a fair amount of engage from your jungles on both sides. I don't think it's all that bad. And if you get a Lulu versus something like a Vi, you completely nullify their ability to dive on you in later game scenarios.
All right, for top esports, what we got to think here is, am I willing to give Rel for maybe one of those enchanter angles? Because I think Jue is going to immediately take up the Rel. They're going to go for the Misfortune for Jachi, so a pretty simple, stable 80 carry pick. I feel like Jue is just going to slam the Rel. This feels like the most obvious Rel angle for him.
He could be Rel, it could be Rakan.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Okay,
Rakan,
Rakan.
for what they're showing, is good. There are a couple of 80 carries. Misfortune gives them brute force. I think top esports already rounding themselves out with a very early game skewed composition, strong lanes, the ability to move in between on the map is really, really good for them. Now for IG, Sivir's great in the lane duels. I think, again, for what you're talking about, if you could step up on mid-wave, I still like what top esports have. And the Rel's just going to be a takeaway so they don't get that massive combo for Jotzi.
Yeah, that's the fear. Also, you bring a little more tankiness instead of the elusiveness of a Rakan. This Poppy, though, I mean, this could really be kind of an X-Factor pick, right, All, to just kind of shut down so much of the IG engage with steadfast presence.
Yeah, honestly, it's kind of like a more aggressive variant of like a Bard, because if he lands that verdict, you're out of a fight. Talia can't rejoin, Rumble can't rejoin, Rel's not going to be able to get there in time. So I need to see strong laning phase. We said that some of the criticism we had for top esports was some of their laners not really performing. Well, now you have decent matchups in almost every single one of these lanes, and I'm expecting not only Cream and 369 to step up, but Nio on this Pantheon to have a huge influence with him in the mid jungle.
Yeah, curious to see even how the early pathing looks, because for the IG side, Wei on this Vi, it's one of those junglers that is pretty susceptible to early invades. It really needs time on our first clear protected, and like you're talking about, with not a lot of good lane matchups. Nio, I think, really made his name on LGD and then later on NIP, willing to be aggressive early in the jungle. Most of the time he was playing some of these carry champions, but the Pantheon does work. Can he now do that against bigger competition? The big thing with Nio is, though he played a lot of time last year in the LPL ALC, how many series did he get against real Group Ascent teams? Very little, maybe a couple throughout the entire year.
That's true. It only really happened when we had NIP joining up in Group Ascend, and even that was a little bit rocky. So it's tough. I want to see him really step up, because he's kind of been in and out of the league. This was kind of his... Last year was more of a big breakout year for him. Rare Adam didn't really serve him too well, so this is a big jump up. I mean, it's Kanavi's seat that you're filling in now, and you're joining a roster of potentially some of the best players we've had domestically and even internationally speaking in 369, and Jackie Love winning if he comes back. So excited to see. We've got our first game coming right up here between Top Esports and Invictus Gaming.
All right. Our last matchup of the night. And, I was going to wait for the Gyos, but we're not waiting for the Gyos at the bottom lane. All right, that's, let's take stock of Summoners. Slight advantage to the Top Esports bottom lane just because Photic burnt his barrier alongside the trade of heal.
Ooh, here we go. Early invades, great with Pantheon. Vi also did take a little bit of damage. I wonder if that was just, Nio walking into the jungle and pushing him out. We haven't seen a lot of invades early on because of the change to this season. I mean, minions coming out faster, jungle camp spawning a lot quicker, means that there's no time for level 1s. And if we're just going to split the map here, I do think this is slightly advantage to Top Esports. Already a pretty big investment here from Invictus Gaming, losing almost every summoner now in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and markedly double summoner advantage for Jachi. So this should even further propel that lane safety, but do have to now keep in mind, like you mentioned with the invades, that IG should most of the time have Wei covering towards this bottom side. Maybe that's why you see, despite all this aggressive trading, that Photic and Jue felt more than comfortable enough to shove that wave and get the crash, but Nio's actually broke. So we've actually already broken the vertical jungle. How does Wei not lose hella camps for this?
Like, he had the ward. They knew that he was on. He goes to enemy raptors, so they just trade a single camp with each other. And Nayo was trying to be sneaky, but he never actually landed any of his, or he got spotted in mid-wave when he was trying to sneak around. So they know exactly where this Pantheon is. I'm not really looking at the bottom lane wave right now unless Nayo decides to completely ruin his jungle path and come down here. I'm looking at the top wave that's going to be bouncing back soon. And that could be something where Top Esports look to get a summoner spell out from Saburo, who, again, has been a liability in some of these games early on.
The only thing you really take away from bottom lane right now is these next couple of minutes, you've got summoners off of both these bottom laners, especially the flashes. So how much does that inhibit any playmaking for a player like Jue, who looks to make plays much to the detriment of his own health bar most of the time? We will have to see. For now, though, we do see Nayo slipping under some vision. Rookie could get jumped on. Flash is going to have to use. He's actually going to instead burn the cleanse for the charm. Lucky to get some serious damage onto Cream, or that could have been a lot more disastrous.
Wow, Rookie has been more, we didn't touch on this, but Rookie has been a little bit more willing to opt for different spells coming in. We've seen him on the Ghost before in mid lane, kind of similar to what we got from Knight in their matchup. And now taking the cleanse, I think he recognizes that if he's ever going to play or do well enough in this lane, he has to have this cleanse to get around Nayo and Cream. Early jungle pathing wise, though, I think a small advantage going over to Wei. He still gets the respawn Raptors on his side. He's going to get this bottom side scuttle, and Nayo still hasn't really impacted the map in that same manner. So I think this is good starting off for IG. Maybe he gets 2 scuttle cans, or even just Cream's life.
All right, yep, Vault Breaker lands. Cream flashes over the seismic shove, but a good look there from Wei. You don't normally see Vise get great looks pre-level 6, but it's a good one from Wei nonetheless.
So nothing happened topside. Saburo still farming. Sivir got over with hasn't even taken her full back yet, but is going to be able to soon. And it's just completely fine. We're just shoving this wave underneath the turret versus Jiachi. Like, I don't know how you're supposed to be able to play this early on right now. Even the mid lane, we didn't get too much. We lost the summoner spell in mid. So Top Esports need to kind of get it together here. There's still a lot of opportunity. The fact that Rookie still has flash is, I think, impressive enough.
Ooh. Pengwei, good to cancel the crash down with that steadfast presence, but definitely a very aggressive look there. Good little trap set from IG's bottom lane. Trade that heal right back out, and as you mentioned, right, this is definitely what we saw from draft was that Top Esports are bringing a comp that really needs to hit early. Already not necessarily leaning on their lane leads we were expecting as much in mid and bottom lane, but this is a comp that cannot kind of slow down with adversity because they are kind of letting a Quiet Beast and Photic scale up, and Soboro is only going to become more problematic as this game goes on as well.
369's close to level 6 here. He was waiting to see if Saburo would do something to try to force the issue. Instead, is just going to keep squeezing Arcane Comet procs down onto him. Nayo, not close to level 6, but is starting to make his way down. The topside scuttle is spawning here, and Cream should have level 6, so I do want to see Top Esports start to move, whether that is looking onto Rookie or just invading in the topside jungle so we can get those grubs, or the grub spawning in 2.5 minutes.
Good little charm combo there from Cream. Is going to force Rookie out of lane. Has that ultimate advantage pressure. Here comes Wei, though. No cease and desist. 369 has everything available to him. Public execution is going to whiff. Good flash there from Wei to make sure that doesn't come across. But Soboro tanks up a huge amount of the aggro.
Wei's dead.
One more turret shot, and he's going to trade it. 369 makes it pay for IG's first blood take.
And he still has teleport, so he'll get back into this lane feeling okay on the trade. Saburo, don't die to minions. If you do this to me, I'm going to be heartbroken.
Not when the shot is showing, please. Okay. That would have
yeah,
really
that would have been
timing.
extra embarrassing. Yeah, Nayo will get the dragon, so while that first blood gold is going to feel nice for Invictus Gaming, I think the fact that he was able to outplay that is kind of lucky, honestly, because that should have been Nayo trying to cover topside. It's been 3 waves now that Saburo's been slamming into 369, and he still missed out on some of that. So a small mistake, maybe miscoordination from the jungle and top lane of Top Esports.
And again, with how these top sides are positioned, it's just going to be so much about the execution, especially on these junglers for any sort of big plays. Good to see Wei, though, out on the map first, and he's even looking for more here to catch Cream over the wall. Cease and desist, Vault Breaker, Seismic Shove, all this is thrown down, but Cream still walks out. Cleanse from Rookie, flashes away from Nayo's chain. Wei looking for a Vault Breaker reset. The Weaver's Wall going to make sure Nayo has no room for escape. Nice little play there from Rookie to make sure IG's mid-jungle duo comes out on top.
playing with imperfect information, and IG completely punished them.
Oh
Now
my god,
another
fake way!
kill.
Photic
Oh.
has to flash over the bullet time. Nice little angle found there on the Poppy.
They get the push in bottom lane. They'll reset here, but I mean, Cream still hasn't recalled, man. I maybe just trying to get a little bit more time before his teleport comes through, but Rookie's going to have his reset. He'll come back on the map just a little bit faster than his opponent. And we have Herald, or the Grub spawning in 30 seconds. I need to see IG start to make a move here. Jway even gets stuck now in this bottom lane. This is a good set of plays here for Top Esports, even if they are the ones who are currently suffering.
Yeah, Jachi's gotten back a hold of that slight gold lead. And it's always such an interesting conversation, right? Because you mentioned the Grubs coming up. But with those support quests, it's been interesting to see which supports really prioritize hanging out in the lane a bit longer to try and get close to those. But as we've seen the season go on, Hulk, I feel like we've seen supports move more and more early, knowing that Grubs are such a higher priority than any sort of quest the support has to push for in the lane.
Who cares about support quests, guys? Like, I'm sorry, you guys already have like some really broken champions and what you can do on the map. You're not tied to just playing in bottom lane.
-1.
3 minutes. It wasn't like yesterday. That -1 yesterday was crazy disgusting. So, all right. Right now it is IG with priority. Jway's here in mid lane. Fengwei tried to skip this mid wave, but it means that Cream is now stuck underneath his turret, and the top laners will not join. I think this is Wei grabbing 2 grubs at least for himself.
Ooh, the 1 HP smite coming out there from Wei just to secure it. Naya walks himself back in, but Jway sees a double stun combination. There's the Velvet Carpet layer down by Sobero. But Naya kind of just shrugs off a lot of this damage. So a huge amount of usage from summoners and ultimates coming down there from IG just to secure these grabs. Bowling excuse to re-engage, comes across 369. Sobero's fine to engage until he sees Naya fly on in. He has to flash away from the Grand Starfall.
Cream.
And Sobero should be able to run out, so Cream comes over the wall, hits a clutch charm, and finally secures the kill the Top Esports were looking for.
I like the re-engagement there. They even thought about potentially bringing Jachi over for this play, but it is still going to be IG grabbing at least one of these grubs and trying to make good on at least another mid lane plate here. Maybe Wei just re-engages.
Cease and desist, and Io does get the grub, but Rookie can't get over the wall to secure enough damage, so Wei's gonna have to get it done on his own. Nice little 3-piece combo. Wei gets the kill, but I do believe that was 2 grubs going over to Top Esports at the end of the day.
I'm kind of torn on this because on one hand, Top Esports, they get at least a kill on the back end, they get Saburo to flash, and they get this top wave to crash. However, just a trade in terms of raw gold that IG were able to get on the map, both in bottom lane and in mid, I think is a fine enough look. Photic survives the bullet time for now. Wei and Jway are on their kind of paths down towards the bottom lane. But he needs to be careful. For Jachi, losing your summoner spells a minute before this dragon is a big bummer.
Classic, just secure the wave push ultimate there from Jachi. I wonder how close that bullet time will be to coming up, though, when that dragon does spawn back in. You obviously need that ultimate to be kind of that big brunt force you talked about out of the draft here for TES.
Seems like it'll be coming up after this. I'm a little worried, as I have been for this team. They're going to be missing a fair amount of ults coming into this fight. Cease and Desist also is not off of cooldown quite yet, but Cream may be looking to buy 369 a timer down into the bottom side.
Sobero senses a looming gank, so he plays off just enough, but he has really still kept up the pressure, shoving these waves constantly down 369's gullet. Actually cancels him off of a reset he was looking for, because he's going to throw another wave right into that turret. Really could sense he wants that crystalline break on the turret, but he's still going to pick himself up a plate, so yeah. Sobero, you know, one of the lanes we were definitely a little worried about into 369. So far holding his own pretty well, and Wei's going to maybe try this dive back again. 369 does cancel his recall. Wei does have the cease and desist in 5 seconds, but the junglers are going to meet instead. Vault Breaker cancels the stun on Anayo, and they're both just going to walk their merry way for now.
Maybe we still make this play. I mean, Rookie has ultimate. The bot lane is getting shoved in. This is kind of your angle to look for here. Rookie's going to try and find Nayo. Doesn't land anything. This is a huge investment here for IG. The longer they stay here, the less possible it is for them to contest for that upcoming dragon.
I do like the look, though, with Sobero's pressure he has in the top lane. They're going to try and steal away this blue buff. 369 TP's back in here, though. Going 1 versus 3 for the time being. He walks right to a season Decisive combo. 369. What was that?
He just completely ruined his lane. Now it's about whether or not Jachi and Fengwei can get enough. Maybe they get this full first turret. That would be a reasonable enough response, but now you've lost all control on top side. They may even be potentially setting up a dive here onto Nio underneath this turret. There's no TP available. Cream would have to use his to get here in time.
Hey, remember when we thought we were splitting the map level 1? Nah, we're doing it into the mid-game. Perfect setup from Jue into another rookie seismic shove, and Nio doesn't even get up the unbreakable wall. Another kill for IG. What a gold injection. We'll see if they can trade that first turret back. Should be able to, so they'll come away with at least 1,000 gold lead moving into our mid-game.
They'll have TPs to share. I'm really looking at Cream getting level 10 on this next wave or 2. Once he gets that, that's getting closer to level 11. Fotic has to be a little bit worried here. This is probably
time.
Oh my god, he lives. This is now Top Esports grabbing Dragon. Second Dragon in the game going their way. What I want to see now is, what is this objective going to turn into? Is this going to be a fight here from Invictus Gaming? Or are we going to get a really impactful Dragon? Because I think something like a Hextech Soul completely gives Top Esports a way out of what has been a rougher early game.
We'll see exactly where the Wheel of Fortune lands on the Dragons as Cream gets another cleanse out of Rookie. Fengwei's just going to speed him on out of there. The Dragon does reset, though, for Top Esports. Sopro is just kind of walking him down out of the Dragon Pit. And nobody really wants to mess with the level 11 Rumble right now. So that kind of big win con you felt was opening up there, Dimitri, is going to slam. His door's going to be slammed shut. Fengwei goes after Rookie. Flash for flash trade. Still should be the Dragon secured here, though, for IG. And we even up at 1 apiece with an Ocean Soul on tap for our game 1.
What else can we get from this, though? I mean, Flash coming in from Talia is not bad. Now we even got the TP from Saburo. I think that is okay. It is worth it for the Dragon, I will mention. As with 369 making a pretty weird play in top lane is the way that I will describe it with that teleport. Now it's gonna, that's the payment. He gave up his teleport and lost his life and had to give up his turret and the Dragon, but now they can play with a little bit of priority potentially for the Grubs here.
Rookie flings Nio into the turret, but it just doesn't matter. He was half HP. Good look there from Nio to utilize that global to make a play. Fengwei, though, I don't know if you want to go in this brush. You never know which way they're hex flashing all.
That's very close. That would have been a situation all of a sudden here. I don't know. Slayer, when I see this map state, and potentially Nio getting taken out, Cream has no mana here. He is so useless in this fight.
Flashes away from Jue's crash down. Fengwei's going to try to provide some path to least resistance out. Magnus Storm comes down, and support should just have to pay their life with Fotic coming across their keeper's Furic, though, is going to be spell shielded by Fotic. Bullet time from Jachi. Gets a ton of damage back out. Jue flashes away. And with all of those ults, so much thrown down, it's actually only going to be Top Esports' support seeing the gray screen. Public execution on the top side, though. 369 wants to throw hands with Sopro, mainly because he's getting help teleporting behind him. But there comes the Velvet Corporate out from Sopro. Good flash from 369, and now, well, it's Cream to try and clean up here. Flash over the wall, though. They didn't expect Sopro to throw back his hands, and he gets the trade 1-for-1. So both of our top laners outplaying 1v2s in this game 1 so far.
Saburo will not have teleport when he spawns. I need to see Top Esports, but Jachi never got a recall from the bottom lane play. What are we doing? The macro in this game has been a little bit suspect already. IG, they overextended on side lanes. Remember, this play started with Rookie getting caught, and now Top Esports are, I think, putting a lot of investment into kind of retribution plays, almost like getting a little bit angry, like, you guys can't do this. We have to punish you.
And that can lead to some gross overextensions.
What are we doing? Rookie. Why are we TPing here?
I mean, oh my, it almost nearly didn't save the turret. I mean, that turret is a nice gust of wind from going over as we look back towards this interesting little chase down from Wei and company.
It should have just been Rookie's kill and then leave. But we stayed on vision, by the way. They were on top of the control ward the entire time of doing the grubs, or doing that the Gromp camp. This was a great charm from Cream, and I think just barely saves this play. If he gets another Denting Blows proc down onto this Pantheon, the guy is dead. So very clutch play. We come out of replay, and Fengyue is dead now. So top esports, I need to see your solo lanes getting gold at this point. We're not pushing mid lane versus Sivir, and Bessa's getting all of this gold in the side lane, but Saburo is showing up for team fights, and IG are just making picks.
And Nayo's just getting caught in his own jungle. Yep, the cease and desist seismic shove, all reliable for IG. Gets themselves another kill, and well, the top side is even more the kingdom of IG, and they're going to parry that into a Rift Herald take for free.
I think right now the top esports, 369 has just not had a great game, and I think his decision-making has made this game significantly harder for his team here. Multiple times just trying to allocate gold into the side lanes, trying to get himself back into this game, but the pretty big detriment now as IG find themselves with a 2,000 gold lead, and you at least took one of the dragons. You're set up to play for that next dragon coming up in a minute.
He didn't get the eye, and he's not even going to be able to sacrifice himself for it. Oh, man. You know what stings the most, Hulk?
What's up?
We thought what we were worried about from this series is already happening. Like, the level of play, like you talked about. Ouch.
It's tough. Yeah, all right. So let's take stock of the game right now, because we do have 30 seconds. We can take a look back what happened to Fengyue here. His team's just nowhere nearby. He gets cut off. This is a great start here with Rookie. Clean, I think, fine here for Invictus Gaming. They'll even fight for this Herald afterwards. But like, again,
what is this?
Nayo, I don't think you're allowed to be here. You know that they have priority. Cream is picking up that wave. Photic is even. I just see it now in the right side of our screen. There was a bullet time used to try to force Photic away from this fight. A lot of small moving parts here, and as we come back to live, I think for fans at home, Invictus Gaming with 2 grubs, the Herald that they never even ended up picking up, they're in a great spot right now to just pick up this 3rd dragon of the game. If TES cannot either grab 3 plates on this top side or do something about this Rumble, you are in a great position as Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, and looking back at this, at this draft as well, I feel like, oh, hold on. We got the equalizer down. Subro's just running down 369. Vaultbreaker over the wall. Way here to team up with his new look top laner, and the disappointing game for 369 only continues to get worse.
They're putting Vision down on top side because there's a Baron here. If they can try to get a little bit more pressure up here, maybe if they find a pick somewhere around this mid lane, it could start off a chain of events.
Starfall. Nayo, I assume, is playing the stall game. Or he just ulted down here to get Sobro off the wave. He doesn't actually think he can take him on his own, but he's bought enough time for Jachi to swing on over and get a very big gold influx.
That's a shutdown going over to Jachi, but okay, he has 3,000 gold, and we haven't talked about this misfortune very much, but is he going to be able to carry? We had many big performances from Jachi over on RNG and then later onto FPX in 2025. We haven't really yet to see a big enough game where I feel like Jachi has reclaimed some of those teamfight kingdoms that we saw from him. So with such a big lead, I'm expecting for him to be able to move his weight around the map, but misfortune can be tricky in teamfights.
Oh, certainly very tricky, especially if his support gets dropped off. Fengyue, I don't know about half HP. Cream gets a good charm on a Rookie, though. Fengyue goes right after Rookie, but he cleanses, flashes out. Bullet time, not going to find its mark. It allows Photic to pick up the first kill. Wave flashes right on top of that. Misfortune, who gets bouncy house out of the team fight just like that. Photic picks up a double kill. Looking for a throw with the bouncing blades. Wave picks it up. 369 into the background, trying to find himself some sort of trade. He's only going to find Jue and find a one-way ticket straight back to the fountain. We get a quadra kill for Photic as IG have broken open our initial game.
Massive plays coming in, a huge find yet again from Invictus Gaming onto Fengyue, and once that's there, the numbers advantage goes over to them, and that fight, I really want to go back into it because I think Cream missed a fair too much of his abilities. We'll take a look in this replay. This start is great for them. A seismic shove immediately. Looks good. Cream lands this, and just not enough damage. Good dodging coming in from Cream. Again, another dodge where they're trying to see something. All of this put into Jue doesn't mean anything. And I'm just looking at the back half of this fight. I want to watch Cream here. Tries to go on to Rookie. Hits the charm. just throws the Orb of Deception in the complete wrong direction. We saw this earlier in the topside play, tried to flash to fix it, and from there the fight is completely doomed. This was on a knife's edge. This could have been Top Esports turning around this fight, but now it's going to be a quadra kill, a Baron here for IG, and that's going to ride straight into this third dragon, or this fourth dragon of the game.
I hate when Ulk's greatest superpower casting with you makes me have to watch ugly things that I missed. That's why
I have to see it, everybody else does.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. I missed that one, and normally I miss things that you point out in the replays, and I go, "Wow, that's really interesting." I feel like I've learned something. All I learned is the meaning of pain a little bit more after watching. All right, well, I mean, this is why we were worried about Cream on some champions that he doesn't feel like are his comfort picks, those melee mid laners. It's really just the issues for Top Esports kind of compounding on themselves even more as we get into this Baron power play push. It's the three-man squad. Oh, with Wei looming on over. They have targeted this bottom lane tier 2 turret. Ricky's going to throw down the Weaver's Wall. There's cease and desist engage onto Fengwei. They send public execution in the back clown to see if they can find a Train. Jackson does a whole lot of damage. TP comes across from Cream. Here comes the rescue right on call. When we were looking for more for Cream, he makes a clutch TP to ruin this Baron plate. He's looking for more. Saburo is charmed up. There's a Grand Starfall coming over top. He's going to have to flash over the fat wall. Can Nio still chase him down with the scrap shield? I think Saburo is going to get out to tell the tale, but that Baron power play just falls completely flat for IG.
Look, if you're Top Esports, you're going to take every little bit of help you can get. Those were big kills going over, and the turret helping them in that fight. IG thought that they could just squeeze a little bit more from that.
No way we just ulted for
Equalizer,
right?
Uses there. I think that was just to try to disincentivize Nio, because Nio is really chasing him off, maybe trying to just protect the fact that they get 2 turrets in mid lane. The gold lead is completely evaporated at this point now. Top Esports are even with their opponents. That's good gold being gained. 3 items hit here for Jachi. And look, we're still getting hit by the turret. I'm going back into this play. Amazing knock up there. The W from this Poppy stops Rookie from flying in, and he's tanking turret shots this entire fight. Top Esports abuse that fact. They get multiple kills with Cream teleporting in, and now their summoner spells are going to be missing for this dragon play. That could be either a Baron set up a little bit later on, or even this dragon right now. If IG can get Soul Point, that's good, but if Top Esports can stop it, I'm feeling a lot better about their chances in this.
Can they keep the momentum running here? Because both teams have shown a predisponence to mistake-riddled team fighting. So it's really going to come down to these setups, right? As you can see, IG are trying to set a trap. Jway wants to get some vision back out on the board here as Cream gets his recall canceled and the dragon spawns. This is a very dark pit. Outside that one word, can't see the HP on the dragon if you are Top Esports, so they're going to give over Ocean Soul Point. Do they gain anything off the back of it? It really doesn't seem like it.
I see a lot of pings going on top side. Grand Starfall is coming up in 4 seconds. If Saburo shows, this is a dive. His entire team is on the bottom side. Take your recall, lose your turret. Do not die for this wave. It is not worth it.
Oh, no. Oh, no. It's almost like he heard you. Okay. But do they set up a double trap here? Because Jway is sprinting towards this top side. Fengwei is going to complete his recall, and now it's 369's turn to be very careful about where he positions himself. But Jway spotted on that wave, and Rookie coming on over. All right, so there's no look top, and that kind of means that Dragon was virtually for free that IG were able to secure.
If you are Top Esports, I think it's hard to justify a fight around that dragon because your AD carry has no flash and you're playing into Leah, Equalizer with the Rumble, and you have Vi. That's a no-go for me. I'm saying we're not fighting this, we're going to the other sides, or we're just looking to pick up some waves. No Grand Starfall meant it was impossible for them to find Soboro, and he was sitting in Fog 4. So great play coming in from the top laner of IG. Save your team some headaches. Your solo laners have been caught out on sides already here in this game, and you set yourselves up with Soul Point with 2 Ocean Dragons. I think you can be really happy with the state of the game if you're IG.
A couple items that I want to point out that could kind of flip some of these closer fights now that we are just hundreds of gold apart. Curious how much more Wei is going to open up here with this GA as he's already looking. Can kind of throw a bit more caution to the wind, but Cream chunking out Jway decently. It's going to fizzle out that play a bit. So as we kind of return to some of these, cleaning up some of these wave states, Wow.
This picture-in-picture, come on!
That was disrespectful. That was disrespectful. So I don't know if it was
Ricky
the
fans in the ops booth.
But here's the thing I want to talk to you about a bit, all, because we kind of didn't get to talk too much about it during draft, I felt like, and now that Jachi is 4,000 gold up on Photic as we currently stand, I feel as if this isn't necessarily a great comp for top esports to kind of protect how valuable of a bullet time you're going to need out of this misfortune now.
Oh no, this entire composition is Jachi hopefully being a screen away and landing a bullet time, while the rest of his team is aggressing forward. They don't do very well when they're on the back foot, when they can't beat two objectives first. I will note, Baron is going to be spawning in 5 seconds, and they are the ones that have vision. This dot burst that they have in the banana on red, great for them to be able to see the entrance, but versus Sivir, you are always going to lose prio in mid, so we need to be very careful about what we're doing here in the river.
Oh, there's a good steadfast presence. Cancel out the vault breaker, but he whiffs the keeper's verdict. Fongwei is going to go down. Photic picks up that kill with the on the hunt speed up. Support out for top esports. Do IG over chase a bit. They feel like they might have an angle to get rid of Nayo.
Oh!
That would secure the Baron, but Cream, he uses that Spirit Rush, so he's got 2 charges down. And that's another ult that comes off the board here. What can top esports now do with the mid lane all theirs alongside that top river? Oh, hold on, Poly execution. Subaro's getting dove. The equalizer, it buys just enough space for this Rumble to get away from that pesky Ambessa.
No Baron is going to be started here. You always have to keep that in the back of your mind when you have a champion like Sivir in the game. She will shred this objective and completely nullify any kind of ability to get back onto the map fast enough. That was a very hefty investment there from Top Esports. They lost their support. He no longer has heal going into this play, but same can be said here for Jway. No flash rel engagement means it is the terms of engagement versus IG going to be a lot shorter range than you would be expecting.
You know, as much as we're kind of worried about the comp around Jachi for how these fights want to play out, it does feel like there's also a bit of desync with how IG's comps could operate, with the fact that you've got this Vi, Talia that want to go kind of single target, I feel like, spread the map, look for these pickoffs, but then you've got a Sivir and Rel that are really about engaging these holistic team fights. It's what's making for maybe some of these interesting plays is right on cue, Wei is looking for a pickoff onto 369. There is no public execution. Comes up in 5 mere seconds. The equalizer's up first. He flashes away. He's trying to spy time because Nio comes through the Grand Starfall. Cream is going to TP in behind just in time. Rookie is able to trade out top laner for top laner. As their AD carries go brawl for brawl. Jachi finds his win, and that might be just enough to push this fight over the edge for top esports. Wei Xian comes back up and Twig gets a huge crash down Magnet Storm, but Nio's still alive. They allow Wei to escape though. It's got to be Jachi who finally lays down the bullet time. It separates Rookie off the rest of his team, but he takes Nio down with him, flashes away from Cream. Can Cream chase him down with the Firefox Fangs? Yes, he can. Another bloody bout between Top Esports and IG has just a couple of members limping away.
That was so close, and thankfully for Jachi, does he even find him? No, he's going to slink away. Now, Vi could stay. That's not going to be the case. Jachi's just going to completely force this issue, start up the dragon by himself. Teleport coming in from IG. It's just Jway. I mean, Cream could show up here at 10 seconds before 369 before he can teleport now. This is Ocean Soul. They need to be on this objective right now, but do they actually get the opportunity? Photic is running out of base. Sobero's running out of the base. This could be just the objective gone.
Jachi, I don't... Okay, he sticks the reset. I wonder if he got anything valuable on that back.
GA.
He got GA
here.
Huge.
That's massive. Control for midway. Vi's already in the river. They've got the Fey Lights sitting from the banana brush here around blue buff. Everybody's here. Pantheon's just shortly coming up on the rear. If Top Esports can push their way through this river, I think they have a good shot of being able to play this fight. They need to wait for some cooldowns, though. That bullet time is not quite up.
Neither is that Grand Starfall if Naya wants to find a way into the back line. Nonetheless, they have procced the Dragon first. Sobro is spotted on this flank, but they're not really reacting to it just yet. He's going to throw down the equalizer. That kind of traps the escape point, sets up for this Weaver's Wall that puts Fogway on the wrong side. Nayo's also trapped against it. Who gets the Dragon? It's picked up by Jachi, so there's no Ocean Soul. Sobro runs into the back line with the Flame Splitter. Wei's able to pop the GA off of Photic. Photic's now able to step on with Jachi coming back alive, but the bullet time is canceled by a golden Rookie seismic shove. No soul to IG. They'll take the fight instead.
That's still gold going over to Top Esports, but this is going to be a Baron. You have this Sivert. They should be able to grab this objective for themselves. An incredibly close game here as Top Esports might be fighting back after a disastrous start to the season. We thought it was all hope lost for them, and it still might be the case here. I can't believe we started this play an entire minute and a half before the Dragon. I think that in this play, it was good for 369 to turn. This could have been a solved issue if Funyue had path in between, but he took a very conservative route into the bottom lane. Joshi stands his ground versus this Sivir, and that Bloodthirster completely saves their ability to turn this. Again, Cream has a lot of damage, but it's about can he land this onto the members of Invictus Gaming. And when we come out of this play, this is still a positive trade coming in for IG, because while they lose gold, they get so many important summoner spells that we saw be so effective going into the Dragon fight after.
And here we go. You're pulling double duty on these replays.
Funyue's Poppy has been so disappointing, man. Like, this ultimate hits absolutely nobody. Again, if they're able to get this onto a big target, it was something we highlighted in the draft, is if these Keeper's Verdict lands, it is so impactful. It will make these fights significantly easier, but he's been caught out and engaged. He hasn't been able to disengage fights either. It has been a tough game for what is supposed to be an exciting prospect coming in from the LDL.
Joshi, though, really doing some heavy lifting. We talked about a lot of top esports players that we need to see more from. A lot of that onus has come on to 369 and Cream. I highlighted the fact that Joshi's kind of been delegated a lot of Jhin duty, which doesn't allow for a lot of playmaking. It's maybe misfortune where there's not a lot of that as well, but he saves them an Ocean Soul with one double tap and has been able to find consistently clutch kills to keep this game within arm's reach. As we are now back to another IG Baron power play, and funnily enough, the camera pans right over Ulk to the very turret that ruined their demise last time, as 369 trades the mirrored version on the top side. Cream nearly gets found by Rookie. 369 rejoins to try and protect this inhibitor turret. Both mid laners not going to have access to their ultimates going forward, as we're bringing everybody down here.
Whoa, this is a lot of our TP usage here. Saburo back to get back into this lane. 369 there, I thought there was going to be an immediate play. They still have these teleport shields. That's 30% of their max HP for 30 seconds. Dre tries to look for something. Saburo, I mean, this ultimate is going to be massive if he gets it on any members of Top Esports.
He's looking. He's off of vision. Nayo's Grand Starfall. Wei goes in. Finds the Cease and Desist to layer the equalizer. They knock Joshi out of his bullet time. Photic is able to stave off 369 on the backside as Wei comes back alive. But 369 gets himself out. He doesn't fall to Photic. And now IG are cornered 5 versus 3. They like their health bars, but there goes Nayo, and he still gets stunned up by the Unraveled Earth. Everything's flying all over the place as Joshi finds Photic. Rookie goes golden. Joshi's trying to find the highlight moment. And he's going to do it with a pentakill to win game 1 for Top Esports.
They're going to teleport topside. Do they have enough damage? These are 45-second dead timer for so many members. It might just be Cream and his singular TP. A massive fight, a second pentakill, the second one of the season here. Joshi and unlikely Top Esports have just found a way to come back from an almost lost game versus IG.
Some people were calling Top Esports' gameplay to start 2026 as some of the ugliest we've had. So you ask who would be there to try and rescue it for them? It was a nearly Joshi, who is starting to slowly fill into form, filling in for a player of JackeyLove's caliber, but Dimitri, he's got to do it at least one more time. No end angle for Top Esports.
Wow, we go back into this play. Jway, massive stop here for Funyue. Almost a perfect caster curse, maybe a caster blessing here. Stops the engage from Jway, and Sobro was on vision this entire time, and I was a little worried from here on out with Wei re-engaging, but I think this bullet time completely stops any ability for IG to get on him. Joshi, he gets his GA popped before this fight had ever happened. He's gonna get it soon during this fight, and there's nothing for them to be able to do. Photic never got in range to be able to deal damage, and Rookie gets caught out. Yeah, I mean, Photic stopped right there. This is the fight that we wanted to see from Funyue, and he saves this game to set up for his AD carry.
Well, the hope now for Top Esports is that it doesn't take another penta from their AD carry to get things done. But I don't think we're going to have a real big conclusion to this game anytime soon. IG, recognizing how much they're on the back foot with wave states, are going to give over our 6th dragon of the game. So the next timer to really look out for is this Baron in about a minute and a half. Oh
We
my
didn't
god,
talk about
Jotchi,
it
no,
too much. That's
Jotchi,
a
no!
lot of damage. GA.
Jotchi, don't fall into the GA. Oh, he has to burn his flash, but the equalizer pops it. The hero of the last fight makes a huge blunder, and IG look to capitalize as
He's
Dway
just
goes to
dead.
the engage into 3. Rookie uses the Weaver's Wall to rejoin up. Dway is going to go down. There's the bullet time from Jotchi. Forces out the Zanyas from Soboro, but Jotchi gets out with his health bar intact, and 369 gets to run wild. Jotchi may have overstepped, but it's his team that picks him back up. And all they have to do is knock down one measly Sivir. That's it. Done and dusted. Jotchi quadra kill. Top Esports up 1-0 in this big-time bout.
2 Barons here for IG, and in both of them, they had negative power plays for them. They had negative net gold gained during that time. They lost on the top side. They lost on the bottom side. What was a completely one game here for IG in the mid game has completely shattered and completely collapsed now, as Top Esports, again, finally are able to end this game 1.
We had the 19-kill Elk performance, Gala pentakill Yunara, and now Jotchi 15-kill Misfortune. And I'll call it now, Elk, to earn himself player of the game. Likely be his first one of the season. What a moment for Top Esports.
He was sitting on a massive gold all game long. We kind of mentioned it random parts during the game. It was like, oh, Jotchi actually has a 3,000 gold lead, but they're similar in CS. A lot of these have to just be off of turret plates. And he stood his ground versus Photic. Many times during this game, I was worried that Photic would be able to just poke him out with the Sivir, use his ability to just clear waves, but then Photic just walks up to the Sivir and love taps him to death. Like, that just makes it a lot easier if your enemy AD carry can't play the game.
Yeah, you know, it makes things easier if you go near melee range with the guy that outranges you constantly. That's
You would have thought.
Hey, listen, start employing that in your solo queue games. I'm sure it'll work out just as well as it did for Jotchi. It's not real advice. Don't do that. But, I mean, hey, I mean, also, like, what was one thing we talked about during that game, Alk, was that this is a comp that you don't normally see put around a Misfortune to do well. 2, how many ways are there to cancel or push Jotchi off of his ultimate? I mean, we saw it in that last fight. I'm sure we'll see the replay. Like, he doesn't get his full bullet time out. It just doesn't matter. That was the Jotchi that we got to see in those clutch RNG moments for them when we saw them in Split 2. It's awesome to see him finally get that moment here for Top Esports with all the pressure that's around him and the squad so far.
Oh yeah, Top Esports are expected to, at the very least, make like a okay run in playoffs, but from what we've seen in this series and just in general in the season, I think they're going to be hard-pressed to make very many best-of-5 wins happen, but the early lane was bad. I think that you can tell that the coordination in the first 10 minutes and 15 are not great, but we got into those mid-game team fights, and once the path kind of opened up, the game got easier. It made it significantly better when Fengyue was actually preventing engagements from his team as his Poppy. But as much praise as I want to give Top Esports, Invictus Gaming mid-games have been horrible all season long. Like, what are we doing in these games where we are throwing decent enough leads where we're up to 4,000 gold and we cannot properly engage, or we're overextending on a bot dive? What are we doing?
Yeah, so start to nitpick that, like, who, if you had to call out, like, player names wise, do you feel like that, like, some of that was? I know obviously decision making is kind of a team thing, but maybe I'm just coming off as a rookie fan. I felt like that guy was trying to lift up some of these fights as best he could towards the end there, but some other members I felt like were letting him down.
I think Wei needs to kind of tone it down. I think there's a reason why we've seen Jungle and Bessa not really work. I know it wasn't in this game, but is more emblematic of the style we tend to see from Wei. When he's ahead, he's going to just try to shove his lead all the way down your throat as much as possible, and I don't think we needed to really see that when you're in such a good spot. You have a Sivir, you have a Talia, you do need to be frontline alongside your Rel, but you do need to choose your shots. I think that bot lane play where we saw Jotchi actually get a quadra kill the first time was exactly the space that we needed to see for them. That was really where the game turned for me.
Woo.
Yeah,
LPL
like,
graph.
we're gonna see Wei in kind of the stats afterwards. He was in such a good spot. Like, him and I actually didn't have too many problems with Saboro in this game, and Rookie was hit or miss sometimes. But I need Wei to step up in these fights.
Yeah, I think it does just kind of come down to the holistic team decision making. But I kind of like that point you made about Wei's assignment, how it switches up across this game, because as much flack as we gave the top esports composition for not really covering for their AD carry, you're going to see in some of these later fights, right? We're late into a game. This is like a 3 to 4 item Sivir where she can really just bully whoever's in front of her. But 369, I have to praise him. It was a really questionable early game. It was a really questionable mid game. But Jacci does not have these heroic fight ends if we don't see 369 constantly forcing Photic's entire attention out of all these fights.
Yeah, I think there's maybe some room for folks to argue that Wei is finding engagements, but his team's just not able to follow up for one reason or another. And yeah, I mean, 369 just being a big nuisance in the backline. Again, I like watch this fight here, and Wei's going in, Wei's trying to get into the backline, but look at where Photic is.
Yeah,
Photic and Rookie are being completely tangled up here. I think it's completely reasonable to say, like, Wei's engagements might have worked if they actually had a backline.
That's another, by the way, that's another heroic moment for Jacci, is that he stops IG from getting an Ocean Soul that really could have been the nail in the coffin there if they could pick that one up. But here, again, look at 369, right? Grabs Rookie. What can Photic and Rookie do besides just chase down this Ambessa in their backline? And once they turn around, it's a 5v3 and very little hope of winning out from that point on.
Another game where I am perplexed by IG's decision-making and saddened by the result that comes afterwards, because this is supposed to be such a promising team. We had big hopes for them coming off of a Demacia Cup championship, but it is not necessarily translated to the early portion of this split. And, you know, as much as I think folks at home are going to say, like, this is a Mako waiting room, how does Mako save these positions? Maybe they just have a better eye in the mid game, but it is also going to take Mako a little bit to adjust. He hasn't probably been playing in too many of the scrims at this point, and because he's on a bit of a break, the team structure is going to change slightly. So I am not too hopeful that this IG project might end up taking a lot longer to get going, and that could potentially mean Split 3 is really where we see them kick it on.
You know, this kind of sounds like the similar cope that we had to start making for the IG Super Team last year, right? It was Split 3, then it was the qualification tournament, then it was, well, I only heard a few IG fans coping for them against the one all the roads lead to, so we won't get too much into that. Expect Jacci to grab himself his first player of the game, deservedly so. As this flies, I would just like to point out, I think last year we had enough of them where we ran a funny, at least social, of the Slayer pentakills.
Oh, true.
I've got both of them to start out 2026.
That's true. That's true. And at least this one was more of like a dry pentakill. The other one for Gala was like, he's already gotten a quadra-kill beforehand, and it kind of just like fell into his lap that he gets a pentakill. So
yeah,
you're doing great. You're just a magnet for these things.
Listen, any of these teams, you know, LPL English, we've got open lines. If you want me on your team's broadcast because you need pentakills for your players, for your high... Listen, I can be bot. That is what I am. That's what I preach.
Nice.
On this podcast.
Yeah. Wonderful.
Hey, listen.
Well,
don't hate the player, hate the game. All right. We're gonna get set though for a game 2 here after a roller coaster of a game 1. So let's get some cool down time, and we'll hopefully come back with IG. A new plan for their mid games to try and force us a 3-game series. Are we going to see maybe a big turnaround for top esports after some early season woes? All that and more is coming your guys' way after this extended break. All right, we're back live here, LPL English, Twitch channel, LPL_English if you're on our YouTube joining us. Hopefully, heart rates have been calmed down a bit, and we can reassess what we're expecting here going into Game 2 after a heroic comeback, I guess, here from Top Esports. For IG, they now, once again, will hold side selection or first selection for themselves, all with this new dynamic. What do you want to see them do, right? Because there's a couple ways to go with this. The new little gambit we can play with first selection.
The thing that I have a problem with is that I was very critical about IG and their drafting going into that series versus BLG. We got a counter pick, and I think you can maybe make less of a statement on the coaching staff having as many issues as Rookie then failing the laning phase, but then the execution of the draft. So it really feels like both at a micro and a macro level, IG are just struggling to really prevail here in the season. So whether that is just getting simpler team comps or, I don't know, like let's get back the rule where coaches can tap into the game with their voice comms, because the mid-game decision-making for this team has not gone any better throughout the 2026 early season. I really want to see them just close out some games, have good aggressive looks, and I don't know, just know when you're allowed to do these things, right? Like there's a feeling of almost like, well, we're so far ahead, we can get away with this.
Yeah, it's also learning like what things can we not get away with, right? Because you mentioned it towards the end of that Game 1. A Top Esports win, right? You'd assume, oh yeah, they had control of Baron. They had control of Soul to get this win. No, IG got Baron twice. They had multiple negative Baron power plays. So it's the decision making as a team, but also in those, like, when you're up and ahead, to not over-index. I will never forget that dive under that tier 2 turret where they have Baron. They have pushing waves in top and mid. Like, the easy decision to make was just to 4-1, take the free gold, back out. Yeah, I don't know. That's so when we get into this Game 2, no matter how it looks, folks, once we get past that like 20-minute threshold, if it isn't just like a complete early game stop for Top Esports, which they haven't shown a predisponence to really do in Group Ascend yet, we're going to be a little worried, a little hesitant about where IG decides to take the game, no matter what this draft looks like before we get set to go to Summoner's Rift.
And we come into this draft, the thing that I noted from the last game was 3 of Wei's champions are gone. Ambessa, Pantheon, and Vi.
True.
All now no longer available. Is he going to be going for the Wukong, the Xin Zhao? That'll be interesting to see. Whether or not we get something maybe a little bit spicier. I know Malphite hasn't been allowed through some of these drafts, so what level of engagement are we going to get from Wei? Is he going to finally take that step back and try to leverage his stronger lanes? There's no Rumble anymore now, so what is Saburo going to reach for? That's what I'm kind of worried about.
We always have those, you know, the like Kiana carry jungle angle as well from Wei. Again, I'll bring it up one more time. He had some highlight reel plays into the Demacia Cup Championship IG won, but then he tried to pull it out against BLG, and it did not look good. So we'll have to see how he feels again. It's very different going up against Shun versus going up against Nayo in this new Top Esports role. We are going through our bans so far, and I see more Wei-esque champions kind of getting clipped here. The Jarvan and Malphite ban. Top Esports, 2 things. They are they're really trying to pitch Wei's pool, and I wonder what they like for Nayo banning away those 2 junglers.
First pick over to Top Esports. This is interesting. So IG yet again are trying to get counter pick on some of their lanes, and they have red side here. Renekton blind is great. I mean, what is Saburo supposed to do? Probably just a Cassante, but this allows for 369 to get a hold of that early lane. This is going to be harder for him to play. Gets much easier after 2 items here for Saburo, and even after the first recall, it's fine. And I'm thinking about mid-jungle right now for IG. Like, are we going to set up another counter pick for Rookie? Are we going to even look for some of these mid lane champions? Because I think, honestly, Ryze is the champion to beat right now. That or Azir. And you know Cream isn't going to be reaching for this champion.
Yeah, he'll only take the Ryze if he gets it. All right, so there's what Nayo was looking for, right? So you ban away these junglers, you really narrow the pool. He pulls out the Trundle, a perfect answer into that Cassante for sure, as we actually see Cream as well a guy you mentioned is definitely a good rise, but not the Azir. Interesting to see where Rookie goes. Do we just have the Rise Azir kind of swapped from what we expected?
I think it's so hard to play a mobile mages versus Trundle Azir. You're basically losing your flash on repeat if you play something like a Rise. If you play like obviously Talia is not available anymore, but or a Syndra was what I was going for. You will lose your flash at level 6 every single time, even pre-level 6, if Trundle decides to walk into mid. I think this Trundle is awesome. Now, can IG make this LeBlanc useful? That is going to be the most important part. We've been very critical of Rookie recently, and I need him to step up if this team's going to find success.
So you've got just such a nice angle here for Rookie. He's comfortable on this LeBlanc. It has the early game agency, and you're playing against Cream, who is not very well known for his Azir games compared to many of the other LPL mid laners. Big thing to focus on. I'm glad you pointed that out, Alk. Let's transition, though, into this second phase of bans and start talking about some of these AD carries I think we're going to see knocked out. Both Aphelios and Yunara come off the board, so with Misfortune and Sivir out of the picture already, we are pretty heavily narrowing the pipeline of marksmen these players feel comfortable playing in 2026 in Season 16 right now.
Right now, I'm thinking Corki. I think Jhin is fine, but can be really, really rough to play into a Wukong and a LeBlanc.
Really
But
bad,
if we're just talking about range, Azir's going to be great at doing that. They get rid of the Caitlyn, so they want to play something a little bit softer here. Is this going for things like maybe the Ezreal, which we haven't seen too much of? Varus is banned as well. Yeah, I think you're probably looking at that, or maybe a Kalista, but I think playing Kalista into Renekton and Trundle sounds like a pretty miserable draft.
Is there any sense in like a Zeri pick here? Well, not okay. Yeah, I think Corki's the obvious slam dunk here for IG.
Sure.
I think Invictus Gaming are really daring Jhachi to try and play Jhin into a Wukong LeBlanc. I think that's the read they're going for with how heavy we've taken out marksman. Because I can't think of what Jhachi would feel really comfortable on outside of Jhin or maybe the Kai'Sa he used to play with RNG, but Kai'Sa is pretty tricky with the range Azir applies. This is a tough spot.
This could be Ziggs. We have seen Jhachi pick it out before. Last time he played it was a defeat, but if we're talking about just trying to outrange a Corki, that's fine. You have plenty of 80 damage from the top side, and the subjugate from this Trundle is going to do work. I think the range is okay. We're going to just stick with some of our AD classics. Now support, I think the arms race is around Nautilus. It's around Alistar. These are two champions that are no longer or not banned here in this series. And big engage options for both of our supports.
Okay, so I think this is the right way to go about the trade if you are top esports. I think you needed Nautilus to kind of help point this Trundle, set up for Jhin Deadly Flourishes, start the engage. But I do think IG kind of come out a bit further ahead because I do feel like the Alistar value into a comp like this is really high.
Level 1 should be good for top esports in the bottom lane just because it is Alistar. But I am worried here for Invictus that they don't have very many ways of killing an Azir this game. Even if Alistar can't engage, that means that Nautilus has all the priority in the world. He throws out a dredge line, he throws out an ultimate, and suddenly your LeBlanc is locked down. They at least have some ways of stopping this champion from just distorting all around Summoner's Rift.
Yep.
But the range damage that they do have access to is only in Azir and Jhin. So if you get into a situation where you're fighting against an Alistar and a Wukong, I think it can get tricky, and Corki is great at shredding some of these lower range champions.
So going back to what we saw from Wei in Game 1, right, where he kind of played the Vi as it was expected to kind of like throw yourself at the enemy carry, go in. The comp wasn't that well suited for him to do that. I think if Wei adopts that style once again with this Wukong, paired with the LeBlanc, a Corki that is going to want to go forward and get up close and personal, this is a better game for how IG wanted to win last game, if that sort of makes sense, Dimitri.
Yeah. I'm always going to be just thinking about Trundle Pillar in this game, man. Like this basic ability is crazy.
Ability.
Generating terrain, massive slow on it as well. I think there is an argument to potentially maxing it second here in this game, just because you have so many champions that are kind of going to get affected by a slow. I don't know, though, but we're heading straight into game number 2. This could be a massive win for Top Esports if they can not only close out the series, but get to the second half of the round robin 2-2 with a win over IG and a win over JDG.
Well, we've got some fans pretty close to that microphone, and I'm glad that they have. Yeah, and yeah, I'm glad that they're bringing the Gyro energy. One little note to what you just pointed out here as well. If IG do lose this game too, revenge is going to be on the mind, and they will start their second round robin right back with Top Esports. So no matter how this series plays out, IG's next opponent is this very squad they are going against here to try and keep the series alive in game 2.
Rookie's already putting some pressure down in the lane. Great poke already down, as Cream not really allowed to walk up here early. Once Cream gets his first couple recalls off, if he's fought in a good spot, I think an early Merc Shreds does him so much good. And both junglers also pathing down here. This wave is already crashed here for Jati and Fengyue, so wave will be coming back onto their side, and with a Nautilus, I could expect an early gank here.
Okay, but definitely a bit of a stark contrast. Dredgeline going to land. Listen, that's what we call foreshadowing in the business, okay? Photic, you can't eat any more of those really the rest of the game, I feel like, or you will die. So keep that one in the back pocket going forward. Point we want to make, though, it's not Pantheon Vi, right? There's not a ton of early gank pressure. Both these junglers really want a full clear, really want access to their ultimates. So we could be in for a bit of a slower jungle game compared to last time round.
Very possible, very possible. Trundle's already kind of mostly through his clear. He's about a camp ahead of Wei at this point. He's finishing his red buff. Will go into his Krugs. I think could make an argument to walk into bottom side river to contest for the scuttle, but with Cream so low and with LeBlanc just being able to move so much quicker, I think it's a pretty risky gamble to take here. So up to what Fengyue wants to do with this crash, and if Jachi is able to move over into this river.
With Rookie taking this reset, it should give the green light for Top Esports to control this part of the river, as the dredge line's going to land. No deadly flourish, though. Nayo's right behind as they get the root onto Photic, but Wei could look for a turn here. Heal's going to come out of Fengyue as we get another big crit shot from Jachi, and a whole lot of standing around. Think this is going to be Nayo's. Wei, we're going to give the Scuttle Crab and not flip our early get. No, we're not. Okay.
We should fight this. Like, Fengyue needs to just get into position. We're completely dropping this for
Why?
what is going to be a bottom wave. Wei can just move straight up. Rookie's already back in the lane. You are hard-pressed if you get double Scuttle. If IG or if Top Esports aren't able to get another jungle camp here for Nayo to steal away from this Wukong, he's going to hit level 6 before the first dragon, and that guarantees the objective for IG.
Nayo, you got to walk into a bad brush. Wei's going to engage. Pillar comes out to push Rookie away a bit here, but he's going to distort forward onto Cream. Doesn't get the chain to land, but still gets the electrocution proc to come across. Does get Nayo first access to that river, so Cream, great teammate there, sacrificing his health bar to hopefully get Nayo this very important Scuttle Crab, and that will be the case.
But that's so much worse. Like, look at the wave. If I'm Cream, I'm so mad. I just lost like 200 HP versus an already bad matchup here, and I need this wave to crash because I'm supposed to be Azir. I want to get to 2 items. I want to be powerful, and I've lost half a wave now. Maybe that ends up with Rookie getting either another solo kill with the electrocute proc and the Scorch, or even just finishing his first item, getting level 6 first. That's really tough for Top Esports to kind of get back from.
Rookie is really got that killer instinct in his eyes. You can see the way he positions on every one of these waves. And there's the reset coming across here for Kareem. So Rookie, oh no, he's going to cancel it here. I wonder if they're just going to handshake neutral waves. I will say, if Kareem picks up these creeps, okay, so I feel like he could be in a worse position CS-wise, given the lane.
Yeah, he got I think he was being a little bit greedy, but he recognized that Rookie was going to take a recall there, so that's not going to be as punished as I thought. Still think it's a bit of a tougher slot because Azir can be a bit of a bully in lane, has one of the stronger laning phases from some of our control mages. Aside from that, though, no kill has gone over. The mid lane situation is tenable for now, with Rookie having level 6. It gets a tad tougher. but when I look at this from Top Esports perspective, I want to see them use this bottom lane. It's so much better if you can have Nio and Fengyue just sit in river and make it impossible for anybody from Invictus Gaming to move over.
And for IG, mid lane quest, kind of fake. I want to see Rookie get out on the map now with Ultimate. He's going to have constant shove, pair up with Wei, and start making these pick plays. Because you, like you pointed out so eloquently, Alk, are going to constantly be on a timer for Cream's Azir. The threat of that range as this game goes on. So IG definitely want to play with some pace. And that could be Wei looking for a cheeky dragon that if he starts now, okay, good control ward usage. He's going to start up on his own. And, well timed there. Nio is on the reset.
They can't fight here. Again, mid lane waves, priority. It's kind of what all of pro play is about. You say mid lane quest is fake, but if I'm Cream and I get the upgraded Hole Crushers, the game is way easier to play versus Rookie in a side lane. And who else is really going to match you as Azir? So
True.
I'm liking this right now for Top Esports, and they talked about the clock already, so I won't mention too much afterwards. But with IG getting the first dragon here at 6.5 minutes, I am kind of now looking to see how and where they're going to find advantages for these further dragons. Because for me, it gives them a way out when talking about trying to play against some of the longer range of a Azir and Jhin.
But that sort of dynamic, the stylistic battle of this game is always a fun one to watch, right? The how much can I abuse the range versus how creative can IG find ways to cut into that back line. That is really what this game is going to end up coming down towards.
Oh! Okay.
I think, was that your window that I heard break, or is that mine? I got to let the landlord know if it was me. Oh, hold on. Playing Ultimate Chicken here on the top lane. Yep, there's Sobro had to throw his down as well. So we've got All Out, we've got Dominus. I think Sobro's did a good job delaying out the Dominus. Do not get baited in by the Croc going back small, because there is a menace in that brush waiting for you, Sobro. Wei's here to cover, and yep, it's called Ultimate Chicken for a reason, folks.
Man, that could have been a kill for 369. I know maybe he's playing with a little bit of reservation because he doesn't know where the Wukong is, but when you all out of Saburo, you lose all of your tank stats there. So slice and dice, if it's upgraded, you get bonus penetration. That could very easily have turned into a solo kill, or at least a flash being burned by Saburo. So maybe the IG top laner getting a little bit of luck on his side there. And now it's IG with them fighting, and unfortunately for their opponents, Top Esports trying to go back towards the bottom side. 3 grubs for this IG team does feel nice. I think taking away what could be more gold being generated by this Azir later on is always going to be a good game plan.
So just in layman's terms here, in about 8.5 minutes, we've got, oh no, are we doing this again? We did this all of last game. Our 80 carries are going melee range. Unfortunately, this time for Jhachi, the Corki likes those odds. Out of mana, though. Jhachi, we're just going to, ult under turret. All right, Fotek, how much dodging can you do? Oh, my God. Oh! Did the minion get that kill for him? It's first blood nonetheless. Back to Jhachi. His hot streak continues in our series.
I'll take an extra 400 gold as Jhin, and guess what? This wave is great. Nio and Fengyue are going to move into bottom side, get ourselves prepped up. We'll have the timers for these camps, and the dragon spawns in 2.5 minutes, so that's perfect for us. Jue's going to try and catch Fengyue. Rookie's going to go forward. This is just chip damage for right now. IG are trying to push them out of their own jungle, and they get nothing for this. This is now 2 waves here for Jhachi.
Well, the point I got cut off on was I was going to say IG through 8.5 minutes have the gold lead and have gotten every neutral objective. So, of course, that is now proven false before I even said it. That's a new level of caster curse I think we have to account for. All right, let's see our 80 carry melee range battle. I just want to see what actually gets the kill here for Jhachi.
He cancels an auto attack. Okay. Fotek should be so strong in this instance. You got full shred from your Gatling gun. You have the elixir of power, so you're getting 35, I think it's 30 or 40 adaptive force. 1 minion auto kills Fotek here. If he didn't cancel that auto, I imagine that Jhachi is either close to dead or just dead at that point. So small mistakes from Fotek starting to add up. It happened in the first game. Another engage here from Fengyue. Has ultimate. Are they going to make a potential dive here? Because Jue's showing on mid lane right now. Nio has done nothing but sit in his lanes, preventing Wei from doing anything.
It's a good recipe to success into a Wukong for sure. And this lane is only going to get more and more rough as Jhachi scales up. We are pretty accustomed to sort of that lethality rush Jhin, who's there to be kind of a utility usage. Now that we're in Season 16, I think it is fair to make sure people know. I'm going to go out on a limb. I think Jotchi's going to kind of build towards that pretty crit-heavy Jhin that does scale very well. So the fact that he's up over this Corki, another big point towards the range of the scale that Top Esports are aiming to push this over to a 2-0 victory over IG.
I still want to say that IG are going to be very strong on 2 items, even on 1 item. I mean, Trinity Force is going to be completed within the next 3 minutes here for this Corki, and you're also going to have a 1-item LeBlanc and Wukong. I think you're really happy with the game state of trying to play that into a Muramana spike. It's just everything afterwards gets a little bit ugly. Like, then you're playing into potentially a 3-item Jhin and a Zir, and that just makes it way harder for you to play this game. So first items are coming through for some of our champions, mostly just our 2 top laners here, but Dragon spawns in 10, and I need to see IG really muscle their way through this fight. Otherwise, I think this game becomes really, really impossible to play from this spot.
I agree. Having need to answer neutrals for TES to have to walk into precarious spots where you can have a LeBlanc come over the wall.
369 on the map. He's proxying. Neither top laner has TP, so Cassante now they're just proxying each other. Okay. All right, guys. We're just proxying to keep the
who
red
moves first? Well, neither of them really gonna get in. Okay, 369 I think stopped his own trade because he's trying to walk down for this dragon. I don't think he necessarily had to. Top Esports have control. It's Wei that has to find a way to break down the door and push on into this Drake that is going to take it precariously slow. Rookie is in a nice position to chunk out 369, forces the dominance out a bit early.
That's good.
So that's a good win, but I don't see this dragon in Wei's future, so Top Esports as a 4-stack will even out our Drakes 1 apiece. Jway, this is not an engage angle until the Deadly Flourish does go wide. Fengwei is getting jumped on. There's the Cyclone drop down. Photic should have enough damage. Wei picks up that first kill. Naya looking for a trade as they have Cream over the wall. Chasing down with that Trundle ultimate.
God.
Rookie coming over as Dre gets a double knockup. Going after Jotchi. There's the LeBlanc damage. Cream throws Photic into his 80 carry and is able to set up the kill for IG. That was not the Emperor's Divide you wanted to see, Top Esports.
Oh, Fengyue, you don't have the resistances for this play. We're going for the Bandle Pipes first, so you'll have a little bit of HP, a little bit of armor and ability haste, but aside from that, it's not all that much coming on over for Fengyue. You have the Aftershock to try to do something, but like you had mentioned, that's not a real engage that's going on here. Just cancel his recall, that's funny.
Nice.
You'll get the Dragon though, and I think as Top Esports, despite losing the 2 kills, that is going to give you valuable time here in this game to continue to move on through. I liked what 369 did before that play. He's using his Dominus and preventing Rookie from getting into, from here on out, Cream's nowhere near this fight. I don't know as Fengyue what exactly we're looking for here. This is just asking for trouble in this play. And you lost, I think, a fair amount here as IG unfortunately didn't get the Dragon.
Yeah, and I really want to see...
And the flash from Jotchi. Boy. Oh, man.
And then Cream, I mean, I'm sure Jotchi is dead either way, but... Okay, hold on. Gate coming in the top lane here for Nayo. The pillar, well placed, forces the flash out of Soberos, so that's something there for Top Esports. But that last fight, what did we talk about when we saw these 2 drafts, Alk, is if you blow those key, Deadly Flourish cooldowns, the Nihilus engage, you open IG up to cut down the distance, and they love to play right in the face of Top Esports.
Photic is doing a great job on this range right now, just using the large missiles that come out, and now they just have priority through mid. I want to see them turn it into something realistic. It turns now for Wei. He gets himself a Raptor camp, at least portions of it away from Nayo. They get one more turret played in mid before it's about to fall. Some decent gold right now coming through for some of IG's lanes. It's just, what are we going to transition that into? Are we have an item lead right now versus Cream. Photic's again getting closer to finishing this Muramana, so we're going to have a big wake up coming on through for IG, and that could be them trying to maybe look for something around this Herald that's spawning now.
Really want to break open this mid-tier 1. That would help open up so much of the map for them to, again, just set up what IG want to establish in the Top Esports mind. Like, if they had to go in like it's Inception style, is the fear that there's a LeBlanc in any brush they don't have warded. All right? And how do you get more brushes to hide Rookie in? You knock down turrets. So getting this mid-tier 1 would be pretty valuable for IG going forward.
you're never playing this top side as top esports. Like, again, Jin has no flash. We said it in the last game with Joshi on the MF. You don't have flash, probably not walking into that pit at all there. So Herald does go over to top esports, or go over to Invictus Gaming. Do they try to make a play onto Soboro? I mean, Subjugate is good. It's gold into Cream's pocket, which is way more important. Level 11 is going to be hit here for him after he finishes this wave. Maybe just even cutting Saburo off of this entire wave, and this turret is decent enough, but Jue's going to be at least here to somewhat even the odds.
369 TP'd up here, right? So he gets that shield. He pops the Dominus. He's looking for a fight because he knows his turret's gone. Shelly's going to make sure of that. One more auto for Rookie will send it over. Does Wei want the re-engage? That's a pretty scary Renekton at this point in the game, so they'll just take the turret, they'll take the gold. Sobero's going to get that reset off. Jue, you cannot stay here. Your top laner is gone. All right, so we're going to trade the turrets here. I think that's kind of a win for top esports because the Herald had to be used for IG to even set up that turret trade.
Oh, well, I do want to say for Invictus Gaming, Rookie has gotten a lot less attention on the side lane this game and has opened up a CS lead versus Cream. Already up 30 CS, got that turret in the top side. So while we're talking a lot about the Azir in this game and his potential in the scaling aspect, if Rookie just hits 2 items before Cream does, you can very easily just delete Cream or make him a non-issue in these fights. And same thing here for Jachi. Like, he only has the plated steel caps. He does not have an upgraded like an upgraded boot or anything to really stop this LeBlanc from just bursting him before a big team fight. We have Dragon spawning, and still this flash is down. It's going to be another 30 seconds before that comes up.
And we are reaching that point you were calling out for the strongest for IG. The Mora mana will soon be completed here for Photic. He's got the tier fully stacked up. We've got hella components done for Rookie, as you mentioned, on those 2 items. Wukong going to get 2 pretty strong items under his belt as well. This is where IG can feel comfortable taking a lot of fights, but they're going back to the same well of diving 369, who's popping the Dominus, surviving a lot of this initial burst. Luckily, though, with the Unbreakable Will, Jue can take up much of that turret, and they find the pick and a turret as well.
And they have 3 grubs. Like, this turret is paper mache between them and a Trinity Force Wukong. This is all with the Dragon still on the bottom side of the map. Jue,
nice
perfect
TP,
teleport timing on this. I think that this play is not real with Saburo still having ultimate.
He's going to cancel out the depth charge with a good unstoppable. Top esports, Cream takes a turret shot. They're still all inning for this. They bring Jachi over. The wave is thinning. Dreadside's going to land on a Dre. He's going to pop the Unbreakable. Sobero's trying to get rid of the wave. Jachi's going to crit shot Jue home. Good flash there out of Cream to get away from Sobero, who's desperately looking for a trade. And Jachi picks himself up a multi-kill, and they get the turret. The push and pull across the map really shining through for this game, too.
Yeah, but IG get paid completely for this. I don't care that Saburo and Jue died here. We just got the mid-tier 1, and we were able to push into the bottom lane. Another turret plate goes over. We just got so much gold for Photic and for Rookie here that I think it's completely negligible at this point. 369's trying to cancel Rookie. I don't care. We got another Dragon here for IG.
And could be a dead Croc. That's a flash out of 369. Yeah, this is, it feels like everything Top Esports is doing is kind of just second fiddle.
Just a lot of gold, and this is exactly the way that we have seen IG find wins. It is through Wei and Rookie getting advantages early, whether it is just in side lanes or making really aggressive plays. Wei by himself has a 1,700 gold lead, Rookie now with 1,600. This is the entire gold lead for Invictus Gaming. And Jachi went for the LDR second. You kind of called that we were going to maybe see a more damage-oriented Jin. Well, as soon as he picks up an Infinity Edge, that just completely turns the game on its head. So IG, let's try to use this pressure now. 2 items completed between our mid-jungle. I think this is our game to play here with the Baron in 30.
But I have to mention it. We're reaching that exact timer we talked about out of game 1, setting up game 2. Post 20 minutes. This is where IG's decision making can get a little intriguing, and what cost them game 1. As we see Jue look for something on to 369, he's fine. So this is where we really need to see the improvement, right? Alk is this area and decision making from this point forward, especially with a lead.
taking a look, I wanted to go back into the runes real quick of what we had. Jachi does have cash back in this game, so he's going to maybe hit his item just a little bit quicker than his opponent. I mean, that's 8% of both an LDR and a collector. Not all that bad, maybe generating some of the goldie that he has for himself. But Corki is going for the jack of all trades and obviously had that elixir, so we'll have an extra point in some of his spells. Cream, can he summon a turret? No.
Yep, and he drifts right into Photic's waiting arms, so Cream is picked off on the bot side here. IG made it clear that is their part of the map now off of their early pushes, and there's not much for Top Esports to even gain on the flip side here. Nio's maybe looking for Jway, but he can just turn on Jachi, who loses his flash into the Alistair, and now Nio's caught. They have TPs galore coming in here. They're trying to burst out Rookie, though, who gets caught. The Distort Flash will get Rookie out with a sliver of HP as Jachi needs time to reload. Re-engage on top of 369, who's trying to use the Dominus to buy him some space, but here comes Way coming through. This will be a huge Cyclone if he can land it. There's the knockup. They get onto Jachi. He's definitely trying to kite back. He does blow up Jway, but it sets up for the Natovo strike pullback to finally kill off the Golden Goose, and now IG can turn their attention to the Purple Worm.
That double teleport and the shield that Saburo gets after he lands basically keeps him alive for that entire fight. Baron going over handily to Invictus Gaming as Top Esports caught all over the map with their pants down. I mean, even just trying to find that aggressive look onto Jway, you have no control of the bottom side jungle here. So trying to make that happen in mid lane means that Jachi loses his flash. That's going to be the next dragon as well that they're not going to be able to play for. I just don't get the look here. You know that Corki is coming from bottom lane. You know that Wukong can also transfer or could have already been in this area here. Rookie barely escaping with his life is a mere consolation prize for Invictus Gaming. That's both of his summoner spells, and the rest of his team just makes good on the rest of the fight.
Picture in picture, though, we're seeing a catch come across. They've got Rookie killed off. That's a nice, I'm going to assume it's a pillar into a deadly flourish there to get Rookie off the board. And man, can IG buy themselves a positive Baron power play at any point? We're teetering on 0 for 3 territory right now. It is only 150 gold minus, but the point, still take it.
Look, it's still it's still up for another 2 minutes, and thankfully for them, 4 other players still have this buff. So for now, it will be IG. I don't think that this has a massive effect. Mostly it is Cream who will pick up another wave on top lane, but there's no vision being used by Top Esports to get them prepared for this dragon. Single auto attack. Ooh. Oh, he dashes and is a deadly flourish to catch him. Very, very clutch there from Jachi as he opens up at least a small window for his team, but I don't think this is going to turn into all that much. This is just going to be a minor stopgap for Invictus Gaming. Yes, completed now, so big damage coming on through, but no flash means that he's very limited in his ability to approach.
Very true. Relying on a lot of ingenuity to protect this Jhin. Still, though, there's no way this power play goes down negative gold. I mean, hey, they're getting pushed in mid lane. Do they have a look on a collapse here? Sobro is coming on over. This is the 4th Drake of the game. Could be soul point here for IG. But they don't have control of the pit. They are sectioned off. Way and Rookie towards the bot side. They're going to still look for the engage, though. Way goes all in. 369 pops the Dominus, gets himself out. Way wants to re-engage with the second Cyclone. He goes back in. Again, it's the front line that's getting chunked down here. Cream dashes over the wall, get away from Saburo. So for now, Top Esports have survived the initial engage from IG.
There is no Cataclysm, or there's no Wukong Cyclone. There's no Unbreakable
Will. That should be their
fight to find.
Fogway, that did not seem like a good angle. They do barely get the Trundle out. Can they get Jachi some valuable auto attack time? Way takes the Hextech portal in. Immediately tricksters himself back out. Photic tries to step up. Here comes Stanley first, but Rookie is right there. Jachi immediately has to cancel it, but my God, does he get collected by Jachi. And there's a huge Shuriman shuffle, but again, Cream throws him into his 80K, but this time, Jachi says, no, I'm taking heads, not names.
369 on this Renekton, man. He comes in clutch with a good stun down onto Rookie and to Photic. Still the dragon goes over, and we are in the exact same position as game number 1. IG with a soul point, a single turret going over to Top Esports, single dragon anyway. I think it's a big nothing burger fight, a double teleport.
I don't think it is anymore.
Top Esports.
Yeah, no, they want this kill, and they want the gold onto Cream. Sobero, you are going down, my friend. This game is slowly swinging momentum-wise back in to Top Esports' wheelhouse. That should be Cream getting a huge amount of gold, and Ulk, I can say it now, I'm not getting baited by halfway through it. That is 0 for 3 Baron power plays for IG, and this fight was why the third time round.
This is such a good fight, but look where the damage is. Where is Photic? Photic's on the other side of this fight. We have no damage here. Emerald Rookie tries to catch this out on the back end. I think Cream stalling out Saburo is fine. IG, though, their damage dealers are just not in a good spot to make this work. Poking and prodding is what you want to do. Have Rookie fishing in and out of fights with his distortions. Almost catches Nio on this first engagement, but then the rest of the damage isn't here. Photic is still not doing a ton of damage. Wei's trying to find this flank, and this was a good engagement, but this was all started by them just trying to walk forward into this pit.
Ooh.
Rookie gets caught right before this play, like 369 is smurfing on this Renekton.
And then Cream. This little maneuver. I mean, what a gambit this is, right? 80 carry worst nightmare. Oh, I didn't even realize Photic failed flash. Ah, it stings.
Damn. And that's going to be a summoner spell you want back. Baron spawns in a minute. Maybe Top Esports can finally get damage onto this mid-turret, but I just don't think it matters. I think what you're going to do is walk into this topside river. You're going to clear all this vision and force IG to walk into complete fog of war because you have Dragon in 3 minutes. That's the big ticket that you want. You want something that's going to deter them from just being able to walk into that bot side river for free.
Hey, to all my American viewers of the LPL English broadcast, if you were planning on a trip to the Grand Canyon, don't worry about it. Just look at the gold gap between Jachi and Photic in this series.
Just look at the
right
jungle
there.
diff right now. Like, Wei is up 3,000 gold. He's
It's
got
just
the
like
biggest
game
gold
one.
difference here in the game. Yeah. We'll see if they can kind of leverage that into a win. 4 items now here for Jachi. He is completely blown open this lead now.
He hurts.
Infinity Edge, RFC 4th item. This guy not only has the range to back it up, but the firepower behind him as well. IG now have complete control of this river, and they're going to make it difficult for Top Esports, who is going to phase tank any of these players from IG. Maybe they just try to cut through mid, but you always have to be worried about this Baron right now.
All right, there we go. We're trying to set Rookie up for a little bit of poke to start things off. But you could feel the pressure points of a Deadly Flourish coming across. A big RFC shot in any of these frontliners. Oh my god, Orfangway just engages on top of 5 people to knock up Photic. Is he really trying to walk his way out of here? Dway says no. Rookie takes that kill. But there's more range coming through here. Cream Sand Soldiers can set things up for some trade back damage, but Orfangway, that was audacious at best.
There's no Baron now here for Top Esports. Like, Saburo can TP back. They're gonna, and this is the wrong side of the map. We can't give up the mid lane wave here. We're teleporting in Saburo. It doesn't matter. He has 30% HP shield. He is completely fine. IG, let's just slink in, go through this mid wave, move into bottom side, and get ready for this dragon. This is soul for us. We need this Hextech soul so we can confirm this win and send us to game 3.
Top Esports, let's put on our big thinking caps, okay? Every time IG have gotten Baron, they've thrown back into you. Give the Baron, okay? It's crazy, but this is the mindset we're in. They have not used Baron properly yet. Just set up for this next Drake. All right, well, it looks like we're coasting towards Dragon and Baron being up at the same time here with some of these resets coming across. One key thing I want to look for here, does Cream come out of base with 3 items? He only has the Seekers. It doesn't look like it, so that's a big problem for Top Esports.
It's why Rookie's advantage is so important here. They've kind of been frozen on 2 items. As you can see, Rookie now has the Seekers, but has been sitting on this Blighting Jewel. For Cream, he took a big pit stop here for his boots. Didn't even finish. I thought he was going to go Hole Crushers here, but instead going for the Sword Pen boots. Maybe just doing a little bit more damage versus Saburo. Dway took a recall just to restock on Vision. He has no wards. He's coming back now, and that'll mean that Top Esports now get to have their say of the river.
But Rookie's starting to do work, right? Fongway's down to half HP by this point. So that's going to deter a Dredge line. He definitely can just blow this Nautilus up if he looks for a hook angle. Top Esports kind of getting a bit cornered. They can't decide if they want to hold their vision line in the bot river or take control of this mid wave. It's putting them in a pretty precarious spot. trying to lean back into that range,
Well,
but you
Wade's
see the
trying
bottom
to
side of the
sneak it.
screen. Wade's trying to sneak the Dragon. Deadly Flourish is going to claim Sobero. They use the depth charge to punt Rookie out of the fight, but there's the Shuriman shuffle down as well. Fungway is very low, and Rookie just pops him like a balloon. That's why we wanted to see the LeBlanc come out from Rookie, and now it is going to be IG securing Hextech Soul, and that could be the death mark on this game too for Top Esports.
A little too much tank frontline there, and Fungway, no flash, no heal, no life. Soul goes over, and that could very easily transition into a Baron here for Invictus Gaming. Good clean setup around the fight, and Top Esports just getting punished for some of the lack of engage. I gotta say, Nio, when you are playing this Trundle, you don't get to play engage. You don't really get to play frontline. If you're running into the enemy team, that's great, but in Alistar, a Cassante, it is tough ask here. Top
Did
Esports
Jacci
will
just
now
ult?
move into this. We're getting a teleport here from 369 and from Cream. They could just collapse.
Yep, and they're going to jump right on top of him. Cream flashes away from Rookie, does get over the chain. Nio's trying to walk himself back in, but Photic says no. Pillar is going to slow Photic up. They need to get Jacci in, but they're too separated. Sobero throws himself right into Cream's waiting arms. Does he have enough tank stats? He goes all out. 369 flashes out. Photic finds that kill. Jacci trying to step up to crit shot onto Photic. Sobero very low. The front line is starting to crumble a bit for IG. They're trying to cower back, but Dre's going to find that kill.
Rookie.
Everybody flashing on top of each other. Jacci caught with a big root. Can Cream push any of this damage out? Fogway, Cream standing in the middle, but the Zanyas will not save the last damage dealer for Top Esports. IG, they see their front line crumble. Just sets up for their carries to come on through here. Cleanup time for Photic, and that will be the ace for IG. 2 members strong.
This LeBlanc is a massive problem in these fights. We've seen it time and time again. Rookie gets right into the back line, and he's poking all of the members out from Top Esports, so they never have time to stand their ground. Baron goes over to IG. We'll kick it to a replay on this one, but they're just late to walk in. They said we're going to force this.
Oh, I knew it. Yeah,
no!
I heard the ult. Yeah.
Oh, I completely did not see this happen, so a great job to our observers for catching that one. I thought maybe Cream could
That
use
ruins
a turret,
this, right?
use his turret. Yeah, there's no way for them. If he had current call for this fight,
He opens up right here.
Up another kill, maybe. But I mean, Saburo was very ambitious with this. That could have been a turning point for Top Esports, but they do make it into a kill onto 369. And this vision play, I mean, Photic gets just right out of range. Just look at how Rookie slides right into the back line, lands the chains onto Jacci, and then it's getting damage down onto the Cream. The Zonia stops everything from Top Esports dead in its tracks. I mean, they have Hextech Soul, they've got Baron. This really is IG's game to lose, and I'm feeling a lot better about their chances than some of their previous games and series.
I mean, hey, I see plus next to their Baron power play. We have turned the corner, IG. It's probably helping they have this Hextech Soul and Rookie who could delete any of these carries he can get his hands on here. And Cream is still yet to really have enough damage behind this Azir. He just now gets the Zanyas completed, but the Hextech bolts are poking them down. They're looking for a bit of a play on the way. He uses the Trickster well. This is looking like a much better 4-1 split here from IG compared to some of their other Baron escapades.
Waves are being deleted, though. I mean, Cream is getting whittled away at, but this Azir is just farming turrets in front of their inhibitor line. I think it's honestly okay if IG are maybe not super ecstatic about taking an inhibitor. Obviously, it is great. The plates will do good. Maybe even breaking an inhibitor is good, but I think you're worried potentially about Cream, who is now level 16 and is completely farming up Cream. What the hell?
Oh, he got Dway off of him, though. He kind of baits into Alistar, pops the Unbreakable Well. This time, Curtain Call not mispositioned, and Jacci does not miss his shots. Dway goes down. They turn their attention to Sobro, trying to eliminate these front lines time after time, but the all-out pulls Nio into the waiting arms of Wei. He shreds his resistances, but boy, does he set up for an easy pick on a Nio. And that forces Top Esports out of their chase with a 1-for-1 trade.
When I look at this trade, 1-for-1, I want to look at Summoner spells, and Dway not having Flash will run over this Dragon timer and the Baron timer in 345. So, could be worrisome, but a decent all-out trade. For Top Esports, you save your inhibitor line. You only lost a single turret in mid lane, so all's not bad. It could be a lot worse. We're going to be walking into this Dragon Fight Slayer, and I'm looking at two things. Flashes for Cream and Jacci, which will be up in time. All about trying to just buy space, buy time. Can maybe a third item or a fourth item be completed here by Cream? This Elder Dragon is basically going to make or break Invictus Gaming's game.
Jachi maxing out on the damage, goes the Bloodthirster route before a GA purchase. Definitely intriguing. That last BF sword should be the GA coming through, but like you mentioned, not going to be for this Dragon fight. Before we get back into setting this thing up, I want to praise Jachi a little bit more here. We are effectively 2 games through. This guy has 27 kills. That needs to be known.
Yeah. He's 12-3. He's doing a hell of a lot, which is more than we could say for earlier on in the season in their first 3 series.
100%. Yep.
Still, focus does have to be on this mid-jungle for IG. Wei has been a lot more measured in his engages, and Rookie, with the flexibility that LeBlanc has given him, can just blow up anybody on top esports at this point. So I need to see him. I mean, he's been sitting on these 3 items. He's had this Blighting Jewel for a really long time. I like what IG are doing. Let LeBlanc split on the side lane and just use this little bit of priority that he does have to get vision all throughout the jungle. Great flank ward down on the lane brush here in bottom lane, and a lot of good vision being placed right before this Elder Dragon in 20.
Nayo and Fongwe just teaming up to try and get some of this vision line back. But the Dragon soon to spawn. Good old Greybeard, as I like to call him, onto the Rift, and top esports, it feels like they're just so out of sorts to try and force their way towards this pit. They've gambled going through the bot side. They've sacked mid lane wave completely, but look how dark that side of the river is. It's a very scary prospect with 369 still yet to TP, but they want to start the Elder Dragon up. Here comes the TP for 369. Battle line's drawn. How much work can Rookie get done? Because the first time he distorts, he gets poked out. Caught with a deadly flourish. Has to Zanya's the curtain call. Can Wei get in there to cancel it? Rookie's going to try and just double distort out. But they've gotten rid of Rookie early on. Empress Defiance going to buy space for Cream and Jachi to free hit this front line. Wei tries to go into the background. There's the all for Sobro. On to Cream. Jachi, he's able to take down Wei. And Rookie cannot get in. No damage for IG can get through. And the Elder is going to reset to about 11K. But this is top esports' to take. Wei is even going to look at a steal angle. Again, IG crumble with the red carpet rolled out for him.
And it starts with Rookie getting caught out with a lot of damage put down onto him. What can you do with this Elder Dragon? 2-minute timer on this buff, 40 seconds before the Baron. And this was a Hex Tech Soul. It is so hard to imagine a world where IG are able to lose with the advantage that they have. But a miracle pick onto Rookie may have just saved the game here for top esports. We're seeing them try to move on in. Rookie still does a hell of a lot of damage here, but this turret just completely evaporates.
And if you're now way without a G, like anybody but Sobro, if you walk up to Jachi, rest in peace by this point. But yeah, let's get a look back at this. Again, it's who is the hero of Jachi doing so much heavy lifting in this series.
So Cream goes for it to Jachi with his deadly flourish. That ward from Fungua gets the vision that he needs. Rookie's not able to get in. And with the Elder Dragon, I think importantly, the fact that it resets there, Cream's ultimate preventing this Cyclone from getting a lot of value. The carries of TES are getting it on through. They're getting it to work. And it just feels like it takes this team a little bit too long to figure out how their composition wants a team fight. Once it is that 25-minute mark, they figure it out. 38-minute Baron on the cards here. Top esports will have this and the Elder Dragon for the next minute, as IG are going to lose all of the gold lead. This gold graph is going to look like a complete clown fiesta at the end of this game.
The LPL Fiesta, just the way we like it. Fun fact, we've had 5 Barons taken in this series. This is top esports' first one. Oh my god, Nayo. Oh my god, Nayo. Okay, all right, well, you called it. Rookie still hurts. Rookie still hurts.
Rookie's looking for something here, gets a bit of chip. Nayo has to recall, so he's not going to be here, but just this Jhin damage. She has 6 items at this point. Completely obliterates the structure. No standing outer structures for either team. A massive flank potentially coming through as Wei's going to look. Jachi still has flash.
They have Elder for about 20 seconds longer by this point.
Yes.
This last wave coming up, they should have it. Oh, they spotted Wei. They know the flake's coming through, but top esports, they don't care. They're going right down mid lane. Are they going to try to finish this off with Elder now? Their Elder is going to tick away. TES, you don't want to overextend here too far. 369 is going to pop the Dominus. Jachi just deletes these turrets, though. First Nexus turret's going to go down. When do IG look for the turn? Nayo is sectioning off Wei. Sobro's getting chunked, but they're setting up a bit of a pincer. Wei's trying to cut off their escape. 369 gets a bit chunk damage down, but as long as Jachi is standing, how do IG make anything work? Finally, Jachi gets hit down about half HP. Rookie goes forward, gets shot in the Zanyas, and there forward is Fogway. Rookie is barely getting himself out. His way on the backside has killed off Nayo. And they're going to try and chase that way. He flashes himself out of the first curtain call. TPs are coming behind. Cream is going to throw up a turret to try and protect. But Top Esports have to usher out Mr. President Jachi. And they will get him out safely.
Even LPL, even the Huya thought that we thought we were gonna be ending the game here. They're just like, hey, let's just run some ads real quick. Oh my God, Top Esports, they bust down both of the Nexus turrets, and that is still not enough for them to end this game. We are going to at least 43 minutes in this game, a second Elder here in this second game of the series. Are Top Esports going to have 2 back-to-back wins here off of failed mid games for Invictus Gaming? They had such a massive lead. I love what Nayo was doing. And Funyaway and 369, I think they recognize what their job is. It is just stop Rookie anytime he goes forward and let Jachi on this hyper carry. We say hyper carry a lot of times for champions like Sivir, champions like Jinx, champions like Aphelios, but I think that Jhin is the only ultra carry in the game with the raw amount of AD this champion gets. I mean, again, 6 items, flash barrier still up. I am hard pressed to see how IG are going to be able to do this if they are not able to get some of these key cooldowns before these fights.
Listen, if there's one thing you should know about a Slayer alt cast, we are pro marksman here. So I second everything you just said about the hyper carry Jhin. Now can Top Esports protect him well. Baron's going to expire, but that crystalline overgrowth basically gets rid of that bot tier 3 turret. And another way in for Top Esports. There are no Nexus turrets still up. Those are yet to respawn as we have a fight on 2 fronts starting. Fongwei is going to engage on a Sobro. Rookie tries to go in. Chunk screamed to about half HP. That's a nice little bit of poke. But Top Esports get what they're coming for. Weird curtain call comes out here from Jachi. But Rookie's too scared to really go after him. He doesn't hit any of his shots, and now he's a bit overextended. But they're able to usher him out. So 2 inhibitors down as CS take their final reset ult to set up for, as you called it, our second Elder of the game.
This is perfect, though, for IG. It looked a little bit awkward, but the goal was accomplished. 2 inhibitors, open Nexus. They cannot ever walk into this pit. This is going to be an incredibly difficult task here for IG. 40 seconds before the dragon spawns, and you have super minions pouring in from both mid and bottom lane wave. And right now, they're synced up at this point. They're going to be able to land at the same time. IG are going to have to invest enough resources to clear these mid lanes out. So, I mean, if they really want to, they could just have Renekton teleport into this next play. This was an okay look here. Yeah, I guess. I think this is mostly just to embarrass Jachi. Like, he got a pentakill this game, or in the game before. We got to do something to humble these guys aside from their early games. And that turret that spawned by Azir, good enough. Maybe Top Esports just look for something now.
But Rookie over the wall. He gets towards Jachi. He flashes out. He still has his GA. And Cream is going to shove all of the front line of IG away from their carries. Nayo is hammering out the way. Goes into the GA. 369 Blinky Health Bar does get himself out. Re-engage with Sobro. But Jachi's still untouched. And now Cream finally fully scaled up. This is the rage. And the repeated blows to the head until Rookie throws himself in. Photic has enough damage. But Jachi's full HP. Crit shot onto Rookie, nearly takes him out all on his own. Nayo gets himself out. We calm things back down with a curtain call. Jachi can't hit his shot. He can only get 1 in the chamber. TS thought they had a winning fight, but boom, man, is that burst out of IG still prevalent.
Oh, look at these waves, and guess what? Baron is up now.
Who has their jungler
they have
too?
An Azir. Azir can't TP into this one, but there are Hex Tech gates everywhere. You can get into the bottom side of this fight, and you could just start up this Elder Dragon now. Drake can maybe look for something where no flash onto Azir, no flash on Jhin, but he still has the GA. This needs to be a monster play from either the bottom lane of IG or the mid lane, but the carries need to step up. You have Hex Tech Soul for the last 10 minutes of this game, and we still can't close this out.
Oh, Jachi, be careful. Good Scryers to spot them out. Jachi is just ever audacious to start these plays as Photic dancing with death there, gets away from the deadly flourish, and now we have respawns coming through. Sobro back on the map, way back on the map. Everybody back and available on the map. I do not care about that tier 3 turret going down the top lane. Thank you for the picture-in-picture, though. And Zervers, How do we set back up for this Elder now?
We need to be fighting now. We need to start this. 369 has no teleport. There's going to be a 10-second window where Renekton will not be here and they will have numbers advantage. IG, great vision denial for the time being. They are shredding this dragon. How does Nio get in?
How does 369 get here in time? Oh my god, it's going to be a 50-50. Nio, can you win the Smite battle? Dway says no. Can IG get the Elder? Yes, Wei has it, but they have to sacrifice a member to do so. Sobro comes down. Curtain Call's going to open up. There's no frontline left for IG, but they try to re-engage. Dway's going to go down. Wei tries to get these big knockups to find some of these Elder resets, but Jachi's untouched. Nobody can get towards this core. Rookie evaporates his health bar. GA goes down. Nio's done. Rookie is going to save the series for IG. Absolute cinema in the LPL, and there's the Elder scream out to finish it off. We're going the distance.
There's a teleport available for Rookie. That's it. I mean, the death timers are way too long. They have a mid-wave and still 3 grubs. What the hell was this game, and why did we have to be in here for another 15 minutes? IG, they really played with their food in this one and just barely squeak out a game win.
Their Nexus exposed, their determination unwavering. We're going to a game 3 and the wildest series of the year so far. Dude,
what is going on between some of our teams here in Group Ascend? I mean, IG, if Top Esports win this next game, this is one of those situations where I just say this is Top Esports 3-0. They were winning for a large portion of that late game. They were in such a good shot for what was going off. Like, Rookie, big MVP, but we always come back to, is his laning good enough? Is he going to be able to move forward on this? He makes good in this game. How many times can we actually get that performance from him?
And, you know, I want to talk about that end sequence, right? Because I think we really saw how hectic Top Esports' decision-making could be as well, right? The fact that you called it out, 369 gets in late, pass to the top lane, like this top lane just doesn't matter. Jachi's like so amped up from the game he's having, the series he's having, he's trying to like tangle with Elder on his own before his team shows up. This is kind of what we expected, right? These are the 2 rosters in Group Ascend with the most shakeup outside of JDG, and I think it's shown up in multiple points in this series how many fresh faces are on these historic orgs.
I'm happy because we are getting not only just IG kind of playing some of these fights well, I think also maybe it's a little early. We are starting to get that Jachi love in the bot lane.
True.
He is looking incredible in these games. He's going for very few deaths and a hell of a lot of damage. I think he's doing such an amazing job of using that gold to turn it into damage for his team. Their early games are not as clean, but I think a problem here for Top Esports is that it just takes too long for them to figure out how they want to play the game. Their lanes aren't set up. It feels like they're lost very early on into games, and that's great for IG, but as soon as the shot calling starts to kick in, as soon as their kind of game pace is figured out, Top Esports just find these miracle fights time and time again.
And a lot of it has been thanks in large part to Jachi, but we called out LeBlanc as such a big pick to make, and while Rookie was really toting the line of losing this series for IG, we'll see once we get to the highlights. That distort onto Jachi, series defining, and there's no other way to put it.
Man, Rookie had to put the carry performance, and we come back to talking about our marquee matchup in the mid lane. The influence of both of our mid laners here. I do think the Cream has had a slightly quieter series in general, but I still go back to that Ahri and how impactful he was later in the game. But Rookie was the carry for this game. Like, damage numbers be damned, he was the one who was making ample use of the lead that he had individually, and he was the main reason why IG even won this game in the first place.
100%. Yep. And as much as I pointed out the Jachi versus Photic difference in the gold, it doesn't show on these damage numbers. The widest gap this series has really been way over Nio. This is now 2 straight games I've seen 5K plus gold leads between these 2 junglers, and we came into this matchup talking about how Wei had a tough outing going against Shun, going against BLG. He's looked a bit shakier compared to his Demacia Cup performances. This was the matchup you kind of highlight as one that you expect Wei to take over, and he's done his job in a lot of ways in that aspect.
We had big expectations for Wei. Like, you are a veteran jungle of the league. You have had so much early success in your career, but then have kind of fallen off, especially with some of the teams that he's been on. Last year was him having to do a lot of dirty work for this team, and maybe it's with Gala and Mako no longer on this team, with the Shy, obviously a big personnel change in the lanes. Maybe Wei just feels like he has to be the big carry for them. Maybe he has to kind of take these big steps in terms of what his effect is in these games. This time around, his Wukong was perfect, but how many times are we going to get that from him, right? Like, we were just coming off of a game on the Vibe where it was a big detriment for this team after the mid-game. So whether or not Wei can consistently get there, that is all IG in general. It's just how consistently can we actually get good performances from their lanes, and how many of them can we kind of string them together so we can get series wins?
Yeah, and, you know, I think Wei, even that last game, like, it's such a tough spot to be in, because once you get into the late game, like, as Vi, you really are just an ult bot. I don't know. I think Wei's played fantastically in this series, given the sort of standings of this one, but so this was, I know it's kind of a short bar to clear here, Alk, but our longest game of the year so far, for sure, right? Season 16 LPL?
That sounds about right, but we can just double check real quick. That takes me 10 seconds to do. Longest game of the split right now is currently 44-25. I don't think we cleared it on this one.
Really? Wow.
We are close to it.
It felt like an hour-long game, right? The throws of this thing. Like,
oh, we did actually. Wait, we were 45-57 this game, so we did actually get it. We did break the longest game of the split.
10.5, yeah. All right, here we go. Everybody get ready for Rookie's series-saving moment.
Yeah, right here. I mean, Photic is doing a lot of damage, and the big kind of criticism we had coming out of Game 1 was that the damage dealers for IG weren't there when the fights were getting started. Now, we get one where that happens, and they win the game. But the gold graph for this game is going to be really ugly, and that's kind of what we were looking forward to when we were talking about getting into this series.
Yeah, we've gotten back-to-back LPL gold graphs. I'm sure our socials team is going wild out there, trying to put together all these very slam dunk posts. Player of the game. I mean, I really hope we don't give it to Photic because we saw 70k damage. I would hope this goes to our mid or jungle. I think those are the two picks.
I think it's Rookie. I do think it is Rookie.
Yeah, yeah. I hope
he was individually the most solid this game. Yeah, I do think Rookie does deserve it, but now I'm worried about Game 3 again. I'm already kind of casting my mind because we're gonna do this and then go to a break. I'm thinking about what other 80 carries can we kind of pull out. Is Yunar gonna finally get through? There's no Corki anymore, so she's the big bad. Aphelios, Varus, these are two champions we can also start to think about. So Crit Marksmen are really in. We also haven't seen Lucian so far this series. He has been kind of teased for some of the games here.
Yeah, it's precarious, right? Because I think both of these supports aren't necessarily very comfortable going the Enchanter route. Okay, all right, so they do give it away. I do think this makes sense, right? Because he was just so much further ahead of Nayo. Like, Rookie...
The entire game, yeah. Yeah,
Rookie has the heroics, and deservedly so, but the gap between Wei and Nayo in this game, too, might have done a lot more work than the tape can show. So, congratulations to Wei. And, yeah... all eyes will now turn to this Game 3. Funnily enough, my first Game 3 of the LPL this year. I was curious how long that streak would go. So, a lot to break down. I know Alk's got a bunch of thoughts. I've got a bunch of thoughts, but that was a 45-minute game that effectively felt like a 65-minute game. Also, it's 6 in the morning. So, we're going to take a breather here on the caster desk, but you will not want to miss it. It has been a roller coaster of a series, and we have one final drop to come. Game 3. Do IG or Top Esports find a way to write a pretty rough start to the LPL in 2026? It's time to find out on the other side of this break. What a night of LPL action here on the LPL English unofficial Twitch channel coverage. We have had 2 games, including negative Baron power plays, LPL gold graphs with both teams having significant gold leads at different points, the longest game of the year so far, and now all of that goes into the background because we have game 3 for 2 teams looking to get back closer to 500. So much at play here. One of the single most influential games of the split so far, I would say, all coming up here.
Yeah, this is going to be one that helps determine whether or not these teams, the first round robin can feel really proud about themselves, because these are 2 teams that are now contesting for 5th, 6th in the league, at least in Group Ascend for right now. And I mean, for playoffs, what that kind of means, because we are halfway through the split, like if you think about it, we are essentially 2 weeks away from the end of the regular season, and 5th,
Yeah.
6th in Group Ascend, they have to play against Group Perseverance in a play-ins to the playoffs. With the state that they're in, every win here in this group is trying to solidify whether or not they can actually qualify to the top 10 bracket that we have.
Yeah, and the importance here, looking a little bit further forward, just to mention quickly, we will go back to just Ascend and Nirvana for Split 2, right? So adding those two teams over to Group Ascend. So you really, if you want to stay up in this group and play the higher level of competition, very important when you look even past Split 1. But to bring things back into the present, we are getting set for a Game 3 where Top Esports will have first selection available to them. And I think there is a lot of interesting discussion to be had if whether they want counter pick, first pick, what side would they like, because we were both kind of alluding to it. I think there are a lot of very interesting champion pools being pinched for a couple of these players across the board here, Hulk.
Right now, jungle's looking pretty weak. Like, I say weak, but Xin Zhao, a champion that has been all over the place, is still available, and now there's no Trundle, so what ends up being the priority there? I do think that once we get later into series, we've seen side select and, more importantly, red side become a little bit more powerful. Top Esports have been, or IG anyway, have been prioritizing getting counter pick. I would make maybe a pretty good effort here from Top Esports, or a guess that they themselves are going to be looking to get 5th pick here in this game so they can get a counter in any one of these lane matchups, whether that is going to be AD carry or even looking towards something like the jungle. But jungle counter pick is so rare nowadays with just the priorities that we have.
All right, well, we do see Top Esports on that red side. I would wager that they just straight up picked up red side. So that will be maybe try and get Cream in a comfortable spot. I don't have the handy dandy cheat sheet available to me to tell which what actually transpired. What I do know that has transpired here, Ulk, is 3 street jungle bans, and that precious Xin Zhao is one of them. Orianna comes off the board. Dare I say we're about to see one of these junglers put their carry pants on. This is what I want to say. All right, well, never mind. They banned Kiana. I was going to say, if Wei has been canyon-sized gapping the gold between Nayo and Wei, one would argue that he should play a carry jungle into a matchup that he's this good at winning. But
still
there goes
some
Kiana.
possibilities here. Again, I do think Xin Zhao has been banned. You have the Kiana. We'll see what Wei's going to have access to, but now
That
here
is
comes the first pick here for Top
5
Esports.
jungle bans. 5.
Excuse me. Yeah, that's pretty disgusting. Actually, technically, yeah, that is 5. Do we go for the Rise that I was asking for earlier? Always a possibility here. If you are Cream, I think Akali is a really good steal because that is something that Rookie really would love to play. Maybe not necessarily into a Mundo jungle, but...
Ooh. This was something that I figure that Jue would really want to get his hands on. One of our better Nico players. Fangwei is going to get it himself here, so they go for the support pick with the Nico priority high. To IG, I mean, this has to be jungle. Do you take the support counter pick now, or do we try and answer the AD carry dilemma? Varus did get through with all those jungle bans.
I mean, this is now just like an arms race, right? Because we were talking so much about like potential champions, but because of the 5 jungle bans, champions like Nico made it through, champions like Varus and Yunara are now available on either side. So what do IG go for? Nocturne has been having a little bit more presence, but I think that is due to more Orianna's been getting through as of late. What is going to be the response now for Top Esports? Because you have a bottom lane that is ready to scrap. If you get Varus and Nico, I think that there is very few combos that IG could pick up between Photic and Jue. They're going to be able to match their presence in the lane.
And I mean, feed the hot hand. That's an easy ideology.
Yeah.
Give Jachie, feed the hot hand something comfortable. This would be pretty awesome. You know what? I respect this, Ulk. We are throwing everything at IG with a Pop Blossom Kai'Sa combination. That is scary.
I'm worried though because Nico gets through some of Kai'Sa's weaker laning phase, but if they just pick something like, I don't know, like a Braum, if they pick something like even like a Karma here for IG, then what do you do versus like this bot lane. Like, Karma may not do anything versus the Mundo, but an Enchanter is just going to make this game really, really tough to kind of go forward on. And I think you're relying on Top Esports scaling into this game. Kaisa with 4 items, Mundo at level 16, I think is a pretty big ask. But I mean, you look at how the state of the series has gone, we're playing a hell of a lot of late games.
There we are. That is on average. I do kind of like this term from Top Esports because now they've presented a very funny and unfortunate position for Wei, where in fights, like, who are you going to Nocturnal? Because in theory, Nico and Kaisa are kind of two of the people running forward first. So, like, anybody you would Nocturnal to try and, like, catch them away from their team, they're kind of going to be on top of you. So this Nocturne isn't going to play like your normal Nocturne, at least so far through this draft. We are going to the second phase. Like, whatever Cream picks could be a very prime target for Wei's Nocturne.
Gwen ban tells me we want Sion right now. That is kind of the look that I'm getting from IG. Would be something that's going to be a little bit more stable. Could also potentially see a Jax. I think Jax gets a hell of a lot of value versus IG's team comp, and it's something that could maybe get through a Mundo later on. So what else are we going to see from them? Getting rid of some of the mid lane champions that Rookie is still known for. I wonder if Syndra is going to be on the list here for our legendary man in the mid lane.
Yeah, then you think about Cream's pool, like, we should be getting into the classic Cream melee champ pick. So, like, which one kind of fits how they want the look here? Like, do you want the Akali? Do you feel like Silas has intrinsic ult steal value, or does that not matter and he feels most comfortable in that one? Is there a Yone look? I don't think Yone is a real look. So there's Cream still has his entire comfort champion wheelhouse to go towards for this potential pick, because remember, we are swapped here on blue side, so Rookie is going to get that counter pick. It is not Cream that is going to grab this one.
Exactly. Rise is good. We've now banned the Oriana or the Cassiopeia on top of it. I do think that is kind of what they are signaling. Also would have a decent matchup into the Syndra that we've been teasing. We said that there was an Aatrox ban and a Gwen ban. That kind of means that they're going for Sion here. What is going to be the answer here for IG? That is exactly what they're going to lock in. Again, this is just such a better stylistic for Saboro and what he wants to do in top lane. But Kaisa, right? Kaisa's always going to be a looming threat here in this game. What else are Top Esports going to have in a game that I think is going to be so predicated around massive team fights around objectives?
I'm buying into the Jax look here, because one, you need 369 to pick something to run this lane over, because he needs to be that to make up for the fact that Rookie's gonna get this counter pick.
Okay.
And there's not a lot of other options to try and run over this Sion. Ooh. All right, different approach, but they do get Cream that Rise, so that's a big win, like you were talking about.
Yeah. So for Chwei, I have preferred him to be on engaged champions, and there's still Braum, there's still Leona here in this. I think it's better for the lane, but who is walking forward for this team? But what I mean is, like, I don't think he's a very good Enchanter player.
Yeah,
that's kind of what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
And where are we going to find an engagement? Anivia is nice. I do think Anivia does a lot of great things for this game with how short range Top Esports can be in some of these fights. This is going to give them a lot of ability to turn. But if they are behind, or if this Mundo is just a little too far ahead, or Rookie doesn't have Flash, this champion just dies, and suddenly IG have no position going into fights.
I like that one point you made, though, that really sells me on the Anivia, is the drawback to picking Mundo jungle is you intrinsically take a lot of threat on lanes for ganks out of the game. So this is a really good Anivia angle, a champion that would really struggle against many of your conventional meta jungles that could punish, like the Xin Zhao that we see banned, and obviously the Fearless Out Pantheon, the Wukong Device. So this is a good Anivia angle. Dare I say the Hongq effect? Anybody?
He was. Hey, come on, man. Rookie needed some kind of champion to get around it. I get it, though. Maybe
he was the first Anivia this year. That's all. I'll say.
Agreed.
You know.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
That I'll give you that one. For Top Esports, I kind of want to see how they'll play their lanes, because you do have a Rise here on this team. We're going to be seeing probably a big effect on Cream going to side lanes, being able to roam a little bit faster than he was on the Azir. This is a big game here for IG. They need to be able to win this. And I think they have the perfect team comp to do it. You have this Yunar here for Photic. He hasn't had a big moment here in this series, but alongside Rookie, I'm going to be looking at these two to really kind of push the engine and get these guys over the edge.
This will be the final game that IG plays at the first round robin. This will be the final game they play against all of Group Ascend the first time round. They do not want to finish that series at the bottom of Group Ascend. Can they finally win a game convincingly that they have led from? We've seen that so many times. All I know is to strap in, folks, because I do not think we'll see an end towards this game 3 until somebody's hitting the Nexus. That is how back and forth IG Top Esports has been tonight.
You know, Slayer, I gotta say, amazing call there. Usually the game also doesn't end until someone hits the Nexus. So I am 100% behind you on that one. I feel like we're really aligned on this kind of philosophy in game.
I don't know if it's coming through on the mic, but I'm giving you the slow clap.
I know.
'Cause screw you, man. But you're right.
Hey. Wonderful vamp coming in from Slayer, folks. A true consummate professional here on the broadcast.
You know what? The
But
Slayer Allcast is so bad. Okay. All right. No, I'm not falling for it. The Slayer Allcast is so back when you know Ulk is making fun of me. We're back. We're so back. This is.
I'm just ripping you a little bit, you know? I gotta keep
No,
you on your toes here.
Oh no, I love it. I love it. If you can't be made fun of, then what are you doing in life? You know.
Yeah.
Everyone says stupid things. Sometimes people make stupid plays. I think you could argue all 10 people on your screen have made some bonehead decisions in this series. But let's talk about these early rotations, Ulk, as we see both of our junglers pathing the same way.
As Nio, you should feel empowered to get in the face of Nocturne. Nocturne's entire fear doesn't work because you have a spell shield, essentially, on your champion and your passive, and you are a very competent duelist with these cleavers. If you can connect on one, suddenly that makes this champion a lot easier, and there's a ton of scaling potential in this champion as you get later and you get more items to augment this champion. So I want to see Nio kind of play with a little bit priority. This is another champion that I think will operate very similarly to the Trundle. So I am both interested and a little worried about Top Esports' ability to walk forward in fights, especially if they don't have something like a Feng Yue Engage available.
I'm interested to see how 369 can sort of forge his own path in this game. He's played a lot of different styles, right, so far. A lot of team fight oriented champions, and now he's on this Yorick that can be so polarizing for how much it relies on a team to play towards it, play for it. So that'll be something to track. Right now we're fighting over this first scuttle, and Nio says, "Oh, Mr. Wei, you can have that." And sees the scuttle get smited away.
That'll be fine. There's very little you could do versus Umbral Blade Smite Q. Like that is a fair lot amount of damage that Mundo really can't match. But again,
100%.
not going to be all that mad about it as Mundo. Just go to the top side, get yourself the other scuttle, and not going to be missed out on. To augment your Yorick point, if the best position he's going to have is just putting down the Dark Procession. Oh, boy.
No, Polymorph. Is the barrier enough? Photic.
Oh my!
Jachi flashes right over that Unihara W. The Jachi show is not over yet, folks.
And that was with Feng Yue missing the Tangle Barbs. If he would have landed that, that's another Plasma proc, and that's just another kill going over. Photic did not have the flash or the barrier available because of the early lane trades we saw from Top Esports bottom lane. Another win coming on through. And remember, Photic, he's been in the league now for a couple of years. He's supposed to be one of the bigger and up-and-coming AD carries, but has really yet to prove it in some of these larger series in his career. So, not saying that this regular season game is going to be a make or break for Photic, but it is just so impressive, I think, as a counterpoint for Jachi, who is coming in as kind of the man to beat. And while his spot isn't completely given to him with, sitting behind Jackie Love, he is proving now that he's gained a little bit more comfort on this Top Esports lineup, he's an AD carry to be feared.
Without a doubt. I mean, you are buying yourself into. You're buying high on your own stock in the market of the future if you're Jachi right now, the way he is playing. Definitely tough to see Photic die with that flash up. Hey, might have to use it now. He is getting run down. Good Lulu shield to get away from the Void Seeker. Fungway flash for a double Tangle Barb snag. He actually predicts Photic's flash, and that's the win. Photic's flash off the board.
Junglers are moving down here. They want to try to make a dive. Lulu's not going to be coming through. Going to have to reset. Another Tangle Barbs misses. Photic's looking for it.
Okay, wait. Oh, now he's to burn his own barrier. That's both summoners down. All right. We know what to do, Mundo.
Oh! Ho, ho.
No, Nayo, just walk at him. You have the spell
No.
shield.
No, it doesn't matter. Just keep
Okay.
him from
All
hitting
right,
the minion wave for right now. He will get the cannon, so not all is lost here. Ooh, Jotzi and Feng Yue are really fishing to see if they can get Photic. No barrier, no flash, but I think they're just going to have to make do with the minor wins here, getting that wave in. What is
Cream?
Cream doing?
Mind games.
Okay.
All.
Maybe he was thinking, like, if he can get behind the wave, he can grab that turret, he can grab, Rookie's flash. He's very low, and Nayo was being able to walk through mid, but was spot on a ward. So Top Esports will slow themselves down. They will not be getting all that much off of that play, but a great job coming in from the bottom lane.
All right.
Oh, Cream lost his flash and his ghost. Okay, we didn't see that. Thank you to our observers for the picture-in-picture there.
The way diff coming through on this Nocturne. 369 is going to usher in Nayo's successful take of this Scuttle Crab. Also, get himself a nice little melon for his escapade down. Man, all right. So, I mean, you pointed it out, right? The power that a Kaisa and a Nico could have in this lane. But it's now the prevailing theory that Jotzi, well-positioned to really take over fights later on. I mean, how much of Top Esports' intrinsic fight value is going to be on these two newer, fresh-faced members of Top Esports in this Game 3?
I mean, look, Jotzi has, if just this series alone, if we took it as its own microcosm, Jotzi has been the better AD carry, game in, game out so far here between him and Photic. Whether or not that translates into necessarily a series win, we have still yet to see, as there are, an AD carry maketh not the team, at least in League of Legends. So I'm again cautiously optimistic. I really wanted to believe that the Top Esports team would be better. It has not been a good start to the Split 1 here in LPL, but you can always make a mid-season shift. We've seen lots of teams slide through the standings at different variations, just last year alone.
Speaking on last year, Top Esports were perennial top of regular season team, the best LPL regular season team. So that's definitely a high bar that this new bunch is set for. Our eyes are set towards the bottom lane, though, as this Dragon's coming along, and Feng Yue does have that Pop Blossom. Photic going to use that Transcendent form to dash on out of it, gets away from the Tangle Barb, takes a nice bit of poke. But you now trade an engaged tool of Top Esports' side for a lot less damage out of Photic if any fight comes across to this Dragon.
I'm loving that. I'd rather Photic not have any damage in these fights, because outside of Photic, the damage for Invictus Gaming is going to be very slow-rolled, right? You have an Anivia who's going to want to get some combos off, slowly bleed you out with the Storm, use the wall as well. Nocturne has to either burst you out or wait for multiple rotations of his own spells, so when you are able to take these tools away from the opponents, it does make it a lot better for them. And for Top Esports, they just have a big burst composition, especially with this bottom lane. Now, Mundo's here again.
Oh, Feng Yue hits another big root onto Photic. That forces out the wild growth. Jotzi can use the barrier to buy some time. Lights go out. They're going after Feng Yue. Wei executes him brilliantly. Forces Jotzi also to flash away from helping on Nayo. Photic, no mana. Health is going to go down. Makes the maximum dosage. Nayo fights that kill. Cream has the Realm Warp.
Oh, he
doesn't come along. I don't think he took it, and that's going to force, Nayo to fall. You can see Wei. You can see Wei. He's like, I'm going to back up. There's going to be a rise here. And then there was no rise.
Oh my god, what happened? I can't wait to see the replay on this. And just for food for comfort at this point, Saboro also gets the flash out from 369. This is a very dangerous lane because Saboro still has the zombie form. Oh, Feng Yue, we should have sold it here. We had no ultimate. He has no way of being able to make this a real fight, but Ricky has very little mana in this position. He's probably just going to have to seed the wave here, as Cream is most likely looking for a recall at this point.
Yeah, I just want to get to this replay. This
no,
is
there's
like
a Herald. We can't do this. It's probably going to come after this objective.
Well, you're actually right. Herald does follow Grubs, so...
True.
Had to get you back for that one.
I know.
Yeah. All right, Nayo, TP. All right, here we go. All right. Let's play a fun game called... this is where I wish we could, pause it and then, do, what does Cream do wrong? Like, what does Cream do to get out of the Realm Warp? You know, it's like A, B, C, or D.
Yeah.
But I can't think of enough options for you.
Flash. I thought he was going to use the Killer Instinct maybe earlier here from Jiaqi. All right, observers, let's go look at Cream now. Oh, what are we doing? Cream, come on, brother. Like, we can't do this. And this comes from a place of frustration because Cream is supposed to be, like, the next coming of the mid lane. He's supposed to be the next up-and-coming mid laner. He got a pretty big reward after this OMG team back in 2023. He gets brought onto Top Esports. His first year wasn't great, but being able to go to both internationals is an incredible achievement. Then he gets into year 2. He's supposed to be, you know, this journeyman AD or mid laner who then is maybe learning the game alongside Kanavi and 369. And that just never really comes to fruition. So when is Cream going to be able to turn from just a average mid laner to an elite level player? That's what we were wondering, and plays like that just kind of stop us from really getting to that conversation with Ernest.
Yeah, and the other like bar that used to be measured full is like the potential, right? But every year it's wasted. Every time you see plays like that, it's depleting, right? Or like this, you could also argue like the patience with a player like Cream, because you know an org as historical as Top Esports, they can only put up with mediocrity for so long, it feels like, with the names they have associated with this team. So yeah, it's just, there's a lot of pressure, and so far we're still asking for more out of Cream, and luckily in this game he is poised to be able to carry, since we talked about how much later these games have gone, on a champion that we have given him his praise for on this rise, but it is still rookie that finds himself with a decent chunk of a CS lead as he gets back to catch this mid lane wave right in time.
6ix9ine's looking for something. He's almost level 11 here, so that's actually a pretty big change. Can they turn? There's no Sional. This is
There it is.
risky.
Sional goes wide. There's a fierce up to Decimating Smash, though. That's a nice little CC chain. 369 is dead. And Sobro is going to take the kill. That is a big win for the weak side Sion.
That's good. What else can they get? Are we going to get another turret plate here? Mundo's going to show, so they know that Mundo can't be on bottom side. Lulu's currently making her way back down. This could be an angle where we see Cream make a move down towards the bottom side, but I love this from Rookie. Shadowing, goes into Fog of War, traps Cream as well.
Photic transcended, flashes away from the Pop Blossom, and it's only going to grab the support. So Jue gets himself out. Fangwei a little too audacious to find that turn, not respecting the power of Yunara with the ultimate up.
He trades his flash for Photix. I think that's not all that bad, and no play goes over to IG. So a single kill is just 300 gold. I think I'm willing to take that as Top Esports. It looks silly for now. If they can turn that into a win, that's great. But what I'm now looking at is the fact that Photic is not going to have this flash available for either the Herald that's spawning or the Dragon in 3 minutes time.
Jiaqi walked on a ward. Oh, he sent the trap. Cream is going to take the portal this time, get the Rune Prism. Wild Growth on Photic is throwing hands back. Jiaqi is just evaporated just like that. And Cream, I mean, the Realm Warp is nice to bring a man in, but this Rise needs time to scale. There wasn't enough damage there. The power of Enchanter Jue proving dividends.
Oh yeah, that is a massive 2v2 find. So now I'm less excited about the fact that Fangwei died there, because we have just fed 2 kills over to Photic for very little in turn, and Cream even missed out on a few mid lane waves, so he's starting to fall behind. It feels like Top Esports are slowly crumbling here in this series. We talked about how their early games and how it's been really rough to watch them as they figure out how they play either their champions or their compositions, but fights like this are going to make it, you're supposed to buy time for your team. You are giving over the shot clock to your opponents if you're losing trades like this.
And you talked about it, right? Photic, player that is been pretty darn quiet in this series compared to Jiaqi. How poetic would it be for him to have such a iconic, but come on, man, the caster curse is so real. Is he really about to get run down right here? All right, the lights go out. The Pop Blossom isn't going to hit on a Photic. He actually does get out of it. That sets way up with the power up from the Lulu speed to find Fangwei again. Wrong place, wrong time for that engage, or right place, right time for the Wei turnaround.
Hey, Photic didn't get caught by the Pop Blossom, and Kaisa can't do any damage there. No Killer Instinct, has the Flash, but no barrier. Only has the Kraken Slayer. That's not enough damage to argue that we're going to go for that fight. So A good turn coming in from IG, gets another kill for themselves. They crash another wave underneath this turret. And until Kai'Sa hits 2 and 3 items, I'm not really worried about them as Yunara. And Yunara can match now thanks to things like the Fiend Hunter bolts available to them later on.
Stoppable onslaught, Sobro trying to buy space. 369 gonna flash on the Decimating Smash, gets the slow, brings more ghouls up. Main wants to get swifty here with the Yorick. Sobro's gonna flash now. He's looking for the turn. Gets a big shield. 369 is out of mana, and yep, Wei seems to be everywhere on the map. The ghouls, though, are gonna make it, so 369 finds himself an even trade.
Loses his maiden. Nio is spending a lot of time just so that Jachi and the rest of this bot lane can get some gold into them, maybe extract some gold from their opponents. Rookie goes into Fog. You can see that Top Esports are a little worried about it now. Rookie even teleports for this play, so look, IG, they get a turn on the top side. Wei's getting a lot of gold. Another advantage being gathered here by the veteran jungler of Invictus.
4 kills deep, and now we're going to enter that territory where Nocturne, you know, if it was a bell curve for Nocturne, it's like the start is like farming up to get ultimate, and then you spike at 1 item, 2 item, where you have this window you can ult onto a lot of the squishies and nearly one-shot them, even without the Orianna. So Wei is poised to show off the carry potential of this Nocturne as the Dragon is started for Top Esports. Naya looking for a bit of response. We're going to test how durable this Mundo can be because he's already down to half HP. Holding on to that maximum dosage. That's maybe what is holding Wei from falling through this paranoia. But once again, Nio going to respect IG's lead and kind of just leash this Dragon. So IG, 2 Drakes, 3K gold lead. Dare I say we've been here before?
IG know that Top Esports have zero business being on that Dragon. So they're going to just move their way into the river. They'll take that objective. 2 dragons, not bad. A Mountain Soul in this game could be very problematic for either one of these teams if they can get it. But obviously IG in a much better spot to potentially go for that objective. No look on the mid lane as Photic dodges out on yet another engage. Fungyue.
All right, Fungyue has a flash against Wei, but he'll just follow with his own flash. And yeah, this Nico,
not good.
Not good. Yep.
Let's just be plain. Like, it's not looking good because now Herald's just for free. You gave it over Dragon, fine. You were maybe going to hopefully play for the Herald spawning up here. Now that's never going to be a possibility. You don't have any flash, and Wei's now here on the map. Level 12. It's an okay trade, but I'll be honest here. I've been kind of trying to, make sense of some of the flash trades I've been seeing from Fungyue, and he is just way too aggressive. He is not at all dialed into either his own damage and capabilities, and especially his teammates' finds and abilities to turn.
And the more we see some of those, audacious engages, it just makes me think and praise. I want to praise, probably a group of people. One, the coaching staff for this draft lane, but 2, Jue, a player who you mentioned we don't know as an enchanter player. He's known for all of his flashy engage plays. He opts in to play this Lulu, and it really makes the difference how much harder of a life it is for Nico to go into an enchanter. Nico is so good into so many of those engaged tanky supports because Nico can be such an annoying presence with those Pop Blossom combos, but Jue's done such a good job nullifying a lot of that play from Top Esports' bottom lane.
Yeah. This bottom lane in general from IG is really just performing to the level that we want to see from them here in the series. Control of mid lane, control of bottom lane thanks to this Anivia means that IG can move down to the bot lane, maybe even prep a dive, or at the very least force some summoner spells out from Cream. He's going to have to give up any of this. And remember, if he steps up a little too close to Rookie, a simple wall from Anivia makes it impossible for him to escape. So they're going to try to catch this. Maybe they make a look here with Fungyue, but this is an incredibly obvious Nico.
2.
What?
Ulk, that is your fault, Ulk. Why did you say it was obvious? That's your fault.
I've never won a world championship, okay? Maybe we could just press tab and see that he's there. Whatever. No flash for Rookie. I don't think it's going to make a big difference, but Dragon does spawn in 2, and only if Top Esports can punish. Because if they don't punish, then this flash means nothing.
See if they can get that passive form out of the Navy. At the very least, it does force Rookie to back off of this turret. Cream collects so much valuable gold. Need to buy more time here for Cream, but he also has to play catch-up because in the super scale items, he is losing confidently, the rookie. He had a full stacked Roa and a Seraph's already done for that Nivea?
Yeah. So Seraph's is completed. Roa is 1 stack away, or 8, so it's about a minute and a half from being completed. He's been on this stack for a little bit.
Double up on Cream right now.
Yeah, Cream is 4 minutes deep into his Rod of Ages and still hasn't completed this the Seraph's Embrace. So there's the wall, there's the stun. There's no E, unfortunately, coming on through, but you need the gold. And that not only delays your 2-item Kaisa that you're now sitting on and available, you're supposed to be a big damage dealer. And if you're not able to hit the same breakpoints as the rest of your team, that delays your potential and maybe even just completely ruins your game clock here as top esports. So good thing to kind of notice here, Slayer, and going to be very problematic as IG continue to be solid enough in their early games, and Photic is still a menace here.
Sorry, I had to pinch myself to make sure I wasn't asleep. Did you just praise my analysis?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's analysis. You just looked at the items on the screen.
Okay.
So.
Phew, I'm not dreaming. Okay. Whew. All right, we're back to normal.
Dude, yeah, I mean, come on, man. Like, we looked at the pretty pictures. We compared the numbers on the pretty pictures. I'm glad that you have the reading comprehension and you can assess items. We're really making progress here. As 2 AD carry mains here, I think we're making some really good headway.
You know what? I missed you too, man. All right, we're set up for a 3rd dragon. Pretty important for IG. Mountain Soul would pay dividends. Also, to get that out of this top esports comp would be very terrifying. And they're going to TP.
Oh, it's gone. Wait, why are we not finishing this? Just pull it. It doesn't matter if he's TPing.
Wei flashed over the wall, and Wei just steals it. Nayo didn't even have a chance. And is Wei really just going to walk out of the pit? Sobro ults out. IG, highway robbery, hello? Are they going to be punished at all? Pop Blossom onto 3 from Feng Wei. They're going to try and drop all the damage onto Rookie, but the re-engage comes across from Wei. Feng Wei is taken out. Sobro is so darn tanky that he's taking a full dishing of damage from both Cream and Jachi. It doesn't matter. Photic transcends. They've got Wei to provide frontline. Cream has to flash over a nice position. Rookie, a Nivea wall. Slow lands onto Sobro. Maximum dosage now has to come out. Got a lot of low health bars, but IG... Do they really need to chase? They won the dragon. They don't land the Flash Frost stun, but 369 still has to flash over, well, 2 walls that are created in front of him. How do IG walk in, steal the dragon, and still win?
If everything seemed as it was as we went into that dragon, then top esports pulling off may have just completely ended this game for them. IG pounce on the moment of hesitation coming in from top esports, and now they find themselves at Soul Point with a hell of a lot of flashes taken away from top esports. We'll take a look at this. From here, they know Wei's on the bottom side of this pit. Just hit the damn dragon. You have Jachi on 2-item Kaisa shredding this objective, and now they get to turn on his Feng Wei, I appreciate the look, but it just is not there. You need to slowly whittle away your opponent. You are not at all a damaging Nico in this position. There is so much survivability thanks to Rookie's build, having completed the Rod of Ages and the Seraphs. And I won't lie here, Slayer, these fights are getting close, but these small mistakes coming in from some of the newer members of top esports are creating these bad situations and bad team fight setups for this team.
Also, I still want to shout it out. Sobro literally stands in front of both carries and eats multiple spell rotations, and he's still like 40% HP. That's also a huge problem. If he could just sit in front of this Rise and this Kaisa, at a certain point, it will bite him. And you can maybe even see some of that logic coming through, or some of that worry for top esports in the itemization. Look at where Jachi's going with this 3rd item. You rarely see with how many combinations Kaisa has. Oh boy. All right. Jachi, I'm sorry. This one might be on me, buddy. He does Killer Instinct dash out of the fear. Cream has to realm warp in as the lights come back on, so Jachi does survive. Really quickly, my point. LDR. Oh. Redemption. All right. LDR is not usually a 3rd Kaisa item.
We need it this game, though. We need it for sure. I mean, versus Sion, getting that Giant Slayer passive, biggest change on the patch for this season is getting Giant Slayer back into LDR. Maybe that'll be something that can turn it. I mean, again, Rookie's also stacking a hell of a lot of HP. Feng Wei is just dead.
Damn. Frostbite right to the dome. And bot lane, not even any better, because Wei is in all lanes at the same time, and this time he's decided, I'm going to hunt down 369, who is actually trying to see if he can kill Wei off.
What
Back
the?
mid lane, Photic is wild growth, transcended, all the above, and, well, he's got himself a kill. Cream going to go down, and it just feels like IG are winning everywhere and anywhere.
Man, I was happy with the first part of that. Like, let's just take the fact that we got the flash out from Rookie, we got the barrier out from Photic, but now we just completely chucked it. Like, Nayo's dead. Nayo lives for some reason, but now we've lost our flash on our Kaisa going into this dragon fight, this all-important dragon fight. Mountain Soul is on the cards a minute and a half from now, and we're missing really big summoner spells from Top Esports. I don't know whether it is nerves, whether it is mid-game direction. We tried to make this Nico play. It is a good enough look, but they know that this minion is Fungyue. You have no engagement potential from here, and again, this Anivia is so dangerous.
Sheesh. Yep, that's only going to get worse going forward. Okay. It needs to be said, though. We've already ragged on IG for being in this spot in 2 games and nearly losing and losing. This one would be inexcusable compared to the other ones. All right, let's just get that out of the way.
Third item coming in for both AD carries, Infinity Edge Fiend Hunter Bolts. I think that Photic is in such a strong spot to win. We've talked a lot about the mid lane matchup. Rookie, a level and a half over his counterpart here. Level 17 on this Anivia. Really massive power spike. On the opposite side, Cream is going to get level 16 on this next mid-wave, which is really, really good. Just can they even bite through a 5,500 gold lead here? GA also here for Wei is going to make it very difficult, I think, for Top Esports to get through the enemy jungle, if they are at all.
What a great roll of luck IG got that this is a Mountain Soul. I mean, you mentioned it, like the defensive scaling items of Rookie, his health bar's fat, Wei is built pretty bruiser, and do not give Sobero a 28-minute Mountain Soul and expect to win this game, Top Esports. I don't care how much you've overcome. Wei daring Nayo to go 50-50 on the smite with him because he's won all of them, and this time Nayo wins the coin flip. That is pretty big. Top Esports keep themselves alive at least in one category, that being Dragon Soul.
What just a disgusting 50-50 there, by the way. We're just
Why do we
letting him
50-50
move up.
that?
Because we can't stop Mundo. I mean, Mundo passive is a hell of a drug, and because he has access to it, no one put any CC. Not even the stun coming in from Rookie ends up landing. So the fact that we took that is a little bit worrisome in my mind here. 36-9 trying to extend on the side lane.
Oh, he just dropped the little dome to try and make sure Sobro couldn't get in, so Wei bit and is going to chomp down. 369 caught in the side wave, so 1 pressure point down for Top Esports the next minute.
We talked about the scaling here for Top Esports, but IG, all they need to do is just play around their spikes. Photic is so massive if he can just get his Transcendence off and look for a 5-on-5 or even a 3-on-3. Nayo's close to level 16. He's a level and a half down. God damn, what is happening?
It's the Wei effect. Really quickly, though, I think this item is very fun, and I want to talk about it in this context.
Yeah.
You mentioned the Fiend Hunter bolts. What is going to make this so good for Photic, especially into Nayo, is if he can get to 100% crit, when you use the Fiend Hunter bolts, your first 3 autos are supposed to be automatic crits, but if you have full crit, they become 10% true damage. So into a Mundo like Nayo, if he gets full crit, he ults, that Mundo's health bar is going to get halved in the blink of an eye, and that's huge into a comp like this.
Yeah. One thing that we haven't actually seen too much, and I wish people would explore this a lot more, is because you have ability haste for your ultimate on this item, as Yunara, if anybody steps on the midway versus you, especially in the mid game, you're just allowed to run them down. You get Transcendent, you walk right up to them, and your ultimate is essentially a 50-second cooldown.
Yeah,
so every
great point.
2 mid waves, you just slam it on them and they can't really fight here. Another big item coming on through for Rookie is this Actualizer. Based on the amount of mana you have access to, is going to multiply the amount of ability damage, but make your all your basic spells cost more. Baron is being started and completely no contest here for Top Esports. Nayo's going to have to, he has no flash to get in.
Nope, and he lost his spell shield. He dodges the unstoppable onslaught. Slow still lands. Nayo should go down. The redemption doesn't come across. Re-engage from Wei. Pop possible to 3, but Fengwei, none of your team can get over Rookie's ice wall. So the pop blossom falls flat. There's a double frost stun coming across as well. Wei fully comfortable with the wild growth. Another huge wall comes across for Rookie. Another stun layered. Man, this Anivia pick is so clutch.
Maybe the Huyads thought that the game was over. Fair enough. Maybe they knew Nio was going to go down there. Baron goes over. Dragon in 2 minutes here.
Jotchi, you mad,
gonna
lad?
Kill. This doesn't matter though. Like Jotchi's on the complete wrong side. And you could just get long chased out here for the rest of the fight. I mean,
I think
Wei's gonna have his Wei can have his ultimate soon. Okay, they're not gonna chase. Baron still goes over. That was some mid plates going over to Jotchi, but
you mad lad. Sticking around to steal the Krugs. Do we just call this replay rookie diff, or?
Yeah, this Anivia is so disgusting. And by the way, that was through the spells. That Frostbite just doing a lot there. Fengwei, cool, you landed a 3-man. Where's your damage dealers?
We've seen this story before, but not with Rookie. Nice little Flash Frost stun into the Frostbite. Numbing up 369 with the cold and sending him back to the gray screen again. It's rinse and repeat for the IG jungler.
Perfect timing too. 50-second death timer, a minute beforehand. It's 10 seconds for him to get from base to there. Not going to be the case. IG will take this last tier 2 in top lane. Who's that Baron? I mean, you still have it for 2 minutes. It should be a very easy, simple map rotation. Let Sion push the mid wave and we'll rejoin with him afterwards. As long as you can push on the opposite side of the map, I think Dragon is such a good objective for you to take. Oh, Jotchi
Why
not
did we cancel our back?
Because Sion is walking at me, and I can't beat him at this point in the game.
I thought he might have been able to get that off. Semantics nonetheless. Nice little redemption to get the minions healthy. Cream is getting poked by a Yunara away from his turret. He's got to go back to base. So, I mean, is this not the best inhibitor to get down to with that dragon spawning? A wave all the way across the map, going to be providing supers now.
A lot of their vision has been put in the top side, though, so they're going to be walking in blind to this river. Top Esports can respond with getting mid-wave and bottom lane pushing for the time being. They still need a recall. They need to get back into position here. This is the time. These next 20 seconds are crucial for Top Esports because this will be them fighting for position in the river and looking for any kind of advantage they can.
Level 19 Sion with 3 full tank items. Good luck, Top Esports. All right, we've had 2 50-50s. Each jungler has won a coin flip, but I have a feeling this time Wei doesn't really want to 50-50 this. He might not have a choice if Nayo has his CC barrier up, which he still holds on to. They're just going to go after the Yorick, and Photek melts him. The Realm Warp is just a bluff, and now all of Top Esports to push off the Dragon. Sobro's going to get the double knockup. Fengwei, Pop Blossom, it's all just hitting onto the Sion, and there goes Wei in for the killer blow. Cream and the Mundo evaporated. The slow of the W from Photek. They're just going to TP to the base. They don't need the Mountain Soul. It might have taken 2 whole games, but IG might have finally figured out how to close out a game and close out their first round robin in Split 1 with a win over Top Esports 2-1.
Wow, what is IG, man? We somehow are able to lose to AL, to BLG, but we lose to Weibo, but we beat JDG and Top Esports. What a weird group this is on the other side of Group Ascent here. Another kill goes over to Photek, and IG will take this series 2-1, sending us to a 6-game day here.
Woo! 6 game. Why does this happen so much? I feel like I didn't want to say it because maybe I should have said it to Jinx it before we got back for game 3, but it always feels like when you have such close games 1 and 2, the third game is always the most lopsided, and it happened again.
And this time around, I'll give them some credit. There were some angles, but again, we kind of come back to some of the newer pieces. I think that Nayo was not really as effective on these champions that are not engagers, like the Trundle. He is not primary engage. You don't have very much tool assist to kind of get you into these fights. And this Mundo kind of just walks around and does things, but doesn't start fights. And that means you have to lean on your support. And support hasn't been the strongest so far this season for this team. So,
Nope.
I don't know, man. Like, we want to see more out of this top esports. We expect a lot more, especially from the solo lanes that are here. But now it's turning into a story and a narrative for this team that your AD carry is doing great, but your other parts of the map are not really making good spots for them.
Yeah, I do. Looking just at that game 3, I want to once again reinforce my praise towards the IG coaching staff, and specifically Rookie and Jway. I think they won this game on the second phase picks, right? Like, if you look at how they really won this game, I think early Jway's Enchanter Lulu pick deniably takes away the threat of a Nico for this lane we thought that top esports could really run away with. And then what was it once we got outside of lane, right, Alk? It was this Anivia that we felt was going to be immensely valuable in the short range composition. Rookie should, I mean, you could argue he got robbed of the player of the game last game. I hope that he gets it this game, because he very well earned it with how much of a gap he made in the mid lane.
Agreed. Like, this Anivia was incredibly impactful, and potentially this is going to be Rookie getting himself the second player of the series for this IG roster, because, I mean, his LeBlanc and his Anivia, while his game 1 wasn't as great, the fact that he was able to be such a big game player for them continues to be why we believe in this Invictus Gaming roster. But
yep,
it's hard to do so in my mind. Like, it's hard to justify looking at this team as a potential competitor to go forward in the event if we can't put it all together, if it's going to take us some time in series. Better teams are not going to give you that space.
No.
We saw it in the BLG series. Rookie got completely clapped by Faker, or by Knight. Hey, he also did get clapped by Faker, but
you're not wrong.
He was probably the best part of them. I'm sorry, I'm still scarred by the spy connecting to the server.
Yeah, no, I get you. Hey, the prevailing thought, IG, when they win the way we expected. I think, like, Rookie, when you get Rookie and Way into a matchup that they feel confident in, this is what they can do. And that's why I don't think it's that surprising that they've gotten wins over the teams that they are. Off that logic, I would have expected them to be 3-2 in this spot, because I think that Weibo, like, the form of Xiaohu mostly, like, you would favor Rookie versus Xiaohu, and then Wei and JJ. I mean, Wei took JJ's spot, so you could chalk that up. But other spots, like Now versus Nio and Cream, Wei was so far ahead of Nio in all these games. Rookie, most part, was ahead of Cream in most aspects. And then you talk about, who am I now forgetting? JDG, right? It's a fresh new mid-jungle duo that has not played in the LPL very much and with a new team. So Junja and Honkyu, you might have expected Wei and Rookie to win, and they did win. So IG, I think you're right. I think we understand that they have a higher floor with what Rookie brings to the table and Wei, but the ceiling is, like, right there. You know, it's kind of a crawl space because of the newer pieces to IG.
Oh yeah. So we're gonna have a little bit of time here before our player of the game and player of the series. I think we do kind of understand where these teams are kind of going to be placed. IG moving up to 2 and 3 doesn't do a lot in my mind. It is clear to me anyway that they're not really going to be punishing anyone's legend. We say JDG, but they're really their only loss that JDG has. And BLG do seem like they are very clearly the best team in the league. We're looking at this top esports roster and this IG team to be contesting for that 4th place spot, because I think it is up for grabs between Weibo and anyone's legend at this point.
Yeah. There's a lot. Listen, once we get into the next round robin, that's when we can start having these combos. And to a degree, Group Ascend is going to be kind of protected in these play-ins. A lot of the teams that we look at from Group Perseverance, and even, like, if you liked a Group Nirvana team, what we've seen from those two groups, like, even for you LNG copers, which I've been for a lot of the fact, like, the levels we're seeing from the other groups, I am not worried, even if you are, like, top esports in 1 and 4 right now, IG in 2 and 3, that a team is going to knock you out of a guaranteed playoff spot.
Yeah,
so,
it's just them versus really their prospects are looking against the Group Perseverance teams right now. I think as long as you look better than potentially WE, we have higher hopes for EDG, even though they're 0-2 in their group. that's kind of their competition. So
Yeah.
that's kind of the end of our night, honestly.
Yeah,
Like, we're done for the most part.
Yeah, I just got one thank you to throw out to some very important people before we get out of here. So I'd like to say thank you very much to our Elite Coffee supporters, that being Aaron Soup, Mong, Forest Without, and owners of a Silmaril. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every day that you are seeing here. So we very much appreciate all you Elite Coffee supporters. If you want to check out Coffee, links are below on whatever stream you're looking at. That's a direct way to support us here, as we are funded. You guys help fund this broadcast. And we will be back, of course, with more LPL tomorrow. I am not privy to the matchups. I don't have the matchups in front of me.
So, it is going to be a triple game day. We're going to have 3 series. First, we're going to have OMG versus Ultra Prime, so get your group Nirvanas in. Then we're going to have TT versus EDG, so we're going to Group Perseverance, and we're going to stay there for the rest of the night as it's WE versus NIP. So,
all right.
we're going to slum it in everything below Group Ascend for tomorrow, but I mean, some exciting stuff. I think I'm looking at WE potentially there, because then they start off their group 3-0, and that is huge as a 4-team group and a double round robin. That's your first round robin completed at potentially 6-0, completely undefeated after what was a devastatingly bad Demacia Cup.
Yeah, and the fun thing for WE, I agree with the sentiment, is it's really not Monkey that's doing a lot of the heavy lifting right now for WE, I would argue. I think Karis is playing well. About looks pretty good in the bottom lane. Yao has injected some life to that team, so they've still got a bit to push towards that ceiling. You'll want to tune in for WE. Obviously, you can come back to the LPL English for all of your LPL coverage in English in an unofficial style. 6-game day completed, and many more ahead, folks. You know where to tune in. We're going to bed because the sun is up, and that's a bad thing for us here on the PST time zone. So take care, everybody.